All right, welcome back to Bayou Time, and we're going to join Clint Dempster, the Public Information Officer with the Thibodaux Police Department. There you see Officer Dempster. We appreciate him standing by, but we have a press release. Thibodaux Police Chief Brian Zarang reported detectives are investigating a homicide that took place in the 900 block of St. Charles Street shortly before midnight last night. We'll show you that location as we go to it on Google. Thus far, it has been confirmed that one subject whose identity is being withheld at this time was shot and killed on scene during the incident. Once again, no need to go on with the press release. We have Officer Clint Dempster, the Public Information Officer for Thibodaux Police Department. And Officer Dempster, welcome to the program. Some tragic news coming out of Thibodaux.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Martin. Unfortunately, it's under these circumstances. Definitely a tragic incident. Definitely not a way we want to start our new year off.
Let me ask you, because, and a lot of people say, well, why y'all working at HTV on the Monday after Christmas or the Monday after New Year's? Because normally we see these types of events that take place during the holidays. Any reason to believe it was holiday related, or maybe some tempers flared because of the holidays, or is that totally out of the realm as of yet?
Yeah, it's still kind of early to tell. We're still in the beginning stages of investigation, but typically, historically speaking, you do have some crime in different areas around the holidays. We were fortunate. We pretty much made it through all the holidays, and it was rather quiet. And unfortunately, first day into 2023, and we're dealing with a homicide. Like I said, it's unfortunate, especially when we went all of 2022 and we only had 3 homicides the entire year. And again, years prior to that, historically speaking, Thibodaux is not really known for, homicides in general. So we take pride in that. And keeping those numbers down and having a safe community. So anytime you're dealing with something like this, it's definitely unfortunate, especially the first day into the new year.
Yeah, and y'all do need to be commended, because you're right, a college town, Nicholls State University there, so a lot of activity, but y'all have notoriously been low in these types
Absolutely.
of crimes. So when you turn the corner on the new year and you have one to start it off, that's not to say that you're going to have an abundant year of homicides, but it does start the year off certainly in the negative category. Any more you could add at this point? What are y'all looking at, and how does something like this move forward for our viewers? How do you advance the investigation, so to speak, when you have something like this?
Right. And again, every situation's different. Every investigation is different. This particular one, obviously, we're reaching out to the public, and we're asking the public to give us any information they may have or know or hear about regarding this incident. We do believe at this point in the investigation, everything's kind of leading to, it looks like it's going to be an isolated event. It doesn't look like it was just some kind of random shooting. But again, we are in the early stages of it. Detectives are working around the clock. They've been, they was on scene most of the night, and they're actually still here now, and they're going to continue working around the clock until we make some kind of headway, and the person who's held responsible for this is taken into custody.
Normally when we come on with you guys or any other law enforcement agency, that Crime Stoppers number, and also y'all doing a great job of working the streets, there's always somebody, somewhere, who saw something or heard something, whether it was prior or maybe the perpetrator mentioned something to somebody that was a little odd. What are some of the things that maybe y'all could hope that somebody heard or saw, and who could they contact?
Yeah, so typically in situations like this, you'll have, like you said, it's very rare that nobody's seen or heard anything or will hear anything. So all we can tell everybody is, we'll stress the fact that you can't remain anonymous. I know a lot of people withhold information because they don't want to be labeled, or they're afraid of retaliation, or they just don't want their information out there. But you can remain anonymous. You can contact our Bayou Region Crime Stoppers. It's the number's here on the screen: 1-800-743-7433. Or you can go online and submit a tip through their online website. And like I said, we just encourage the public, and would like to just, educate them on this particular site, and that you can remain anonymous. You do not have to provide your name or any type of information.
And plus, some people can use that $1,000 if it leads to a conviction.
Yeah, it's important to understand it. And if you are going to be entitled to any kind of funds for information that you provide, it's just important to know that you have to go through Crime Stoppers. You have to follow the protocol and go through Crime Stoppers. You can't just call a station. Again, if they feel more comfortable calling a station, they can. But in order to go through that process, they have to follow the Crime Stopper protocol.
Yeah, that's good information, and we appreciate it, Clint. Thank you so much for what you all do, and I know you like us, police, TV stations, and all. We work. We got to get the news out, but certainly It starts off on a tough note. But thank you for what you're doing, and we look forward to some news on this important event.
Yes, sir, and we will follow up with more detailed press release once we do have some more information, and hopefully an arrest soon.
All right, thank you, Clint. We'll be right back with more news. Don't go away. All right, welcome back to Bayou Time. Martin Falls here with Chief Mike Palmer, and he's the fire prevention chief for the Bayou Cane Fire Department. Good to have you here.
Good morning.
And of course, some bad news about fire to report right after New Year's, but on the 200 block of Sugar Highland, pretty big fire, so we're going to let the chief bring us up to speed on that.
Yes, shortly after midnight on New Year's Eve, January 1st, crews were called out to a structure fire on Sugar Highland. First arriving crews reported the rear of the house on fire, quickly spread to the roof, and started to get out of control. Fortunately, the guys were able to bring it under control within about 30 minutes, but as you can see, it's pretty catastrophic damage. And it's catastrophic not only to the family, but the entire community.
Yeah, this is a pretty big fire, and it's, any idea of where it started and how it spread so quickly?
By all reports from the homeowner, they were just winding down their New Year's Eve celebration. They were in the kitchen, started to smell smoke. They stated that they looked out the back door and all they saw was fire. So they got out the front safely. Everyone was able to exit the home safely. No one was hurt, fortunately, and it went from there.
I sort of recognize the house. Is it right off of 311?
It's about 2 blocks off of 311.
2 blocks off of 311. Yeah. So let me ask you. I guess every fire is different for you all, and you being in fire prevention and trying to tell people what to do and not to do. Any just general tips that people, normally when we're celebrating and everything, and we sort of our focus is on something else, what's a general rule of thumb you could tell people about how to prevent something that we're seeing today?
Well, we still don't know the exact cause. We hope to have some answers by midweek. A lot of the residents around them have security cameras. We're still in the process of getting the footage from that and try to get some more answers.
But that changed the way y'all do fire analysis after. I remember in the days when nobody had cameras. Now everybody has cameras, and of course sometimes in the house that'll be destroyed, but somebody across the street has a camera that's pointed in that general direction. Are y'all able to save sometimes the footage you get from within the own house?
Yes, we have used footage from a home if it was stored on the cloud. A lot of times, if they have a DVR in the house, it may get destroyed, but if they have footage stored on the cloud, it's there forever.
Wow.
And we're able to use it from inside the house.
And I guess that can be quite telling when you get it. And do sometimes y'all look at it and go, here's exactly what happened, or does it leave a little bit to chance after that?
Many times we come up with a theory and start looking at where it started and possibilities. And fortunately now with surveillance cameras, it can give us the answer that yes, you're on the right track. And yes, it's usually after the fact because the videos don't always come out right away. But yeah, it does help solving some of these mysteries.
And it can change. I had a bonfire one time, my golf cart battery exploded, hit a gas can, a tank, actually. The whole thing went up. So now when I see gas cans in sheds, I'm always going, nope, that's got to be moved, and you got to put it where it's ventilated and all. It does sort of change the way you look at things and I'm sure a lot of people out there have had some brush with a fire, whether small or big. It changes the way you think.
Yes, and still to this day, the most important thing you can do is have working smoke alarms in the house. From the state fire marshal on down, that's the message that we put out every single day. We do have them available for free. Most fire departments have them available for free. Just contact your local fire department if you don't have smoke alarms in your house, and we can get you some.
You know, a lot of things, Mike, that people don't realize. The other day I had one of my good buddies, we're at the gas station, we're filling up, and I'm leaning on the back of the truck, and the static was pulling my hair, and I told him, this is why you don't put those plastic gas cans right on the liner. And he goes, what are you talking about? I said, well, obviously, you know you can't put your plastic gas tank right on the liner, the static, and make it blow up. He says, I've never heard that. It's got to be factual. I've been reporting it for so long
Yeah, any little spark can ignite the fumes coming off of gasoline.
Yeah.
And that's why they say we don't get much cold weather here, but when you're filling up your vehicle, don't wait inside the vehicle where it's warm, because that can cause some static electricity.
Wow. And your cell phone, too.
Yeah, well, it's more the static electricity.
Yeah, I got you. So anyway, I appreciate you coming in. I guess as time comes on, y'all going to know more about the fire and update us.
Yes, still our official source is our Facebook page, and anything coming out of our Facebook page is going to be our official stance on factual findings from any fire that goes on in our district.
Well, I appreciate what y'all do. Y'all are always they say line of fire, but y'all are literally in the line of fire all the time. So we appreciate what y'all do, and thanks to all the firefighters who go out there and make a difference in our community. And we thank you for joining us on probably a day where you should be relaxing, but fires don't wait for anyone, don't they?
No, sir. And we're always glad to come in and help you whenever we need it.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Here on location as we spend a little time talking about and following the inauguration of the new council members and the new mayor in Thibodaux. We turn to that coverage now.
Good morning. And no, I'm not here because Kevin changed his mind. But I do want to thank Kevin personally for asking me to be here this morning, to welcome all of you this morning to our inauguration of our new mayor and our new city council. It's been a pleasure working with the city for the last 12 years, and it's certainly been a pleasure working with my friend Kevin. I couldn't be more pleased to see him moving in to the position as mayor. He's a good man. He's going to be a dedicated and loyal servant to all of you. And Kevin, congratulations again on your election.
It's quite a unique moment, right? You have two mayors in one room. One's ready to go to work and the other's ready to go play golf. Can we all stand, please? In the name of the Father, and of His Son, Jesus, and Holy Spirit, amen. Lord, we thank you for the leadership and service of Mayor Tommy and Sherry Estate. We thank you for their and his administration's labor of love for your people of Thibodaux. I pray that you keep them and reward them for their oversight to our city for the past 12 years. I pray today for our new mayor-elect, Kevin Claymont, Becky, their family, his administration, and the city council. Lord, we pray with Kevin that you'll lead him into a deeper, more richer relationship with you, where he'll discover the insight and the wisdom and provision for the people of Thibodaux. I pray that Kevin, the city council, the administration will show the love of God as they walk according to your instructions, that you give them a heart of discernment to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. Lord, let it be that Mayor Kevin and his administration, the city council, will lead this city into economic, intellectual, and cultural increase for this time and for generations yet to come. I pray that Thibodaux, Louisiana will continue to be a city loved by this nation, but it'll also become the garden spot of your presence for this nation. I thank you, Lord, once again for this administration, and I decree the blessing of the Lord over their guidance under your care. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. And I also welcome everyone. You ready?
Good morning. I also welcome everyone.
That's okay. You ready?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Repeat after me. I,
State your name.
Monique Crochet,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as Councilwoman for District A for the City of Thibodaux,
as Councilwoman for District A for the City of Thibodaux,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
Congratulations. And repeat after me. I, state your full name,
I, Gene Richard,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as Councilman for District B for the city,
as Councilman of District B of the City of Thibodaux,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here, and I thank Councilman Taylor for allowing me to swear him in. So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I, Varick Taylor, Sr.,
I, Varick Taylor, Sr.,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
and the laws of this state,
and the laws of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all of the duties
all of the duties
incumbent upon me
incumbent upon me
as Councilman for the City of Thibodaux,
as Councilman for the City of Thibodaux,
District C,
District C,
to the best of my ability and understanding.
to the best of my ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I give you an 8.
And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more from that ceremony in Thibodaux. And now we continue with more from the inauguration of Kevin Claymore and the council members in the city of Thibodaux.
All right, repeat after me. I state your full name.
I, Michael Naucan,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as Councilman for District D at large for the city of Thibodaux,
as Councilman for District D at large for the city of Thibodaux,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your full name.
I, Chad Meir,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and the Constitution and laws of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent upon me
all the duties incumbent upon me
as a representative of District E
as a representative of District E
for the city of Thibodaux,
for the city of Thibodaux,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, my friend.
I state your name.
I, Kevin Claymore,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution and laws
that I will support the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of this state,
of this state,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and I will faithfully and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all of the duties incumbent upon me
all of the duties incumbent upon me
as mayor of the city of Thibodaux,
as mayor of the city of Thibodaux,
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
according to the best of my ability and understanding.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, the special meeting of the Thibodaux City Council is here now called to order. Can we have roll call, Ms. Mobile?
Ms. Crochet. Here. Mr. Reshore.
Here.
Mr. Taylor.
Here.
Mr. Narcan.
Here.
Mr. Meir.
Here. First item on the agenda, item C, resolutions. C1, a resolution designating the council president and vice president, meeting dates, location, and time, and the rules of order for the city council for the year 2023. All of you should have a copy of this resolution in your packet. And actually, for the benefit of the public, this resolution states that the Thibodaux City Council will hold its meeting for 2023 on the first and third Tuesday of each month, beginning at 5 p.m. in the council chambers on the second floor of City Hall, 310 West 2nd Street. It also states that the council will utilize the rules of order for its meetings in the attached document that each council member has in their possession. And it also establishes a voting order in the event that we have a roll call vote. That voting order will be District A, District B, District C, the Vice President, and the President. This resolution also states that Councilman Meir, as an at-large representative, will serve as Council President, and Councilman Naucan will serve as Council Vice President for the year 2023. So with that being said, can we get a motion and a second from the council? So moved by Councilman Richard.
Second.
Second by Councilman Taylor. Do we have any discussion, comments from the council? All right, because we don't have the voting board like we do at City Hall, we'll get a roll call vote for this resolution.
Ms. Crochet. Yes. Mr. Reshore.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Narcan.
Yes.
Mr. Meir.
Yes.
That passes 5-0.
Okay, with that resolution being passed, Councilman Meir will now assume the duties as president and will continue on with the meeting, and I will take the role of vice president.
First off, thank everyone for being here. Council, thank you for approving all the appointees. I think you'll be pleased with what we have, the team we have assembled. Administration, you're getting ready to experience something that is going to make you full of pride. It's going to make you feel accomplished, and it's going to be a little bit of work. I had no idea what I was getting myself into 12 years ago when I sat in your same seats. The only thing I could go back on is what I learned from 1987 from a gentleman at McDermott by the name of James Lark. And he told me, always keep family, always keep the church, and always keep your job in that order of importance. I've lived my life that way. Certainly, you see the family support that I have. My wife has been a stud throughout this whole process. I had someone tell me when I qualified for mayor that it takes special people and a special type of courage to put your name down for public service. I did not realize my family would be exposed to what they were exposed to. And I thank you all very deeply for putting up with me and letting me live out a dream. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One last bit of order for Mr. Eshe. And this is my first signature as mayor. I can't believe I did it to a plaque with him. That's all he needs is another plaque in his life. But I'll just read it. The City of Thibodaux hereby presents Tommy Eshe this certificate of appreciation in recognition of 37 years of dedicated service to the City of Thibodaux. It is with great honor that we recognize your 25 years as council administrator and 12 years as mayor. The professional and honorable effort you demonstrated while in office has certainly benefited our community. We would like to extend our best wishes upon your retirement and continued success and happiness in the future. To Tommy Eshe from Mayor Kevin Claymore. Thank everybody for coming out. I look forward to serving our community, and I appreciate all the support you've given me throughout these years and going forward. Thank you very much.
And we're going to take another short break. We appreciate you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll spend a little time talking with the former mayor, the current mayor, and some of the council members when we return. And welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. We appreciate you joining us. We now turn our attention to some of the interviews with the former mayor, Tommy Eshe, the incoming mayor, Kevin Claymore, and some of the council members down in the city of Thibodaux. And here we are with former mayor Tommy Eshe. Tommy, I got to tell you, over the years, it's been so interesting to watch all of the things that you've done. Tell us how you're feeling here in this inauguration for Kevin.
Well, you know, it's somewhat of a relief. You know, I always planned on being able to go out on my terms, and that's what happened. But to see someone who's such a good friend, and I know is such a good man, coming in to fill the shoes of mayor makes it so much easier for me to walk out the door.
So if there's one thing or a couple of things that you can say that you're kind of most proud of in these last 12 years as mayor, tell us a little bit about how you felt about being the mayor and how proud you are of what this city's been able to accomplish.
Well, we couldn't accomplish anything without my staff, and I couldn't accomplish anything without the cooperation of the council, more importantly our citizens supporting us in what we do every day. At the end of the day, there were two things we wanted to accomplish that we set out at the beginning of my administration. One was my staff and for me to always do the right thing. And it served us well. It served us really well. And at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure we left the city in better shape than what we found it. And there's no doubt in my mind that happened. So we accomplished those two goals, and in the meantime did a lot of good things for the city of Thibodaux. So we're proud of what we did in 12 years.
It's awfully exciting, and we're very happy for you. We're going to miss you, certainly. Tell me the one thing that you're really looking forward to. Now, they mentioned it's probably golf, but tell me the one thing you're looking forward to here as you retire.
Well, I think the most important thing is knowing that when you get up in the morning, I've talked to a lot of good friends, I have a lot of friends my age, saying it's when you get up in the morning, you don't have to tie yourself down to anything. You get up and do what you feel like doing that day, regardless of what it is. And I'm looking forward to that. I really am.
So we're really excited for him as well. Former Mayor Tommy Eshe, very excited, and congratulations, and more importantly, thank you for the years of service to this community and what you've done. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And here we are with new Mayor of Thibodaux, Kevin Claymore. Kevin, first and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Can't believe it's finally here, but I'm super excited. I'm excited about all the work we've done. I'm excited about the staff we've put together, and I'm excited to get forward and move, put the community first and move forward.
Yeah, and listen, you certainly learned under a great man and working with Tommy all these years. Of course, very complimentary. Y'all have been good friends for a long time. Let's talk about really the lead into this and how exciting it is to get to this day.
So this started probably 5 or 6 years ago when he started dropping hints, and I heard him, but I didn't listen to him. And then as maybe a year from that, he dropped another little hint. And I can remember where I was when he said it the third time. And we were playing golf. Imagine that.
Surprising.
And he said something like, you know, you really ought to think about that. And I stopped and I looked at him and I said, that's the third time you said that. We have to get something straight. And then, you know, it just, a lot of soul searching, a lot of deep discussions with my wife. Is this something we want to expose our family to? Is this something we want to do? And it was. And it was an easy decision for me. It was an easy decision for my wife, and I'm gonna tell you, we've been blessed. This whole experience has exposed us to probably some of our closest friends, and I can't wait to even make more.
I love the idea, and one of the things you said in your acceptance speech about coming on as mayor, about keeping things in perspective. You've always been one that's done that. We all look forward to what comes next for you. We cannot congratulate you enough. You are, like Tommy said, a good man, and you'll be a great leader. So congratulations. We look forward to your years of service.
Thank you very much, and thank Martin for for giving us all the exposure. You know, we'll be friends. We'll talk soon, and I can't wait to make more memories with each other.
Very good. We'll do that with you. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So very excited for not necessarily the new council, but a new role on the council and some new councilwoman and councilmen. Very excited here. So Chad, how are you feeling about this new role for you as you've been on the council for some time?
Yes, it's great. It's it's an achievement. It's I'm proud to be the president of the council this year. It's an at-large thing. The vice president and the president serve. Only the at-large members can serve. So we kind of alternate it as a gentleman's thing, but looking forward to leading the council and being in charge of the meetings and taking charge like that. So very proud to be on the Thibodaux City Council.
Well, I can tell you it was awfully impressive and how smooth that went in your first role as doing that. It went very, very well.
Yeah, like I said, I've had some experience being on the council now. It's been 20 years I've been on the city council, so I've alternated with the vice president serving as the chairman and directing the meetings and things like that, signing all the ordinances and stuff like that. So have a little bit of experience in the background, so we'll just keep things smooth as we can here in the city of Thibodaux.
You mentioned how things roll very well. We're very excited to have our councilwoman here, Councilwoman Crochet. Let's talk a little bit about how excited you are to serve.
Yes, thank you. I'm very excited. It's my first time serving, and it's a privilege and honor to serve the city of Thibodaux and its residents, and that's what makes the city of Thibodaux so special, is its residents. And so I hope to continue the past legacies of the mayors and city councils, that we stay safe, beautiful, and prosperous. So thank you very much. I look forward to serving you.
Absolutely. And as well, Councilman Taylor, again, congratulations, and just a few minutes about how it is that you're excited to serve.
It's always a pleasure to serve dealing with the public. I've been a public servant since I was 19 years old. And, when you got a community and the constituents that they vote for you and put their trust in you, you want to do a lot for them and try to make sure all their needs are met and do a good job.
Well, guys, we cannot be more excited for you. So, Councilman, Councilwoman, congratulations once again. We look forward to some wonderful things for the city of Thibodaux. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And thank you so very much for joining us here on this special Bayou Time as we brought you information on the inauguration in the city of Thibodaux of the former mayor, the new mayor, and council members. We thank you for joining us. As always, don't go anywhere. A lot more local programming here on HTV.
And welcome back to Bayou Time. I'm Martin False, and as always, we try to get council business in, and we always interview the chair. We have a new chair of the Terrebonne Parish Council, Councilwoman Jessica Domingue. Her district is District 5, but she's the chairwoman now. First of all, congratulations. What an honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's a lot of people, there's still some people that think being a council person is pretty easy work. I suggest you follow one around for a week It gets pretty involved, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And then now that I've taken this new role on as chairperson, you know, I'm essentially the department head of the entire council. And so, you know, we have to take care of the day-to-day operations of our council staff and our office. And so there's a lot that goes into it, not just taking the calls of constituents and working on all the projects that we're working on. So it's a lot of work for a part-time job.
And the agenda, you set the agenda, right?
Yes, sir. We set the agendas. We approve everything that goes on to our agenda. And so, like I said, it is a lot.
And this is something that I know makes you proud because you got to get the majority vote. We all know that majority vote sometimes is very fleeting. It's very hard to get. And but I know you felt good that the majority of people wanted you on board. What would you like to see different? What is Jessica Domingue going to do, not only as a person, but as a chairwoman, to try to, everybody has their own direction they want to put things in. What's your direction?
So I don't think it's any. I don't think it's any secret, Martin, that we've been very split. You know, we've had a split council for the last 3 years, and so I really hope to be able to bring some of the council members together. You'll see that with some of my appointments that I made, some appointments that you probably wouldn't think that I would have made. However, I just feel like it's really important that we have some sort of continuity across the board, and so that we can go out this last year as a whole rather than a separate council. So I've been really working on doing those things. The other thing that you'll notice as well is our actual agendas. I switched things up a little bit just because I feel as though a council meeting is our meeting. And so a lot of the staff things and a lot of the parish president reports and things are very, very important. However, if a council person puts something on the agenda, then that's something that's passionate to their constituents, and that's what your constituents are waiting to watch. So in the past, we've had those agenda items at the very end of the agendas, and so you may have to wait 3 hours through a meeting to actually hear what you want, what you're passionate about. So I've flipped that around, and so I went ahead and put all of the council member agendas at the very front of the agenda. That way we can have those discussions up front, and then we could do all the administrative things at the end.
That's a pretty good move, 'cause I never knew if that was something that was just in the bylaws or whatever, but I guess every chair sets the agenda. You can maneuver it the way you want to, right?
Yes, sir. So every chair has that opportunity, and it was like that years ago. I think even before the Dove administration, it was like that, and then over time it was switched, and I just not sure why it wasn't put back. And so that was the first thing that I did. The very first day that I went ahead and accepted this new responsibility is we went ahead and reset that agenda that way. I just felt like that's really why people want to see those meetings, is to see the things that they're really passionate about. And so that was one of the most important things to me.
I think you're right, because a lot of people, I've been covering council meetings since the 80s, and we used to have big crowds at the council meeting because I think you're right. The meat and potatoes was up front, but the more people had to wait and wait and wait, and you don't want to be getting out of the council chambers at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. So we'll see how that works out. Let me ask you, though, you made a good point. You're trying to, I guess for lack of a better term, give an olive branch. You put some people on committees that y'all weren't always on the same side, but it's your effort to bring a divided council together, because for the longest that I can remember, it's been divided. So I'm sure you're having many behind-the-scenes talks to try to do this and try to present a nicer package to Terrebonne Parish.
I am, and I'm focused on what's next, and I'm focused on moving into the future. And it's President Dove's last year, and so he'll be out. We'll have a new administration. We'll have a new parish president. Hopefully, I'm still around. Hopefully, some of my fellow council members are still around. But we will have a new council, and so it's going to be an opportunity to move forward, and we need to work together. We have, as you know, hundreds of millions of dollars that are about to come into Terrebonne Parish, and we cannot be split on the decisions that we make for the betterment of our parish. And so I think that it's so important for us to set that foundation now, so that we can move forward into the years to come.
And we are now joined by the Sheriff of Lafourche Parish, longtime Sheriff and friend Craig Weber. And Sheriff, how are you today?
Martin, we have been extremely busy in the last 24 hours, particularly in the Bayou Blue area, but we're doing well, and I'm waiting for the sun to shine and brighten up the day.
No doubt about it. Sheriff, if we could, we'll talk about the tornadoes and the winds and the front that came through, last night, late last night. But let's talk about the 4 arrests that were made by your department, and it seems to me some are quite troubling. It seems like, and I talked with Captain Brennan the other day, some of these young arrests that y'all are making, they're getting more brazen each and every day. Is that your take on it?
We are seeing an increased level of violence with younger and younger people, particularly people related to narcotics or drug trade. We see that there are shootings that will happen in one neighborhood, and they're very specific. I mean, the people who are involved generally know who the other parties are, but they almost have adopted a what I call the mafia mentality of they will not cooperate with law enforcement and prefer to try to deal with it on their own, which then exposes more innocent victims to perhaps getting injured with drive-by shootings or random shootings at one another. So I think that it is an evolution of this younger, more brazen criminal element.
Let's talk about the first incident that occurred at 9 a.m. on January 24th on St. Marie Drive in Bayou Blue. Can you bring us through that one if you can?
Yeah, Martin, that was a combination of being in the right place at the right time and good police work. We were following up on some actually narcotics information. Our narcotics people were in the neighborhood, and as they were traveling in the neighborhood, they actually observed a vehicle occupied by Lauren Leday and Trevante Walker exiting from a residence coming down the street. And there was a third person, the victim female, who was being dragged, if you will, trying to get in the car as the car was driving away, and actually was pushed out the car, and then the car left. So the first 2 officers who happened to be there, again, for an unrelated purpose, unrelated to that address and those people in specific, they went to render aid, and they called out a description of the car that was leaving. The third officers engaged the car, which it resulted in a short pursuit. The 2 offenders jumped out of the car and ran to the back of Meadowland subdivision. They were ultimately detained, and along the path that they had taken from where they ditched the car to where they were apprehended, our officers recovered a firearm, recovered a large amount of marijuana, and recovered a key fob. So those people were taken into custody, and we were processing that case and interviewing witnesses and putting the facts together. And then we get a call in the Bayou Blue area off of Cypress Court of what initially came in as an armed robbery carjacking. When we did the investigation, and on that one, the victim, or there were 2 victims really, one of the victims called in a description of the car shortly after it was stolen. And one of our officers, happened to be in the Bayou Blue area, intercepted the car and attempted a traffic stop, which again resulted in them ditching the car. And let me clarify, I confused when I said in the first case that they ran, they were apprehended and the marijuana was there. This is the case with Michael Jules and Javante Miller, the second case on Cypress Court, where they drove to the back of the subdivision and they were apprehended, and the marijuana and the gun and the key fob was recovered. These 2 offenders approached the victim's residence on foot, knocked on the door, and they asked for a specific individual. The person that they had asked if she was there was not there, and they left. The owner of the residence, or the occupant of the residence, the male occupant, he left the residence, went to the convenience store. At that point, not thinking anything out of the ordinary. When he was returning home from traveling back from the convenience store, he encountered the same two individuals, Michael Jules and Javante Miller, and gave them a ride. And when they got to the house, they asked for something to drink. He went into the house. When he returned, they pulled firearm on him. He was able to run away and call the police. And then one of the two went into the house. There was a female in there. They stole what ultimately turned out to be a large amount of marijuana. And then they left in the car that they took from the residence. They took the first victim's vehicle. And that's when one of our officers, a patrol officer, traffic officer, intercepted them and attempted to make a traffic stop. They ran off into the field area behind Meadowland. They were ultimately captured and detained. Evidence was located. They were brought into the office. They were interrogated, and they confessed to this crime.
Yesterday, I'm sure everybody was a little concerned when their cell phones were going off and they were hearing the warnings. And just as this front was coming through, I'm sitting there talking to my mom. I was concerned about her. I was at her house. And I said, Mom, I think we're about to be in the clear. But then I saw that little hook. And I saw the green and the reds developing right north of Houma and in the Bayou Cane area, in the Ellendale area. Now, from all indications, it didn't touch down at that point, but there was a tornado above everybody's subdivision. Then it touched down. We're rolling some B-roll right now because Jason Serenier went out and did a great job of getting some B-roll for us and capturing where this touched down in the Bayou Blue area and in parts of Terrebonne and parts of Lafourche. People had wind damage. You heard the sheriff in the last segment talk about no confirmation yet if this was a microburst or a tornado, but certainly when you're on the ground and you're in these homes and you hear that wind howling and you feel that pressure drop, which you're going to hear one of the witnesses talk about, it gets a little harrowing at some points. Let's listen to Troy Nakan. You know Troy, he was a longtime police officer here at the Houma Police Department. Let's listen in as Troy was there and talks about what he saw and heard.
Well, I was actually in bed getting ready to go to bed, and I started hearing some wind blowing real hard. So my wife hollered at me to come downstairs. There was a tornado. As I was running down the stairs, I turned around and I watched the windows blow out of my house. And my dogs and I and the wife went in the bathroom. We stayed there maybe 30 seconds and it was over with. And we came outside and we found this. My Class A motorhome, as you can see, is flipped over. Part of my roof was pulled off of the house. All my porch is destroyed. And it's devastating. The guy made up my gutters yesterday and was going to put them on Thursday. It was the last part that needed to be repaired on my house from the storm. I'd like to thank my councilman, Jim Wendell. He was the first one to show up at my house to help out. And then the Bayou Blue Fire Department showed up, Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office. They all did a tremendous job, and I want to thank them tremendously for it.
All right, so what we have here is we have a former police officer who's a witness. He said tornado. And so what I've learned over the years, you don't question the witnesses because they're there. They see it, they're on the ground level. So when Troy says tornado, I say tornado because he's right there. So we can speculate and other people can come in, but boots on the ground. That's how you confirm whether a tornado has touched down. And the key here is we were so fortunate to have this roar through at 50 miles per hour because, God, it was here and gone. You heard him say about 30 seconds later, gone. So Benson Toops was also in that neighborhood, and Jason caught up with Benson. Let's listen in.
It didn't really sound that loud. I mostly felt the pressure change. It felt like pressure changed around me, and I looked out the window. I mean, I saw everything getting blown down, and so I ran into the hallway, and I mean, it was just, everything was shaking. We most likely have a lot of water damage. The roofs, most of the roof's gone. We had a whole building right here. Our barn is completely collapsed and unfixable. It landed on our big boat. We had a large boat that we took offshore, and that fell on that. So, yeah, we have quite a bit of damage. I mean, yeah, I'm glad everyone's safe. I mean, my cat's still missing, but I mean, still looking for our cat. It was outside when it happened.
So thank you for coming to our new multi-specialty clinic located here in Gray. We have been here for a little bit, but today is an amazing grand opening because we have established so many things that we're going to talk about today, and we have a lot of our providers and people here that are going to be able to help you recognize what all that we're offering our community. First of all, if anybody doesn't feel good today, raise your hand. We can take care of you. We've got you covered. Martin, always, we're here to serve. We have several of our board members. Reverend Ross, would you raise your hand? We also have Carrie Chauvin, who's on our board, and Mr. Earl Hughes. We have Senator Mike Vesey. Thank you so much for coming. Mr. Darren Guidry from the Parish Council. And did I leave anybody out? Just to let you know, the opening of the multi-special clinic is an important step forward in our healthcare strategy throughout to provide access to everyone throughout the region. Terrebonne General is located, as you know, in one part of our community, and a lot of people, we serve everyone. But this will help people not have to drive to that part of our community, and it'll serve everyone who wants access. And so we have a definite array of specialists and an array of primary care providers that we do have here. We do basic things such as illnesses, immunizations, cold, flu, preventative care, and access to our specialists, which we'll hear from today. The services that we're able to provide are not limited to, because we have a multitude who will be offered here, but right now we will have endocrinology, which will serve diabetes, hormone-related problems, pulmonary, which we'll hear from Dr. Lorio. We got pulmonologists who, again, asthma, COPD, and other lung-related problems, and for anybody who's been out in this cold, hot weather, you have all those respiratory problems that you thought you started with earlier. And we also have our internal medicine, Dr. Arsenault, and we are very proud to have, again, which you'll hear from Miss Allison Bergeron, who's here full-time.
Thank y'all for coming. So we started doing the multi-specialty clinic, coming 2 days a week, and then we also have Allison that comes every day now. And so we look forward to continuing to provide services for the community and continue to help everybody else.
Hi, again, I'm Allison Bergeron. I am the family nurse practitioner that will be here full-time. I'm very excited to be able to, serve the community in multiple areas that we couldn't reach as closely before. I'm from Houma, born and raised, been an NP almost 10 years, have had a multitude of different types of experiences, which makes me very well-rounded. So love wellness and preventive medicine, as well as just collaborating with the specialists and the internal medicine doctors to make sure that our patients get the best care possible. So I look forward to seeing a lot of y'all, and everybody else. If you need any care, please feel free to come stop by or give us a call. Thanks.
I'm Dr. Andrea Lorio. I'm one of our pulmonary and critical care physicians at Terrebonne General. I'm very excited to have this multi-specialty clinic to bring our pulmonology services, not only for our COPD asthma population, our interstitial lung disease patients, but also our growing program with smoking cessation, as well as our lung nodule program. We offer state-of-the-art diagnostic tools that we can bring directly to our community, so our patients don't have to travel out of the area to get top-of-the-line care. So I'm very excited to bring this to the Gray area and for our community in the Terrebonne Parish.
And we don't want to not recognize the wonderful care team who we have in the back, who help this place run, right? We can't do it without them, and we can't do it without the support of our community, our board, and everyone here. I could tell you all the wonderful things we do and all the specialists that we have.
Congratulations to everybody at Terrebonne General for the opening of the facility. Beautiful job out here, really serving an area of our community that needs medical medical care out in this way. It's growing this way. So once again, you and your team, phenomenal job getting this done out here. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, we're excited to help cut the ribbon today. A little personal story for myself with Terrebonne General. As everybody knows, or a lot of people know, I like to be very active in the community. One of my first acts of volunteerism was volunteering at Terrebonne General as a 13, 14-year-old kid with my grandmother, who was a 1,000-hour volunteer at the hospital for many years. So always has a special place in my heart when it comes to volunteerism and community involvement with Terrebonne General. So on behalf of the Chamber, once again, thank you guys for being a part of the Chamber, being a part of the community, and continue doing what you're doing. Thank you all very much.
Phyllis, what a great day. Explain what exactly is going to take place in the building.
Thanks, Martin. We are here to provide care for our community. You can do anything from general illness, immunizations, general checkups, cares, to specialty care. We have our specialists, our pulmonologists, endocrinologists, internal medicine. We have several other specialties coming that'll be on board in the next couple of months, but they still are at the hospital, the main organization. We're open 5 days a week. We're able to come and see anything that you need or any care that you need with our highly skilled professionals.
Earl, as a board member, how important is it for y'all to sort of put the tentacles out and take care of the whole parish geographically?
No, it's very important, Martin. The good thing is we're up in the northern part of the parish to provide services to people in this area and also in other areas that are close to here. To be able to have a walk-in clinic, to be able to walk in and get an appointment is just phenomenal to be able to do that. So I think it's going to help the people in this area tremendously to have a clinic such as this here.
Once again, this is a positive step. What does it mean to you?
Well, it's positive because the hospital service district, which is Terrebonne General, covers the whole parish. So it's very important that we do have coverage throughout the parish and not just in the city of Houma. So to me, it's very important for the service of the entire parish and the community.
Same thing our colleagues have said. It's great to be a part of this community that reaches out to its citizens, and this is our place. It's to all of Terrebonne Parish. I'm excited to be a part of that.
Cold and blustery day here in Terrebonne Parish, a groundbreaking. And HTV was there as John Casey, the chairman of the board, describes a new school here in Terrebonne Parish. We now go to the grounds where the school will be built, and certainly a positive step in Terrebonne Parish. Let's listen in.
Hey everybody, welcome. Welcome to the property of Holy Trinity Academy on this wonderful day of groundbreaking. To get started here, I'm going to invite Father Van Constant for the invocation.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. From the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 20. See, I am sending an angel before you to guard you on your way and bring you to the place I have prepared. Let us pray. Almighty God, you bring us into being by your creative power. All is subject to your divine authority. Grant your providential care upon Holy Trinity Academy as they ready for an inaugural school semester. Grant success to the work of their minds and hands. Bless this groundbreaking ceremony. May this first step lead to the completion of a vision meant to give honor to your divine majesty. We ask this through our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with the Father and the Holy Ghost, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
This is not the first groundbreaking, but rather a physical manifestation of many groundbreakings that have taken place before now, while also representing many to come. 5 years ago, the first ground broke when the seed of this institution was planted. Since then, the ground has been worked. There has been rainy days, as the Lord has manifested here today in the puddles. There's been sunny days. There's been rocks found in the earth and good soil for us to build our foundation.
Today is a crowning and victorious day, an achievement built by the cumulative effort of years of work. on the part and behalf of hundreds of people.
It's a K-12 school of choice, and I can't say how proud I am because of giving the opportunities for children and families in this tri-parish area.
There's a lot of sacrifices so far that no one sees, and I just want to say I appreciate that in you, and I want to encourage you to just keep on what the Lord has placed in your heart. Do nothing more, nothing less than what is asked, but trust in what he can do in all of us. Amen? Let's go ahead and bless our shovels. We'll bless our ground, and in so doing, we're going to ask God to bless our beautiful school. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the gift of the vision that you have placed on those who have brought your vision to completion today. I ask that you would pour forth blessings upon those who hold these shovels and all the minds and hearts that are behind them. As these shovels break ground today, we ask that you would pour forth immense grace and blessing upon Holy Trinity Academy. Upon this soil, upon this earth, upon this property, Lord, may it be Terrebonne, may it be good earth, may it be according to your perfect will. May your kingdom come and your will be done, not only on this property, but in this school. May it carry forth your vision. We surrender to you now all of the plans, all of the finances, all of the funding, all of the construction, everything that will happen here. But most importantly, Lord, we surrender to you now, in this day, the souls that will be touched here. We pray for the families, we pray for the faculty and staff, the students, and all that will unfold here. But through the intercession of all of the great saints, including St. Thomas Aquinas, we ask that this ground would be blessed, this shovel would be blessed, the school would be blessed, and all that is in your vision for this place. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
All right, joining me now is John Casey. Well, what a great day. I remember when you were saying you were going to do this. Well, let's all be honest. Everybody was going, is he really going to do it? Is he going to? Oh, no, there ain't no way John's going to do that. But look, we had a groundbreaking today and an impressive showing, and you're on your way. Your feelings today?
Yeah, so, certainly it wasn't a me show, and there's a lot of people involved with this project. It's taken a lot of people to get where we are today. So through the grace of God, we're here, and we're breaking ground in a joyous day. And
all right, joining me now, State Representative Beryl Amedee. It's getting colder as the day goes on, and of course, Mr. John Amedee, he's the Vice Chair now of Terrebonne Parish Council. So welcome aboard. What a great day, Beryl, and it's just good to see progress. I love to see progress. Today is an example of that.
Yes, and to have a development such as this come right here to Schriever is just wonderful. I mean, there are so many possibilities of what could be placed on this land, but to have something that's going to be such an asset to the community for generations to come is just quite a blessing, and we're excited about it.
Yeah. And John, although it's a cold day, it could have been like yesterday with a lot of wind and a lot of rain, but this has been a vision. And I was just talking to John that he had a long time ago. And, a lot of people have dreams, but a lot of people don't follow through sometimes. He followed through.
He absolutely did. And the thing that excites me is not only Holy Trinity Academy coming here, but as a result of this development, it's going to bring in more positive developments into the Schriever area. And we're always looking for something like that. So they'll get the best of everything. So I really appreciate the fact that they stayed entrenched, stayed with the vision, relied on God to get it done, and now we see the start of it.
There you have it, right here on a great day here in Terrebonne Parish, and we'll have a lot more. Don't go away. All right, everyone, welcome back to Bayou Time. I'm Martin Falls. Very glad to have with us the Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Jim Donlin, who at this time we're going to have a special session. And Mr. Donlin, first of all, I want to welcome you to Bayou Time. Good to see you again.
Glad to be with you. Thank you, Martin.
All right. Let me ask you this.
And Jim will suffice. There's no Mr. necessary.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Let's start off with the fact that, of course, insurance. We didn't realize how important insurance was till, I think, after Hurricane Ida. We've had many tough times with insurance. We've had many successes with insurance. We've had, everyone's tried to fix insurance for such a long time. It's a tough realm. You went to the governor. I guess you gave him your case why a special session was needed. First of all, let's start off the grassroots. What was that conversation like? And was it a hard sell to the governor, or was it quite an easy sell?
Actually, he was very receptive from the outset and supportive. Gave me some guidance on what he thought we needed to do in order to be successful in this ongoing special session that just started here today. And in fact, as I was going into the meeting with the Democrat caucus a little while ago, he was coming out. And we had a hallway conversation on the latest status of the feeling in the legislature for what I am proposing to address the ongoing crisis in our property insurance market, which those of you in the Houma, Thibodaux area, the Bayou region, are feeling the heaviest burden of the affordability and availability of insurance, both commercial as well as residential. And our bill is designed specifically and targeted to doing just that, granting relief to those who can't get coverage and even those who can only get coverage in the state-sponsored market of last resort called Louisiana Citizens Property Insurance Company.
Now let me ask you this, because I fall into both categories. Naturally, I have property, then I'm trying to insure businesses, but this just isn't a focus on Martin Falls or HTV. We have tons of people in the same realm. And I guess the first question I would like for you to explain is the 10% higher. I think it's a state law, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have to find the highest person, whatever they're going to be, drafting their policy for Louisiana, and then Citizens goes 10% higher than that. Can you give some clarity to that?
Sure. And the reason for that is Citizens is the market of last resort for property owners who can't get coverage in the private sector. Similar to the assigned risk pool for drivers with DWIs or multiple accidents, speeding tickets, what have you, that can't get coverage from a private company, there's something called the assigned risk pool to provide them coverage. We had a similar thing called the Louisiana Health Plan before the Affordable Care Act was passed here 10 years ago that mandated guarantee issue for everybody in the United States. And the price of guarantee issue was to spread that risk across all of the population and cover everybody for all of the covered conditions that came with the Affordable Care Act equally. And so Citizens, like the assigned risk pool, like the old Louisiana Health Plan, is state-sponsored. The risk is borne by all of us who own insurance policies on property statewide, commercial as well as residential. And we're still paying every year an assessment on every residential property insurance policy, every commercial property insurance policy for 3 more years to finish paying off the bonds that Citizens had to issue after Katrina and Rita, to finish paying $1 billion bond issue. At the time, the second largest bond issue in the history of the state. And it has 3 more years to go to be amortized. So the law requires that every year Citizens do a survey of all the parishes, 64 parishes. They don't do it based upon the most expensive individual policy. They do it based upon the rates filed by companies actively writing in each of the 64 parishes. Find out what they're charging. The most expensive company, add 10% to it, and that's what they charge to have a policy with Citizens. The purpose of that is to keep it as a market of last resort and not become a market of choice, because frankly, Martin, the state cannot afford to become the insurer for our hurricane exposure in our state. In the past 3 hurricane seasons, for Laura and Ida primarily, we collected $24 billion for insured losses from just those 2 hurricane events.
All right, welcome back to Bayou Time, everyone. We have the Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, Louisiana's 1st Congressional District. And Congressman, good to see you again. I know you're just coming off a fun time in Mardi Gras in Washington, but a lot of business to talk about. First of all, how are you today, sir?
Martin, I'm doing great. It's great to be back with you, and very busy up here in a good way. It was great seeing thousands of Louisiana friends come up to Washington for Washington Mardi Gras. But we're back at work and moving a really aggressive conservative agenda up here in this new Republican majority House.
Yeah, let's talk about that because, of course, we all followed it and seen the long time it took to get the leader. But that's all done. It's all behind. What is the mood of the Congress now? How do you feel it's going, and how do you feel it's allowing y'all to move that agenda? Is it easier process than you thought, or is it still very difficult?
It's a more open process, and what I see is a much more focused conference, especially on the Republican side. Now that we're in the majority, there were a lot of things that we wanted to do the last few years to get our country back on track. And, you and I have talked about energy policy and how bad energy policy has hurt the country, but it's surely hurt South Louisiana. You've seen that with an open border, the problems that an open border creates. In South Louisiana, we're losing hundreds of people a month to deaths from drugs like fentanyl. When I talk to coroners in my district, they're seeing deaths going through the roof from people that die. They think they're taking a Xanax or a Skittles, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they don't even wake up. And this shouldn't be happening. So we've been wanting to address all of these problems for a long time, and now that we're in the majority, we can bring bills to the floor to do it. And in fact, we made real changes to the rules of the House to allow members to be more engaged. We got rid of proxy voting. Look, you had almost half of the members of Congress on some of the major bills last year under Speaker Pelosi. More than half the members of Congress weren't even showing up in Washington to vote on those bills. They were allowed to have another person vote for them. That had never happened before in the history of our country. We got rid of that. That's ridiculous. You got to show up and do your job. You can't tell somebody who's working on an oil rig, hey, phone it in or go on a Zoom call or something. You've got to show up and do your work. So should Congress, and so we've done that. And I think it's made it a better process, because when people are there in person, when we're looking at each other in the eye, when we're starting to address these problems, it's a lot better when you're right there talking to the other person that you're trying to work through things with.
And plus, it holds them accountable. It's easy to go behind a computer or push a button or however y'all do it, but when you're there, they got to own up to their vote.
Exactly.
Let me ask you about insurance, and I know there's been a lot of talk, especially after Ida in our district, and I know you've seen all the damage, but people are really struggling to pay that mortgage, and of course a lot of them who can't self-insure have to pay the insurance because the banks have that clause in the contract, so they have to have it, there's no doubt. But what is being done, and what's the conversations to maybe help these people out? I know you've probably been getting a lot of comments on these type of topics. What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I go through different parts of South Louisiana, my district, that are still recovering from Ida's damage. And, it's more than a year after the storm hit, and yet folks are still struggling. And so we were able to get a lot of federal money coming down to South Louisiana to help people rebuild, but it's a slow process. But now you're also seeing this insurance crisis, and the state's dealing with this on the homeowners insurance. You're seeing companies that went under, companies that are not writing new policies, that are jacking up rates. And so the state's going to use some surplus money to put an incentive fund in place to hopefully lower premiums in Louisiana. But at the federal level, I've been working with a number of other members on this major problem we're seeing from the National Flood Insurance Program. NFIP, as it's known, came out with this ridiculous thing called Risk Rating 2.0. And when it came out, we were starting to hear complaints immediately from people who were in some of the areas where rates already started going through the roof. And so I started meeting with flood protection district heads, people who build levees for a living, engineers, hydrologists who understand what ratings are supposed to be for flood. And they couldn't make any sense out of what FEMA was doing. So I asked FEMA for a meeting. And this is over a year ago. They refused to meet to explain what they were doing.
I watch all the hearings on YouTube, and I watch you, and I watch Senator Kennedy, and I watch just a bunch of them. And it just seems to me that there's this arrogance in Washington that anybody that comes up and has to appear before a committee, that it's almost a dog and pony show that they present, and y'all are pressing and pressing and pressing. And somewhere along the way it changed where people felt like, well, I don't have to answer to anybody. What can y'all try to do with, I guess, regulations or any type of changes in the way these committees are done that really forces their hand to answer the questions and move the process forward?
Yeah, and you're exactly right with the arrogance, when people get drunk with power. Unfortunately, power affects people differently. And these unelected bureaucrats, I think, have gotten so arrogant in some cases where they don't think they're accountable to anybody. And unfortunately, Congress for the last few years has not held anybody accountable. And so one of the things we did day one is said, we're putting committees in place and putting members on those committees who are going to hold people accountable. So you're an unelected bureaucrat, whether it's a cabinet secretary on down. If we've got a border crisis, Secretary Mayorkas is going to come in and he's going to have really tough questions he's going to have to answer. We're going to be looking into things like, where did COVID start? For whatever reason, Speaker Pelosi wouldn't even hold those hearings. Dr. Fauci, others need to come in and answer questions like, not only did it start in the lab in Wuhan, but were American taxpayer dollars going to companies like EcoHealth Alliance using gain-of-function research to create this weaponized disease known as COVID in the lab, not some bat biting a cat, the crazy things we heard. And so holding people accountable and making it very clear up front that if you're working for the taxpayers of the United States of America and they're paying your salaries, you have a responsibility to do that job fairly. And if you're not, we're going to bring you in, we're going to hold you accountable. But we also need to pass legislation. There's a bill I love called the REINS Act. And as majority leader, I get to determine which bills come to the floor. You can bet that's going to be a bill that comes to the floor in the first few months. But the REINS Act says if a federal bureaucracy, an agent, an unelected bureaucrat in Washington comes up with some idea, rule or regulation, and it has an impact on the economy, which almost all of them do, shouldn't that rule or regulation first go through Congress? Those of us that are held accountable every 2 years.
About 5 minutes left, and I want to keep to my work because I know you're very busy. But every time I turn the TV on, there's new documents, secret documents, top secret, being found in the garage, in some other building. And I'm not saying it's just Democrats. They found some with former President Trump, but it seems like we're finding a lot of this. And where do you see all this going? Because it's quite alarming to a lot of people watching that. Seems like everybody has secret documents hidden in a file folder somewhere.
Right, and this is something that, to me, the thing that angers me the most is the double standard. Because you saw last year, the FBI raided President Trump's home. That had never happened before in the history of our country, where the FBI raided the home of a former president. And by the way, presidents have taken classified documents. We can debate whether or not they should be able to, but presidents, Barack Obama took, from what I've heard, millions of classified documents. I don't know the real number because they don't publish that, but no one disputes that he took large numbers of classified documents. And there's a negotiation, there's a process so that the National Archives can be assured that those documents will be kept secure. In President Trump's case, they asked him to keep it behind lock and key in one of the rooms in his house. And then the FBI kicked down that door. They broke that lock. With Joe Biden's case, first of all, go back and remember before we all knew about these documents. Joe Biden knew about it. He went on national TV on 60 Minutes and said it was irresponsible for President Trump to have those documents. He knew when he was saying that he himself had documents. As vice president, you're not allowed to declassify documents that are classified. A president of the United States can actually do that, can declassify those documents. So there's a big difference here. But what really gets me the most irritated is that the press and the Justice Department treated these two cases very differently. The Justice Department knew that Biden had those documents prior to the election, and they sat on it. They concealed it until after the election. They surely didn't go kick any doors down. They actually waited for Joe Biden to turn over what he said were all the documents. Turns out he didn't turn them all over, and now they're finding more. Why did they treat Joe Biden differently than President Trump or any other president? You know, that begs those questions. And also there's a larger question. Are they classifying too many things that really shouldn't be classified?
That's a good point. You know, as I'm watching national news and as a local reporter, but more as a citizen, I'm just alarmed at the amount, and I'm going to call it shenanigans, that Hunter Biden was involved in, that the president, we're finding out, had to have some knowledge as the quote alleged big man or big guy or whatever. But how much diving into those issues are y'all at right now, and what can we expect to see in the upcoming weeks on that?
Yeah, the Oversight Committee, the Judiciary Committee are all looking into this. And then, frankly, the more they ask questions, it's alarming how many more disturbing things we find out about, you know, not just what Hunter Biden was doing, but how Hunter Biden was tied in financially to Joe Biden, the big guy, as he was referred to in some of those emails that were discovered on Hunter Biden's laptop, where it looked like Hunter Biden was doing a lot of dealings with foreign countries like Russia, like China, that we should be very alarmed about. And again, those classified documents were also accessible to Hunter Biden. He's getting these large multi-million-dollar contracts with countries like China and Russia, and there are allegations that some of that money ended up going to Joe Biden. They've disputed that in the past. There are documents that make it appear that he actually did get that money. That is being investigated right now as well.
The final question, because I know that you've worked closely and y'all, the tremendous groundbreaking that y'all appeared at last time in Terrebonne Parish, it just seems like more and more the Corps of Engineers and the federal government is on board. It was a good message that y'all brought from Washington last time. Is that still on point for the people watching? It seems like the new colonel is really working good with the local leaders. Is that still on point?
It is, you know, and sometimes it's been adversarial, but I met with the Corps of Engineers leadership a long time ago for big projects like LA1, which I've been able to get the funding to complete. The locals, of course, started this. This all started with Terrebonne-Lafourche Parish, putting up money for big flood protection projects like Morganza to the Gulf, which you were referring to. You're talking about LA1, where locals put up the money initially, the state came in, but ultimately it wasn't going to be completed until the federal government bought into it. So I fought and went to bat to get that federal money. Secretary Elaine Chao, under President Trump, was the one who approved what was at the time the largest Tiger grant in the country, infra grant, I believe it was, to complete LA1. Then we went to work on Morganza to the Gulf, and for years the Corps of Engineers was saying this project just doesn't meet our criteria to fund it. And yet the locals were building a lot of those levees themselves to high standards. And we were looking at the cost estimates that the Corps was doing, and it just didn't seem to make sense. So we ultimately got the Corps to go reevaluate this project. I was able to get the Office of Management Budget in the White House to reevaluate it. And they realized that they had overpriced the project dramatically. They were saying it was going to cost $10 billion. Ended up, it's probably a $3 billion project, which is still a lot of money. But when you talk about the justification for the federal government to get involved, it actually allowed the federal government to say, okay, you know what, we'll start participating in it. And then I was able to go get some initial seed money for the federal government to start it. We just a few weeks ago had the groundbreaking for that first federal project. Again, the locals had been putting up money for years. The first time ever that we got federal money was just in these last few months, and we had that groundbreaking with all the local officials and the Corps of Engineers. And I think it was an important step to get Morganza to the Gulf closer to finalization. A lot of those projects have been built locally to get the Corps of Engineers to help complete it has been critical, and now we have them as a partner in this process.
Before you leave, are you happy with the way LSU's looking at their players? I know I got to get an LSU question in.
Hey, look, it excites me every time, Coach Kelly came in, turned the program around, had him in the mix in the last few weeks, even for the national title race. But he's doing great on recruiting, too. It's great to see LSU football back in play. And, and I think we're going to be another top 10 team again next year competing. I was at the Alabama game where we beat Alabama in overtime.
Wow.
It's been a long time. Maybe the national title game back in 2020 was more exciting, but that was really exciting.
First of all, welcome to the Pastoral Center here at the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. I'm Lonnie Thibodeau, and what a day. Did y'all realize that almost this exact same group of people were sitting in this room exactly 51 weeks ago today? I know, I checked. 51 weeks ago today for something that seemed relatively similar to this, right? Oh, but it was way different. That was a date of departure. Today's a date of arrival. You follow what I'm saying? And that's what today is. So when y'all got here today, you probably noticed the white puff of smoke coming out the But the HTV guys corrected me and said, no, Lonnie, that's fog. Oh, okay. I thought it was white smoke. I thought that's how it worked. He is our diocesan administrator, and look, there will come a time in the next couple months where we will formally loudly proclaim our gratitude to this man. But if us did not take the opportunity right now to give him at least a little bit of gratitude, our diocesan administrator, Father P.J. Madden.
Congratulations, Father PJ. Father PJ called me after his lunch with Bishop Mario yesterday, and I tell you, he sounded like a kid on Christmas morning. For 10 months, you have served us, Father PJ, generously, with open hands, a humble heart, and a receptive spirit. Thank you for being you for us. I give you Very Reverend P.J. Madden.
Happiness, happiness. The greatest gift that I possess. I thank the Lord that I have been blessed with more than my share of happiness. Good morning, everybody. What a day. First of all, we're part of the Universal Church. Just for a moment, we pause, these beautiful moments, and remember our Holy Father, who's in the Democratic Republic of the Congo right now, with approximately 1 million people assembling for Holy Mass, as he visits that war-torn country, and will go from there to South Sudan, which is also a war-torn country, to proclaim the gospel of justice, truth, love and peace. I am very grateful for everybody's participation and commitment. And beyond that, all I can say to our incoming bishop, whose name you notice I haven't used yet for a reason, you're inheriting a very well-run, a very integrated diocese of faith-filled Cajun spirituality that is so unique, Bishop, that you're going to love it, because you'll melt into it rather than just guided and leaded. You'll be a pastor in the center as well as a pastor at the head. And we thank you for saying your yes to come here to serve us, to bring us all forward, because all we do, you and us together, is for the glory of God, in, with, and through Jesus Christ, guided and enlightened by the Holy Spirit. That is what we're here for. Amen? Amen. And so with all that said, I introduce to you your new bishop, and watch how I pronounce his name. This is very important to the cultural background from which he comes, Colombia. His name is pronounced with the French ending emphasized. This is Bishop Mario d'Arsonville.
Before I begin to talk to you, I have 3 words that I have prepared very carefully today. Good morning, bonjour, buenos días. I've heard that you are excited. Have to tell you, I am super excited. I really want, first of all, in a very special way, to recognize and to thank Archbishop Shelton Fabb, who has been such a wonderful leader and shepherd among the faithful priests, religious communities of this diocese. His work, I have seen it every single moment since the communication of His Excellency Archbishop Pierre. I also want to recognize the appointment that I have received from His Holiness Pope Francis. I am humble and very happy and disposed to say to His Holiness, I'm here as you wish to serve you and to serve our Lord in your will. Also, I want to recognize Archbishop Gregory Amond, who is my brother and friend since the beginning, has been in wonderful communications with me, guiding me and being there for me. Archbishop Amond, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And not last or least, I want to recognize the powerful presence of the diocesan administrator, Father P.J. Madden. You will never see me doing what he does. I can't. I wish, but I can't. I have to recognize my human limitations, and that's one. But my dear Father PJ, since the nuncio called me and said, there is a wonderful priest there that is going to call you and to let you know what's going on with this process. I hang up, and suddenly the cell phone rang, Father PJ. Pa, 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 pa. I said, my goodness, do they need a bishop? What a joy, what a joy. Who told you that you're going to be retired? Father Pierre, you dream. Anyhow, one of the most inspiring things that I have heard from Father PJ, it is when he comes and says, Mario, listen to the voice of the Spirit, of the Holy Spirit. You know, I really think since I was a kid, I tried to be very open to that move. And that is why we never are wrong in life, but filled of wisdom. Thank you for your beautiful advice, and I will come back to this point later on. He said that it's going to be short. I don't think that it's going to be short. Let me introduce myself to you. in a very brief way, because this is about you, it's not about me, but it's important for you to get to know me. As Father PJ mentioned to you, I come from different backgrounds, and one of the main reasons I came to the United States, it was to begin my doctoral studies at my beloved university, Catholic University of America, where I began to see much mercy and love from the alma mater. When everyone couldn't understand what I was saying, I don't know if you can now, but I hope. It was a process where I recognized that my Colombian, French background, it was a bridge for a multicultural spectrum that Washington, D.C. has, where there are so many accents, so many faces, but just one faith. We are one family. And that's the motivation I come here today, because I'm delighted to see how Houma and Tibiro is the spectrum of so many cultures and many talents and gifts that I'm sure through the years have been blossomed. My eyes are in what our dear Father Jay told me, and the hurricanes, especially in the last one, Ida. I know through these years I have been focusing my eyes in this human tragedy of the people, whatever might be what they are going through. We're coming from a pandemic where we lost so many people, but also there are so much suffering in today's world that we need to, as our beloved Pope Francis has said, let us move from indifference to solidarity, and let us embrace that suffering of the faces of the human beings that are around us, because they remind us Jesus' face. And in that perspective, I come to continue the process of rebuilding, the process of being better, and the process to be there as instruments of Jesus Christ in the life of those who are suffering. Another very important point is the synod that is going on in today's world. A call for walking together. I am one with you. I am one for you. I pledge my time, my care, my devotion, and my love as a shepherd to be the instrument of Jesus Christ in your lives. The synod will let us know that we walk together, finding out the voices of the Holy Spirit, that we will let us know what are the paths that we have to undertake. It is very good for me to understand that a decade ago, upon Bishop Fab's arrival, he noticed while Houma and Tibiro had great people and rich history, there was a lack of common vision that brought all of us together. It's not a church for the clergy. It's a church for human beings. It has been great to deal with or to talk to the pastoral center leadership, and I feel very, very blessed. I will not be real or truthful if I can say that it's going to be a transition, that in my heart there are so many people that for 32 years I serve and I love, but I'm going to ask you a favor. Please pray for me. And if anyone knows how to advise me to avoid alligators, please let me know. You know how Bill introduced me to the pastoral center? He said, do you see this one in front of the pastoral center? I said, yeah. And said, there are like 3 or 4 alligators living there. We don't have that in Washington. But I'm sure that little by little, you will help me to understand the culture and the animals that I will see. May the Lord God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bishop Mario. Okay, what we're going to do, we do have just a very few minutes. If we have maybe just a couple of questions, maybe 5 minutes of questions maybe from the media. I know we do have some people that need to leave pretty shortly, so we'll try to accommodate maybe a couple of questions for Bishop Mario. And then, as I said earlier, we're going to take probably a little bit of a break, let the media depart, and then we'll have a staff meeting after that. I'm sensing Martin Falls is jumping because he's giving me the look. Oh, wait, I tell you what, Martin, before you before you ask a question, one person I do want to recognize in the crowd, my predecessor, my mentor, Louis Aguirre, who was the Director of Communications of this diocese for over 38 years, is probably, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, is probably the only person in this room right now who has been present at the introduction of all 5 of our bishops. Is there anybody else oh, Holly? Okay. So y'all can have the first dance later. But Louis Aguirre, thank you. I want to thank you. We're honored that you are here, and of course, he retired 3 or so years ago, a little further back, about 5, right? 5, 6. So Louis Aguirre, I just want to recognize you. Thank you very much for being here. Okay. Martin, I'll start with you. You have a question for the bishop?
Yeah, this is the first Dean Martin roast of an installation I've ever been to.
Bishop, you want to come back up here real quick? Sure.
Bishop, first of all, welcome. We appreciate you being here. Tell me about the phone call that you got. Was it from Rome? Was it from Washington? If Washington, it was a local call, right?
Yes, indeed.
What was it like? Did you answer on the first ring or the 10th ring?
No, you answered the first ring. Yeah, better. The Papal Nuncio, Archbishop Pierre, called me, and he told me, "Are you seated?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, they don't ask you if you wish. He said, the Holy Father wants you to go there. Go." More or less. And I expressed my love, gratitude. But let me tell you something. Immediately, it came into my heart, yes. Why I should say no?
Right.
Right?
Correct.
It's just...
I did a little follow-up. I did a little research on you, and I understand that you might be allergic to shellfish.
Yes.
In South Louisiana.
And to alligators as well.
So no crawfish?
No. No. That came like 40 years ago.
because you know they're going to try to feed you a lot around here. What's your favorite meal? Because everybody's taking notes.
Okay, that's good. Lettuce?
Let us pray. Let us pray. All right. Welcome aboard. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mary?
Yeah.
Anybody else? I'm just curious. When they told you were headed to this diocese in Houma, did you have to look at a map?
Yes, and I have a very funny experience. I went to my annual checkup. Thank God I'm almost perfect. And I said to my doctor, Dr. Colin, do you know that where is Houma? He looks at me and said, what part of the world is this, Father? Yeah, no. Yeah, you have to look at the map and you say, what a wonderful geography right there. Yeah, unique. It's like I said to the nuncio, this is like the mouth of the hurricanes, right? But we'll pray, no more hurricanes.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungas of the great state of Louisiana. We're here for the first annual King Cake Fest with this beautiful weather. Great opportunity to get out and try some incredible king cake. I'm excited and to see who wins the best king cake. This is important. Coming out of COVID, we've got to do everything physically possible to help all the small community mom and pop shops, attractions, restaurants come back, and it's going to take a couple years. But events like this, getting people to come down to Thibodaux and enjoy the great outdoors here, but also spend some money in the community. It's what we need to do to get people moving around Louisiana and get back to those record-breaking tourism numbers we enjoyed before COVID.
Deanna LaFont, the Executive Director of the Lafourche Education Foundation.
I'm Channing Parfait, the President of the Lafourche Education Foundation.
So we're here in downtown Thibodaux, and we have lots of king cake to taste. We have 28 vendors and lots of folks out here enjoying the beautiful weather, and we are excited to raise some funds for Lafourche Parish Public Schools and teachers.
Yes, all the money we raised today is going straight back to teachers through teacher grants, so they'll be able to identify the needs that they have for their students. So we're really excited to have everyone out here today in support of that.
And this community always supports education to teachers, and that's why this is a great event. I'm really excited that y'all have so many vendors the first year, and the crowd, pretty incredible for a first year. So looking forward to making this an annual event, supporting the teachers in a great community. So I'm excited to be here with you.
Yes, thank you so much for heading out here. We appreciate having you.
Cody Gray, President and CEO of Louisiana's Cajun Bayou Tourism here in Lafourche Parish. We are very excited to have a brand new event to celebrate Mardi Gras here in the parish after a couple of very turbulent years. It's great to be able to come back out, to enjoy this great weather, to enjoy the friendship and camaraderie, and to really celebrate the Mardi Gras season. And Mardi Gras is big business for Lafourche Parish. It brings in visitors from across the United States and even internationally. And so it's great to finally be able to be back in full force, to really enjoy the season and to welcome visitors to our unapologetically Cajun destination.
So y'all have done such a great job at welcoming visitors from Mardi Gras. Last year we saw Mardi Gras visitors come here. We had a family from Australia came down here, family-friendly, safe, affordable Mardi Gras, something in the big cities a lot of people don't feel safe going there. So as we've been promoting Mardi Gras all over Louisiana, your region has done an incredible job at having people planning Mardi Gras trips here, staying in the bed and breakfast or hotels. They don't have to pay to park. They feel safe, and you treat strangers like family.
That's exactly right.
So incredible job. This event, when I started telling people I was coming down this past week, they're like, wait, there's not a King Cake Fest. So yes, there's a new one. And to see so many vendors, so many different king cakes, I'm excited. I can't wait to eat some.
I know. I was going to say, it's it's a little bit of a sugar overload, but that's okay. That's what we do this time of year.
Hey, we'll diet after Mardi Gras. It's a great time. Thanks for the great work.
Thank you, sir.
I love partnering with you.
Absolutely.
Y'all do a great job, and great people down here in Thibodaux.
Thank you very much. We're happy to do it.
Great.
Okay, this is Big Mike. We're out here at the Thibodaux first annual King Cake Tasting Contest. And being at the first annual event, it means a lot to be out here getting with everybody, especially after a couple years of going through COVID. We're getting things going in the right direction.
I'm the rank chief of police here in Thibodaux. This is the first annual King Cake Festival, which is going to kick off Mardi Gras for the Thibodaux area, and I guess you could say Lafourche. The crowd is great. They said they had over 1,000 tickets already sold as of last night. So, I mean, that's a great thing. And as you can see, all the vendors have all the different cakes. There's going to be a contest, so people will be able to judge who has the best king cake. I'm glad I'm not the judge, because it'd be kind of hard, because when you love sweets, it's kind of hard to judge who's got the best. But I'm glad, the weather's great. I'm glad to see the people coming out. This is the first time that all the crews, and it was one of Shaka's ideas to get all the crews together and kind of do like you do in New Orleans to kick off Carnival, is have a toast. And so I'm glad that came together, and all the crews were all in for it. So as you see the stage, you got music, but 2 o'clock they're going to actually kick off Carnival for Thibodaux. And also you're going to have a children's parade that's going to start at 1:30. So that's going to start and come up 2nd Street here down to the stage. And I'm not sure if they're judging, you know, the floats and stuff that the kids have made, but the festivities are great, the weather's great, so looking forward to a great weekend.
Let me announce the royalty that we have on stage and in front of us right here. From the crew of Ambrosia, 2023 King and Queen, Cliff Terrio and Jessica Cannon. From the crew of Christopher, 2023 King and Queen, Dr. Blake, Joseph Marcella, and Abigail Catherine Duplantis. From the crew of Cronus, 2023 King and Queen, Dr. Chad Michael Duga and Marlo Elizabeth Rodrigue. From the crew of Ghana, 2022 King and Queen, Edwin Broden and Lizette Williams. From the crew of Cleophas, 2023 King and Queen, First Class Bobby Bajaran, unable to attend because he's serving our country, and his queen Amy Abair. And from the crew of Shaka, 2022, King and Queen, Lamont Lewis and Kashana Jones. Once again, this is remarkable. When you look up here and you see all these people running around, you certainly give thanks. You give thanks to all the people responsible for putting this on. You give thanks to the City of Thibodaux employees for doing all they do. But we have to remember, Mardi Gras is actually a religious holiday, right? And we have to give credit to whatever God you serve for letting us enjoy these revelries, this festivity, and this weather. So we ask that you put your glasses in the air. For 2023, the City of Thibodaux, Mardi Gras kickoff. Hail Mardi Gras! Bring on the king cake, y'all!
Hi everybody, welcome back to Bite Time Sports. Harry McCullough here. Got a nice treat as we got a champion on board tonight. We're going to talk a little boxing with the King, Jonathan Guidry, the King Guidry. He's out of Dulac. He's a heavyweight, North American Boxing Association heavyweight crown. He just defended his crown against Beware Stavern there. Justin Verdant is owner and boxing coach at Extreme MMA and Fitness is also here as well. So, man, pleasure to meet you, see you. This is unbelievable, man. And we got somebody from Dulac that's a world champ. We were just talking a little bit beforehand. Let's get to know you a little bit. So you're from Dulac.
Yes, sir.
Did you grow up trapping and shrimping? I do see that. Yeah. I didn't know if that was part of the stick, like, oh yeah, I'm a shrimper, but
yeah, that's what we did. I was shrimping and crabbing, pretty much, you know.
That's your family.
Off the bayou, you know, right. That's what we do.
Yeah, well, that's what we all do down here, right?
Seafood.
It's all good. How'd you get into boxing?
Growing up, my brother would, and who was related to Justin, the whole family, you know, been boxing. I've been boxing probably like 8 years old, off and on, you know, and it's been the same group of people, us, Justin, Elsie, Martin, just always just stuck with it, you know, and I just always under the radar, and now we where we need to be at now.
Yeah, now you're on the radar. You're like a blimp growing across the United States, right? Hopefully nobody shoots it down. Hey, Justin, pretty good to have a guy like this walk into your gym, although he didn't walk into, he's been there since 4 or 5 years old, right?
Yeah, he been a champion since he was a little kid. We always knew he could make it to the top to where he's at right now and go a lot further. We always do it, so it's awesome to have somebody like that.
Yeah, it's not an overnight deal, though, right?
No, it's...
You know, you're 33 years old now.
Yeah, that's what I say. If we would have had this opportunity when I was about 24, 25-ish, it would be, you know, a lot better. But like I said, it was just been a slow process, and we stuck with it a lot of time, you know, thinking that it's probably don't see nothing.
Right.
But then we got a call from Don King. We've been dealing with Don King.
Don King.
Yeah. So that's pretty much my promoter now, and he's putting us out there in big fights, and we doing pretty good in the fights.
So you're 19-1-2, is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Over 9 years as a pro.
Yeah.
You talked about coming up. You did Golden Gloves and all that. State
Yeah, I
champs?
was amateur. My record in amateur was like 38-8. I won a state and regional Golden Gloves 5 years in a row. Won a few titles, you know, amateur titles. Ringside World Tournament, and like I said, it's just been a slow process, you know.
Right. And look, that's the way it's kind of got to be, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless you do hit Mike Tyson, you're coming up at 17 years old.
Right.
It's a little different for
It all
most people.
depends. If you
It's
get with the
long.
right people, then they can get you out there. Like I said, once we got with Don King, we was able to fight for a world title, which I think was kind of, they didn't expect me to do as good as I did, and we was fighting Don King's fighter. So when you go to the scorecard with a champion.
DeCorey Scott was that fight, right?
No, that was Trevor Bryant.
Oh, that's Trevor Bryant.
For the world title.
Oh, I
That's
got
why
you.
I lost the world title. It was I lost a split decision to the world champion. So a split decision. I thought it should have been a draw. Right. And then
it was Don King.
Yeah, you fight Don King, his fighter.
Now you his
so
guy.
now he seen how good we did. So now he's kind of picked me up, and I had to fight DeCorey Scott for this belt, and we knocked him on the 7th round, and now that's how we got this belt. In the last fight, we had to defend it against Bermain Taverne, who was a big name in boxing. He fought
right. He's been fighting for a while.
Yeah, he ain't got that fight in him no more, and we was able to put his name under a belt, and now we're trying to fight back for the WBA, back for the world title against Daniel Dubois. So we're trying to work that out.
And probably this summer.
Probably so. He had messed up his knee in a fight, his last fight, so he got to go through surgery. So. And he had, like, I guess a year or so to defend the title, so it should be within about 8 months.
And you fought down in Miami for this last defense.
Yeah, Miami,
you have any idea where you're going to fight this next one?
It'll probably be overseas because he's a champion. And,
where's he from?
From London.
Oh, he's from London.
Yeah, so we'll probably have to go overseas and fight over there.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting. You're getting to see the world a little bit, right?
You get to travel. That's one thing with boxing we always did. We got to freaking travel a lot. We went to a lot of places. We went to Kansas City,
We did
Missouri.
many fundraisers trying to go places and help them out.
You got to go.
Did good.
Good. We have some video of you guys training that we'll roll in here. You fight under heavyweight?
Yeah, small heavyweight.
Dude, well, I was about to say, now heavyweights now are growing up to be like 6'9", and you know, roll that video, please.
Yeah,
and
the word champ, what that makes you feel like when people put that to your name, how does that make you feel?
I feel I didn't make it yet, you know what I'm saying? I still got a lot to go, you know. I need, locally people know me, but we still got, you know what I'm saying? We got to make the world say champ, you know.
How you feeling, champ?
Great, man, great.
Come on.
Fight days getting closer.
Awesome, man. It's a lot of work, though, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of work. A lot of dedication.
Heck of a game. All right, we're going to take a break. I want to ask you so much more. We could do this all night. We'll be back with more Bite Time Sports right after this.
Bayou Time Sports is brought to you by Terrible General Health Systems Community Sports Institute in conjunction with Barker Honda.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Bayou Time Sports. Harry McCullough here. We're speaking with the King. It's Jonathan King Guidry, the heavyweight champ for the North American Boxing Association. Jonathan, how'd you get the nickname King?
It's a long time ago, really. I just always was that in amateur, and then Never changed it.
The king. You guys, but you saw this early, right? Like I say, he walked into the gym, Justin, and you saw it early in him, right?
Yeah, since he was a little bitty kid. I mean, we always knew it. He was the one. Since, like you said, 8 years old, when he's winning tournaments, he's winning championships since he was young.
Yeah.
You know, and we were just waiting for his time, and he finally got a chance through Don King, but Don King giving him the platform to get where he's at. You know, so we did many shows here in Houma and in New Orleans for him to try to get to where he's at, and that's how he started off in the small shows. Now he's up top.
Absolutely, Jonathan, you grab that belt, man. If you can show it to, that's so impressive, man. So yeah, that's an awesome look, and you know, hard fought. What'd you feel when they put that around your waist for the first time?
It felt good because normally in the fight I'm always the underdog. Like I said, we went in that fight. This dude I fought with, Corey Scott, he was supposed to be the next coming. They was calling him Tyson. And to me, I'm like, I had way more experience. A lot of people don't realize, like I said, how long we've been doing this. I've been doing this. And so at first I thought I was going to be, the upper edge. And then when we go to the fight, everything was about him. So I'm like, all right, I like to be the underdog. And when we knocked him out.
You caught him?
Yeah, it surprised a lot of people. But I knew that was going to happen the whole fight because he ain't had that much experience. He was 7-0, but all his fights was knockouts. But he didn't go the distance. And he was young, so I'm
boxing is sweet science, right?
Yeah,
you got to know about
it's
what's
mental.
going on. Yeah.
It's real mental. And like I said, I just knew we could have beat him, but like I said, the bigger guy, that's going to be the test, real test, So.
Yeah, let's talk about what boxing has become. Tyson Fury's 6'9" now.
Yes.
And we were talking, it kind of started with Lennox Lewis, the Klitschko's, and that heavyweight crown now are guys that are 6'8", 6'9", and almost 300 pounds, right?
Yeah,
so
they're huge.
you're Mike Tyson's size.
Right.
You're a little heavier than Mike, but you come in right at 5'11", almost about 250 pounds. I don't know if you fight at 250, but so how do you make up that difference?
Like I said, amateur, I always had to fight these big guys. I mean, you kind of used to fighting people 6'4", 6'6", just getting in the inside, staying there, and what happens, I would hit hard, so actually, it surprised a lot of big guys. But sometimes I see big guys in my head. I'm thinking, a coach got you in here. You don't want to be here. You just here because they're using your size, know. And some of them bigger, they can't fight. But now we get into them levels with the guys they can fight. So like my next fight might be Daniel Dubois. He's 6'6". He's a big boy. And the winner out of us probably fight the winner out of Klitschko. I mean, Tyson Fury and Usyk, because they fighting. And the heavyweight, there's only like 5 big belts. And Tyson Fury got one, Usyk got like 3, and Daniel Dubois got the other one. So Tyson Fury and Usyk is gonna fight, and maybe if I get that fight with Daniel Dubois, the winner out of us, will fight the winner out of them.
Yeah, I mean that could be life-changing money and and everything else.
Unify all the titles for the heavyweights. So that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, no, that would be unbelievable. So what is your style? You're a knockout puncher? Or, I was watching you hit those jabs, and it seemed like those jabs are pretty good. But do you like to counter punch? I know you went the distance last time.
Yeah, like I find I can adapt to my opponent. Whatever they can, whatever they lacking, if it's going backwards, forward, left, or right, I'll just make them. Whatever you can't do, I'll do. You know what I'm saying? Some people go in the fight going one way. Some people, they'll do the same thing after a while, and I could pick up to. I could adapt to my opponents.
Mm-hmm. But if you get an opening, you take a guy out.
Yeah, I can take him.
You're making it easy night, right?
Yeah.
No doubt. So let's go back to your start. You went to Ellender, you said, and you got into boxing early. What do you do from now? I know I know what the paydays are early on in your career. So you working? You do other jobs?
Yeah, we still shrimping and crabbing.
Oh, you do that for a living?
Yeah, that's what we do for a living, shrimping and crabbing. And that's what's kind of hard about it, because that's real work, it's hard work and you miss a lot of sleep. And it's hard to squeeze in the gym sometimes. But like when I got a fight coming up, I would take about 2 months off and just straight train. But if we get these big fights, then we probably could just train and wouldn't have to work.
Look, man, shrimping is tough enough, right? The price of fuel, the turtle excluded devices, all the other things that have been against, the price of the dock, all of that stuff I know is hard. I know it'd be great to represent this area and to kind of help your family out to get a real big payday doing this. You think you're a couple of fights away from one of those life-changing
Yeah, I think that it's going to be the next fight. Next fight, like I said, if we can fight back for that world title, that's going to be some big money.
Well, maybe they'll let you off of the shrimp season a little earlier and let you train a little more.
Go to training camp. You know?
Yeah, you go up to like altitude and train like that.
Go to
right?
Big Bear over there.
No, that's awesome, dude. We're proud of you here for sure, and to represent our area, man, in the ring. You know, there's people. I went to a dentist the other day. He's like, "Hey, who's this kid? This guy from Dulac?" You know, so the name's getting around. People are talking. You know, and how big is that to kind of represent the area when you go into the ring?
Well, like I said, my area is always like we got the biggest crowd. Even though we traveled, went all the way to Ohio, I had the biggest crowd. Went to Miami twice, and that's what Don King sees, that I have people behind me. I have the whole town. They're like, man, he got the whole city behind him, you know? And everybody like you say, they don't really know who I am because I'm kind of shy. I don't really like that at all. So I just go there and fight because to me, if you talk shit, you got to back it up.
Right.
So I don't like to.
I got you.
You know.
That might be part of the game. You know, we've seen the Conor McGregors of the world kind of make money off of it, but I'm the same way. I like to bow. You know, when MMA stuff, I like when they're humble and respect the guy, and it is a sweet science.
That's a dangerous sport. Anything can happen. Like I said, win, lose, or draw, as long as I make it, me and my opponent make it back home safe, that's all that matters.
That's awesome, man. Well, again, congratulations, and we'll be looking forward to it. Let us know when you're training, and we'll come and check it out.
All right, thank you.
All right, but Justin and the King, thanks, man. We appreciate it.
Welcome back to Bayou Time. I'm Jacob the Gate, and it's now my pleasure to introduce Father Jim Morrison. Thank you, Jim Morrison, who is known to many in this area, and we're glad to have you here. Who's now been named the new priest at St. Matthew's. Great to have you.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back home.
Oh, well, it certainly is. You were going, past 5 years, but you're back. What's going to happen here forward now that you're at St. Matthew's?
I'm excited to be back. It's coming back in to be rector of the church. So the rector's the pastor of the church that oversees the spiritual life of the parish. And also the school. We're very proud of the ministry of our school. Mm-hmm. It's a solid school that continues to be a home for so many children, 130 right now.
And it's certainly, a beautiful place. It's been rebuilt after the fire. What is it about this community that you love so much?
I just love these people. When I first felt called to be a priest, I always felt called to be a priest here in this area, and especially Terrebonne Parish. And so I was ordained in '87, and I worked down in Chauvin and St. Joseph, and then at St. Bernadette's for a year, and Nunziata for 11 years here, and then in Thibodaux for 5. And so it's, I've missed the Houma Terrebonne community. And it's been great being in New Orleans. I worked at Trinity Church and St. Andrew's Church. But I just felt called to be home, closer to family, closer to this community.
All right. I got to ask, what food do you prefer? The ones they cook in New Orleans, a little bit more Creole style? Or
I'm not picky. If you could eat seminary food in the seminary, then after that, everything's wonderful. But it's good to be back. The people of St. Matthew's love to cook. And I'm really worried about gaining a lot of weight and coming back home. They continue to bring me food to the door, and I'm a little bit worried. But it's been a wonderful challenge to be able to enjoy it and connect with everybody.
And since you were away the last 5 years, have you met some new people that you didn't know before? Or?
Oh, it's wonderful, and that's. A lot of times, even in our small community, there tends to be a lot of barriers or fences. And St. Matthew's was a place that I attended for kindergarten when I was a child. Miss Odom had a program there. But I'd never really interacted with the church community. And even as I ministered here, a lot of times you don't really connect with the other ministers of the other communities. So I'm just delighted to be able to come and to be able to meet all the people at St. Matthew's and just be able to journey with them. And it's exciting. And I continue to run into people I knew all my life. I look a lot older, and everyone else in town is aged. And so sometimes it's really funny because it takes a little while for me to connect. But it's just been delightful. People have been so warm and welcoming, and I truly feel at home.
Well, I certainly, from talking with people in the community, you know, they were just ecstatic when they heard the news. I know I've heard that from several different people. So, so they're certainly glad to have you back, as you know, I'm sure you are happy to be back as well.
I am. I'm eager to get started and to re-engage. It's just really exciting to come in at Mardi Gras time. And as you know, you always see everyone in the streets and see everyone around, and it's a wonderful time just to be able to come and celebrate. So my first Sunday is going to be this Sunday. We have a Eucharist at 10 a.m., and then the parish has a big old feast that's prepared.
Oh, Lord.
And so looking forward to that, and then afterwards to enjoy the Hyacinthines Parade. I don't think I've been this excited since I lived on High Street and heard the sirens back when I was 10 years old. So, but it's exciting, and it'll be wonderful to re-engage.
Well, that I'm sure they'll have a big turnout as well for that.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you've been practicing your good homily.
I'm trying. I'm a little bit nervous, you know, coming back, but it's wonderful. And you know, preaching it always gives you a little bit. I always have to struggle with it, you know, to try to pray and to ask the Lord and sit with the scriptures to see what's the message. But you know, the Spirit always provides, and I'm counting on the Holy Spirit this Sunday. So,
well, I'm sure they'll be there in full force, the Holy Spirit and the congregation as well, to join you in that wonderful, you know, your first event back. And do you see yourself, you know, being here for the long haul, hopefully?
I do. You know, I'm 61 now, 61 and a half, and looking forward to journeying with this community. And it feels really right. And I'm eager to get involved with the civic community and to engage the greater community. It's just wonderful. And I've really learned to celebrate the diversity of the churches, the different perspectives. And I'm looking forward to trying to break down some of those barriers and be able to connect with folks of faith, folks that are looking for faith and longing, and to be able to just really celebrate God's presence and God's love.
Sure, it can certainly be confusing for those people that just weren't raised in, you know, grew up with it, or, you know, all the different, you know, denominations. Everything can get quite confusing if you haven't been around it and if you're looking for that.
Yeah, and there's always so much more that unites us. You know, people of all faiths and all denominations. A lot of times we focus on the divisions,
sure.
And that's a small percentage. The greater positive love of God, you know, it just bridges across all religions and all denominations.
Yeah. So now let's go back to Thibodeau Family Church and the red carpet.
All right, next up, we got a guy here who's handsome, but guess what, y'all? He loves Elvis. And his name is Devin Landry.
Let's give it up for our top gun, Stacy Iceman Orso.
All right, this young couple said they ready to bust a move down the red carpet. They told me himself, Chrissy Sip, and Austin Nake.
we have the Bayou Bell Ringer Question Queen, Miss Birdie Bernocho.
And the handsome Russell Salmony. All right, give it up. She's ready. She's been ready. Miss Mary McAdams. Rocking the red carpet in a beautiful red dress, and her name is Kimberly Kramer.
All right, guys, next up, we have my old friend, Mr. Andrew Tabor.
We have the beautiful, the princess, Queen Chelsea Winwehan.
Burnell Walker.
All right, next up from the beautiful So I'm finding out that Caroline Owens is a Nichols graduate, and she's ready to rub the red carpet.
We got this guy right here, Mr. Leroy Eisen.
This next young lady, she's ready for the night to shine. Her name is Sarah Delay.
All right, guys, our next guest said he's here and ready to party.
And now very glad to be standing here with Kevin Claymont, Mayor Kevin Claymont. So very exciting to hear. Kevin, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, Keith. Pleasure to be here. Great event. Super time.
And so listen, a night to shine is truly that. We get so many special people here that maybe had not been able to get or experience that. And tonight, let's talk about just some of the pageantry, some of the beautiful dresses, some of the colors we saw.
When you see those people's faces and they get to that red carpet and you see the football players and the cheerleaders and the volleyball players and all the adults just cheering them on, they're the most appreciative group of people you're ever going to find in your life. And they love it. They shine their shoes, they get their makeup, they get their hair, they put on the fancy dresses. They never experienced anything like that other than tonight. And Dwayne and his church do a phenomenal job. Isn't that, it's remarkable.
That's exactly right. Thibodeau Family Church has done a great job involving themselves, embracing what this Tim Tebow Foundation has kind of developed as an idea and as a theme. And we get to participate in this. We get to let the community celebrate. And I got to tell you, you and I, we got to spend some time at Nichols. We didn't get a chance to do this, but those people coming out, we had hundreds from Nichols.
So, you know, there's 200 participants in the plan. There's probably about another 300 people just here, just cheering them on, right? You always walk away from these events so much richer and so much joy in your body than before. And people don't understand that. You think you're giving of their time. When you get home and you look back and you realize it, you're the one who actually receives all the gifts in life. Truly remarkable, and I love to be part of this. Our community, and you can see it out there. There's all walks of life. There's state representatives. There's clerk of courts out here, you know? It's remarkable. All these people come together for one cause, and it's truly amazing.
We got the new mayor of Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
He actually came out. Well,
and very exciting.
We've been doing this kind of stuff for, man, probably 12 years at the rec center. The city of Thibodeau loves these type of events. We promote these type of events, so anything like this that we can do, we're all in for it.
You know, it's one of those things where you see the true joy and the unconditional love that we see in those people. It makes you smile. You can't come to one of these things without smiling, right? It's got to make you feel good. And I love your point about the fact that we think we're coming to give a little bit. It's not.
No.
We got a whole lot more that we receive.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us, man. Thanks, Martin. Thanks, HTV, for being here. Truly a joyous night.
Yeah, and we wouldn't do it any other way. This is what community is about. It's something that I know your administration really believes in and fights for.
Absolutely.
And we're going to keep doing the whole time, right?
You better believe it. We're here forever.
We'll take a short break. More faces, more fun on the red carpet at the Thibodeau Family Church.
Here at Rouse's, we have our own brands of products, which you'll find down every aisle of our stores. These are the best quality at the best price. They compare to the national brands we sell, but at a lower cost. Most are made right here, but we travel the world too. And we personally taste test and guarantee every item. So if our name's on the label, you can trust it's good. Rouse's brand, best quality at the best price.
Exciting news from Barker Honda. Introducing the all-new 2023 Honda CR-V. A new rugged design, longer, wider, with a significantly broader stance. spacious interior with more premium high-tech features, more second-row legroom comfort, plus larger rear cargo space with power tailgate. Hurry in and see the all-new, larger 2023 CR-V now in stock at Barker Honda, your local President's Elite award-winning dealer.
Insurance companies often deny, delay, don't pay enough. Hurricane Ida has decimated Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes. By now, you've heard that thousands of people have been taken advantage of by their insurance companies. Don't give up. At Waits & Downer Law Firm, we want to make sure that you have all the facts when dealing with your insurance company. We have the legal experience and ability to make them pay. Get the help you need. At Waits & Downer, it's our goal to not only get you a full damage recovery, but to get the insurance company to reimburse your legal fees. So once again, don't give up. That's exactly what the insurance companies want you to do. Call today for a free consultation. We are local and we are here to stay. Let our years of experience work for you. Pick up the phone, 985-876-0870 for a free consultation.
Structural heart disease refers to a defect in the heart's valves, walls, or chambers that keeps the heart from pumping blood properly. Valve or structural heart problems may be present at birth or develop over time. Your risk increases if you have high blood pressure, plaque buildup, history of heart attack, take certain medications, or have certain heart infections. The Structural Heart Program at CIS and Terrebonne General provides innovative solutions and devices with the latest technology to bring the best possible outcomes for patients. Learn more at cardio.com.
Terrebonne General Health System, where medical science meets the art of caring, is committed to providing the latest advances in medical technology with a gentle, caring touch. This is evident in our high-tech, high-touch approach to healthcare. As a trusted healthcare resource, we deliver both life-saving, compassionate inpatient services and life-changing preventive care, while also providing wellness needs and outreach throughout the Bayou region. To learn about how Terrebonne General is providing innovative healthcare solutions, visit tghealthsystem.com.
Selecting an insurance provider for your business is a big decision.
With over 26 years of experience, our offer team is your solution for quality and proven coverage.
The customer service you remember from years ago is what we pride our team on.
We know how important your company is to the community.
From small businesses to large businesses, Alford & Associates can manage your insurance. It's our job.
Alford & Associates, benefiting your employees and protecting your business.
And welcome back to HTV's coverage of A Night to Shine. I'm Martin False. And once again, just thanks to everyone who made this possible. It's a great event. It brings so much joy to the world of the special needs community. And they have a blast. They do all kinds of things, and you'll see that in this 2.5-hour program. We now go back to the red carpet.
Sam Chasson.
Kramer said she's from
in now is Mr. Aaron Reed.
This young fella said he's ready to find a dance party tonight. So y'all better get ready for Mr. Anthony Trauma.
Next up,
His name is Justin Perry. This lady's nervous, but we're going to show her some love. Her name is Miss Lucy Hebert.
First-time visitor. Adam.
All right, this young lady said she's ready to dance the night away. That's Miss Paula Lapperouse.
Give it up for Mr. Drew Claymore. Thank you. Mr. Rotolo, he said he's here to deliver some fun.
Gina Cody. A big shout out. His name is Joshua Rotolo.
Here we are back at this wonderful event, Night to Shine. We got Miss Chelsea with me. Miss Chelsea's been my friend for a long time. Miss Chelsea, tell me what it was like getting ready for the Night to Shine.
Yes, sir. All right. This is my heart. Thank you.
Oh, you were excited, huh? Oh, that's my girl. And listen, you've been looking forward to this for a long time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes,
Very
sir.
good. Where did you get your dress? Who came and got your dress? This is a beautiful dress.
Thank
I
you.
like your beautiful pink dress.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it looks so good. And look, what people don't know, Chelsea, we were right out there. We were cutting the rug, huh? Because
Yes,
Chelsea,
sir.
you love to dance, huh?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Chelsea, the people that you get a chance to take care of you, you really appreciate them doing that,
thank
huh?
you, buddy.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Very good. I appreciate you. Chelsea, one of the things that I like so much is that we get a chance to spend time like this. Have you been to this before?
Yes, sir.
Yeah? Let's talk about how Thibodeau Family Church got involved.
Well, 6 years ago, my second daughter was just looking for something creative that we could bring to the community that would allow us to present the gospel to our generation, and she came across this. So at that time, we asked for information on it. We got it. It was quite overwhelming. I didn't know if I could meet all the standards. And so I told her, said, let me take a moment and consider it. I'll pray about it. And I felt like the Lord said, I want you to talk to two people about it. I want you to talk to Martin Foss, and I want you to talk to Tommy Eshte. And so I called Martin first, and Martin came in to Thibodeau. He sat at my kitchen table. I showed him the video, and he had a big crocodile tear roll down his cheek. And he looked, he said, what you want to do? I said, I want to do this, but I don't know that I can. He goes, this is easy. We can do this. And I'm like, wow. So then we went to Tommy and talked to Tommy, and Rhonda was there, Rhonda Dempster.
Right.
And we showed him the video, and he goes, what you want to do? I said, bring it here. He goes, I said, well, it's pretty big. He goes, oh, this is easy. And so it was two guys that came back to back telling me that it was something easy when I thought it was really impossible. And so we launched. We made an effort. And so we had 2 years on virtual,
Right.
I mean, excuse me, in person,
Right.
and then the next 2 years was virtual.
Right.
And so we're back live.
And it never stopped, no matter what the challenges were. And I know there's so many of them. Putting on this event, people have seen it. People have been watching. They've been watching for years. I got to watch it. But I got to tell you, Pastor, standing out there with the cheer team, that cheer team from Nicholls State University, with hundreds of students just cheering on all of these special people on their very special prom night, it's awesome. You got tell me about the feeling that you have pulling it all together when they step on the red carpet.
You know, I think I repeat myself over and over again, but I don't know how to explain it any better than to watch two groups of people come alive. The special needs community, they come alive with the love and the affection that's being shown to them by the community, but the community comes alive. It is so powerful. It's hard to explain what happens when the human spirit releases its power. And that's what we find is that here you have a group of people, and this is what church is supposed to be like. It's not supposed to be religious and just go through the system. It's supposed to be lively and filled with passion and the glory of God there. And I think the red carpet is a great example of what the glory of God is like. Just like when we hit the crowning ceremony, at that moment, it'll be so special. It just causes people to awaken that there's real goodness in a dark world.
And you know, very often biblically we talk about the fact that the Bible teaches us that if you want to see love, look through the eyes of a child. So many of these very special people love like a child. They love unconditionally, and they just want to give love. And if we're open to receive it, that's just such a wonderful connection.
It is. You know, it's so beautiful. In my world, 5 years ago, I didn't know any of these folks. Right. And now I walk around and they're like, hey, Pastor, what's up? And give me a hug. They want to give me a hug. And I'm like, it's so wonderful. And we didn't see them in 2 years.
Right, right.
But they're remembered. And Wendy Eshdie told us, because they put a lot into this.
Yes, yes.
They do a lot to like a lot of the outdoor decorations, signs, things like that. They do this for us. And I said, Wendy, I want to do whatever I need to cover the cost on that. And she says, there's no way, because if you would only understand how excited our partners are, in other words, our residents are, to go to this night and the life that it brings to them. She goes, no, this is a part of our budget.
Wow. And so what you see is true partnership, right?
It is.
And that's what it's about, to spread the good news, to spread the gospel, is to really get out there, be in your community. This is God's love exemplified.
Well, you know, the point is that HTV is still a part of it.
Right.
Martin's still a part of it. The city of Thibodaux, Kevin's,
right.
Mayor Kevin is here. And so we have Brian Fidno, he's here. So you get in different Lafourche Parish representatives,
Ben is here.
You know, people that are here, you know, and it really is a community effort. Yeah. I mean, what do you say? It's just, you can't make it up.
Right.
All we do is facilitate it, and then we just watch it go.
Well, Pastor Dwayne, I cannot thank you enough for letting us really be a part of this special night. Truly, truly is a night of nights. And so, again, night to shine here at Thibodaux Family Church. Pastor Dwayne Bland and his wonderful team. I watched you when you came up dancing on the red carpet. It was fun coming up, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it is.
Yep. And now you got to go ride in a white limo. Tell us about your ride.
It was amazing. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I mean, looked out the window, inside the limo is pretty colorful. It really is.
So colorful inside the limo. Just so you know, I've never ridden in one, so you got one on me here, Hagen. So I just want to find out, Hagen, what it's like to really celebrate this special night for you, this very special night out here.
What most thing about what I like here is the karaoke.
I'd like to bring you some information that a lot of people are asking about. We are very glad to bring this breaking news in to you as we welcome to the program Captain Brendan Mathern with Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office. Brendan, thank you again for meeting with us and joining us today.
Thank you for having us, Keith.
We appreciate it. Do me a favor, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just give a little bit of an overview, as we've all heard about this weapon that fired in this home and the impact of that.
Yeah, well, I'll kind of give the rundown. At 7:45 last night, a 911 call was placed, and we responded. We had an individual called and reported that a child, a 6-year-old child, had been shot, and deputies immediately responded along with EMTs. When we arrived on the scene, deputies found the child was unresponsive. Quickly, EMTs got the child to the hospital. After CPR was actually conducted on scene first, and the child was then taken to the hospital and unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. As we continue the investigation at the scene, we came to learn that his brother, another 6-year-old child, and the victim were actually playing with a loaded handgun in a bedroom at the home, which was in the 2000 block of Louisiana Highway 182. I know we saw a lot of social media reports last night of a heavy police presence there. That was the location of the incident, again on Highway 182 in Raceland. So again, we found that the two brothers were playing with a handgun that turned out to be loaded. They were in a bedroom, and during the course of them playing, the handgun went off, striking one of the brothers, which resulted in his death at the hospital.
Yeah, and such a sad story to hear about, and I know one of those things we have to report this kind of news. And just for me, I just think about how sad and how dramatic that is for a 6-year-old who maybe without a whole lot of gun information or knowledge, they know about play guns, right? They know what they've learned and what they see, but a loaded weapon can have these kinds of bad results sometimes if in fact they get into the hands of children.
No question. And look, like you said, Keith, it's tough on everyone. The first officer that was on scene has small children around that same age, just like I do. And in fact, kind of learning some more information about the incident this morning, it's truly heartbreaking. I think to your point, Keith, I think when you have a tragedy like this happen, normally you see it happens somewhere else, right? It doesn't happen in your hometown. Unfortunately, this one did. And I think anytime you have something tragic like this happen to a child, obviously the gut reaction from the public is finger pointing and trying to say who was wrong. But I think the bottom line for parents out there and for grandparents and anyone as well that would have any kind of children in their house is let's learn from this incident. Safety has to be a priority when it comes to handling firearms. We have a community that is very used to firearms being around. We have a lot of people that go hunting, and they have gun cases in a lot of homes. And it's not uncommon for us to find those left unlocked. It's important and imperative that parents put firearm safety at the forefront of everything they do and keep those firearms out of the hands of children. I know just me personally talking with my wife last night after the incident, before I even bought a handgun, we bought a safe. We were not, and we didn't even have kids at that time. So we made sure that we had the measures to protect the firearm and keep it safe before we even purchased a firearm. And that's how everyone should be thinking along the lines of gun safety.
No, and I could not agree more. And it's one of those things where it's just got to really be a thought process. And again, we want to be able to learn from this tragedy. For me as a social worker, I think about the brother and how difficult that's going to be. So my first thought is about support and making sure that we have support to that family, to that child, and making sure that we can help them embrace. And then my second thought is about how we move forward with that. But you bring up a really good point. It's not only those people that are young parents before they have children. I never had guns in my home until they needed to be taken out of a home that had people with confusion. So we still need to make a plan, and much like you, I bought a safe before I brought the gun home. And so it's just kind of important that gun safety has got to be on the forefront of our minds when we think about this. And again, we live in an area where we've got lots of guns because it's part of our culture, it's part of what we do, but we got to find that safety measure.
No question. And look, like you mentioned last night, you have the brother who was just playing with his brother and something tragic happened. You have parents that are obviously distraught and just unbelievably in this situation now that they never imagined themselves in. That's where our police social services comes into effect. And they're at their best with victim services. They respond to situations like this. They responded last night. And they're there to help the families and to comfort the families. I'm sure that family never expected to have to deal with anything like this, certainly when you're talking about the death of a child. And so there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of things that you don't know where to turn. And so our police social services are there, and they're assisting. They assisted last night on scene, and they'll continue to assist that family as the days go on and in the weeks to come.
And we're so very excited to have those resources. Not every community has those resources, and we're so very glad to be able to do that and provide for that as we look at the totality of this kind of situation. Again, traumatic event where two brothers, 2 6-year-olds playing with a handgun, that gun discharged. One of those brothers was shot and then, as you mentioned, succumbed to the injury and passed away at the hospital. And so, Captain Brennan, we thank you so very much for the updates and letting us know about this incident. We appreciate it, and thanks for sharing. We'll look forward to that press release when it comes out.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
As we wind down, just a personal take, I've watched the crowds change over the years. It's morphed and morphed and morphed. And God, I'm not one to just loving to sit up here and pick on younger age kids a lot, but I see a lot more younger age kids. And
right.
They're active.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We'll try to keep up with them the best we can.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So give me some, what's your take on Mardi Gras this year?
So overall, you know, Mardi Gras was a success. We did have 2 major incidents, the first weekend and one the second weekend. But what I'd like to note is on those first weekend incidents, those were after the parade. We did have a shooting near Antoine and Polk where 3 people were injured. That is still under investigation. That was almost an hour after the parade had passed. And there was also an incident that same weekend at a local bar downtown, and that was also, you know, after the conclusion of the parade. So we really can't attribute that to parade-related incidents because they were after the parade.
Could have been any gathering.
Yes. Yeah. It could have happened at any time, anywhere. But like I said, we are still in investigative stages on the first one with the shooting. The other incident that we had was the second weekend. That was on east side, East Houma area. I know everybody sees, you know, all these vehicles on TV. They start burning out and doing tricks in the road. Well, before the parade, just to, you know, set it up what it was like out there, it was packed. Families were ready. Parade was staging on the other end of Grand Caille Road, getting close to departure time, and call for service comes over the radio from actually a sheriff's deputy who was at Grand Caille and Prospect, and a car started burning out in front of him or near him. I think he was actually on the roadway, and before he could react and do anything, the car quickly lost control and went into the crowd. Luckily, we had so many first responders between the sheriff's department, police department, fire department. Everybody was able to get there quickly and assess the situation, and luckily there were 3 people injured. Of the 3 that were injured, 2 of them had to be transported. All have been released from medical facility and expected to recover from the injuries, from what I've been told. The driver of the vehicle was identified as Adrian Bell, 20 years old. He was charged with 1 count of reckless operation and 3 counts of negligent injury, and was arrested accordingly for that.
Was he under the influence, or toxicology still waiting?
He was not under the influence, and if you notice, we had also released a video along with the crash, and the passenger in the vehicle was recording at the time, and we just kind of want to get it out there. You know, all these people that think it's, you know, all fun and games to go and drive like this whenever you're in a crowded area. This is what we feared would happen, and this is what happened as a result.
You know, y'all got your work cut out for y'all, because I watched 2 vehicles. I was up for the parade. I think it was a Sunday parade, Terranians parade. 2 vehicles turned down Main Street and started heading up Main Street, only to have your guys radio the people at the next intersection. And look, the police you don't know whether they're going to make a quick turn on Main Street, and it's hard because you're trying to keep the traffic going.
Right.
And they may be from out of town, who knows, but they make the turn and they have to radio the next intersection. That's just a small amount of what y'all have to worry about.
Yes, yes. Traffic is probably the easiest thing to deal with, you know, but there is a lot of pre-planning that goes into Mardi Gras, because you have a core group of individuals that meet between the police department, sheriff's department, Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government, fire department, Acadian ambulance, and there's a lot of planning that goes into Mardi Gras from the logistics side, and those guys all work together, and they do a really, really good job of making sure that it goes as safely and smoothly as possible.
Yeah, you might have mentioned it, but just the gun count, a lot of guns confiscated?
We recovered 1 this year, down 48 from last year.
Wow.
And in total, I did pull some numbers. Misdemeanor adult arrests, 8, which is way down, and misdemeanor juvenile arrests, 8. So we had 16 arrests within the city. That includes summonses and booking, from the best we could tell from the stats we pulled.
That's incredibly less.
We would call this a successful Mardi Gras. Even though we had some people seriously injured, overall, it was a successful Mardi Gras.
And what would you attribute that to? I know you've been coming on and doing a lot of things pre-Mardi Gras. The Sheriff's Department has been coming on. I guess people know by now that they're under the microscope during Mardi Gras.
Right. And I think a lot of it's attributed now to the communication we have between all of our agencies.
And drones.
And drones, that's right. And communicating the problems and working together and not really sticking to your plan, but adapting your plan as Mardi Gras goes to try and combat what's happening and control it the best we can.
All right, there you have it, Lieutenant Travis Terrio with the Houma Police Department. He's always the chief of detectives. And we appreciate what all the police and law enforcement have done. Not only during Mardi Gras, they do it all year long. We've always touted that. And one thing about our area, we love our police. They do a great job, and we appreciate them. And they're transparent. You don't see many areas coming on and talking about Mardi Gras. Matter of fact, I don't know if I've seen any city that has police reports on TV following Mardi Gras. So we appreciate you coming on and sharing that with us.
Thank you for having us and working with us always.
All right, there you have it. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with a lot more right here on HTV. All right, welcome to a very special Bayou Time. I'm Martin Falston. I want to sort of catch you up with Terrebonne General Health Systems. So we brought on the CEO. Let's get a shot of her right now, Ms. Phyllis Peoples, and she is the president and CEO of Terrebonne General Health Systems. And first of all, welcome to Bayou Time. Good to see you again.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks for always inviting me.
And there's just so much to talk about. And I said it before, without a hospital system in a community, the community will die. And that's been proven time and time again. But I want to give a little background for people. Her ascension into the top spot did not come by accident. And let me make sure I get this right. Is it 21 years now?
It's close.
Okay.
I don't want to age myself, but yeah.
21 years. I think the average nationally is about 7. So you surpassed that by quite a bit. So congratulations on that.
Thanks, Martin.
So let me ask, so you went to USL. You got a bachelor degree at USL. Then you got your master's at Tulane in healthcare administration, correct?
I did. While I was at USL, we ended up moving to Georgia. So in Georgia, I went to graduate school twice, and then we moved home. And like many of the people we want to advocate to come home, I was the one that said no. But we did, and it was the best move that we made to come back. Yeah. And so then I went to Tulane for my doctorate.
Yep, no doubt about it. So, and then you handled the nursing department. What is it called? Nursing administrator, or what was it called? How long was that?
That I was the VP of nursing.
VP, okay.
I was a VP over nursing, and then I did that for a couple of years, and then I was the COO for a couple of years, right. And then I was the CEO for 20 plus years.
I never can remember all these titles that everybody gives.
All it means is you just do a lot.
All right, so let's talk about this, and we're going to get into certainly Ms. Peoples and her staff won the Large Business of the Year at the Chamber of Commerce banquet, which was held recently. And I want to bring her on, not just to talk about that, because there's so many people that work there, and it's a large group. And I guess my first question, before we even roll in B-roll on the award, is that where the healthcare administration masters comes in? How do you manage that many people? That's a task.
Well, you surround yourself with very talented people. Nobody does anything alone, and I fully recognize that. But we have, from executives to our board, to our staff, to our physicians, they're amazing. I've always said that every time I've been on here. it's a humbling experience. I truly believe that. When times are tough, you do take the lead, and you take the lead every day. But some days you let other people lead, and some days you lead, and many days they continue the philosophy of what is set and the culture of the organization. And overall, people are very proud to be in healthcare, and they want to take care of people. So it's a very gratifying career and move.
I call it road bumps sometimes. People hear me say road bumps a lot on TV, but Hurricane Ida was no road bump. It was a road block. But y'all found a way through hard work, determination, grace of God, perseverance. We could use all kind of words to describe it. And when I try to put myself back there mentally, I block myself from going there because we all know what we went through during those times. But through COVID and through Hurricane Ida, so knock on wood, I got wood under this desk. Can you have two back-to-back things of that nature ever again? That was freakish, wasn't it?
I think it was unique. I do. I've been in healthcare, I will age myself, since 1986. And in all of that time, I was a nurse, for a bit, and a critical care nurse. And then we moved here and there, and then we came back here in about 95. And over that period of time, I don't know anybody had experienced anything like COVID and Ida. We've all done hurricanes, and we've all done illnesses. But I have to say, back to back, it's been a unique couple of years. But again, couldn't have managed it without, again, the people who were more than willing to dedicate themselves. I could start with COVID. COVID was something we had never seen, and no one had ever seen. But I am so proud of the team that we have, because again, we put certain physicians in a unique situation that they were going to care for the protocols and the things that COVID was bringing and stay as current as anyone, and would relay that information to the rest of our medical staff and to our team. And so people were sick. It's not like today where you might get COVID and a lot of it's community-based. It truly was a hospital-based initiative where people passed away. And it was tough times, and our staff didn't back down from taking care of them. They were cautious, we were protective, but they still stood up and said, I got this, because it's what I do. And that is an awesome feeling to know that people were willing to do that along with ourselves. I won't ever ask anybody to do something I'm not willing to get in front of, but that is very admirable. And as soon as they start to prepare, that's kind of their exhaustion and things, next thing you know, we got a hurricane coming, and that became another unique challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, we'll get more into that. We're going to take a short break. We'll come back. We'll talk more about how do you rebound from COVID, just maybe getting a little bit of your sales back, and then Ida comes along, and but they're going strong today. So maybe that's why the award was given, a big award at the Chamber Banquet. We'll talk about that when we come back. Don't go away, right around the corner. All right, welcome back. Ms. Phyllis Peoples, the CEO and president of Terrebonne General Health Center, is our guest. Systems, I should say. And let me, I'm still like to call it the old way. I guess I'm the old dog up here, Let me ask you, because y'all always been about community. One of the toughest parts of COVID was not being able to go in and physically see your loved one. Before I start morphing into the very positive things that happen, sometimes you got to look at the past to get to the future. But was that the most trying thing you ever experienced in trying to navigate? Because people always want to see their loved ones, but that was a very tough time, wasn't it?
It was a very tough time. It pulled on your heartstrings, and there were many things we put into place so that, we could hope and help families understand. But during such a trying time, we didn't want, it was a very communicable disease, and it was passed along, and you didn't want to put at risk other people to infect them or their other loved ones that would end up. Because COVID picked and chose who it liked or didn't like, and some people would do okay, and some people did not at all. But We had Zoom calls. We had nurses. Oh my gosh, the nursing care was amazing because they made sure to try and have calls with family. I know it doesn't replace you sitting at the bedside, but these people were in severe isolation. The doctors came day and night, and I do relate. This is kind of a little heart-tugging for me because I do relate not only in my position that you couldn't see your family member, but my own mother got COVID and my own mother passed away from it. Yeah. And I have siblings and people and myself, and you couldn't be with her during that time, but every day you got a call from the doc, or you got a Zoom call, or you got to see and have conversation, and they kept you apprised. But is it an emotional time? Absolutely. Was it hard? Absolutely. Did you watch people try and take the place, and I don't know if that's the right word, take the place, but fill in for family who couldn't be there and assure they were part of it? Absolutely. And so, yeah, that was an emotional, hard time.
I watched, we would bring doctors through the back door. Y'all were very transparent through the whole thing. We'd bring doctors on. And of course, everybody was sort of learning as you went, but I watched some of the younger generation doctors. Nothing against the older generation, I'd consider myself in that group now, but I saw the morphing, and I saw the younger doctors looking for the wisdom of the older doctors, but the younger doctors had some new protocols, for lack of a better word. That was a pretty good marriage, wasn't it?
It was an amazing marriage, and I know we had on Dr. Sutton, and we had Dr. Lorio and Dr. Adams, and believe me, it's not minimized to just those few. It took a team, and they just happened to be some of the front people that were there to assure, because of the skill set that they are, is, pulmonology, anesthesia. COVID impacted your heart and your respirations and infectious disease and all of those things. And because of that, they became some of the front runners in that event, along with, of course, all the other medical staff members that we would need. But we tried to minimize the amount of activity that was in and out of the room. And so everybody was consulted and they were communicated with, and so they got amazing good care. And if you compare other places, I think we were extraordinarily streamlined and high-skilled in how we handled it and minimized. It gave great patient care, but it minimized the risk to our staff.
One thing I want to address is the fact that, and I heard the rumors from the desk during those times, you hear everything at News Central, but then you don't run with everything you hear, because a lot of things that are going on social media are not true. But some are true, some are not true. You'll never shut your doors. You'll always providing services in a different way. You had the mark, but I want to dispel that rumor again. You'll never close your doors.
We never closed our doors, and I think part of that rumor, definitely at COVID, we took anything, everything. We helped the smaller organizations. Our docs even gave in-services to some of those less acute, those hospitals that were able to take some of those higher acuity that couldn't transfer. So whatever we needed to do, they were on staff or available for that. But even in Ida, we never closed. We had ER services. Our services continue to go up and up each and every day because our staff were showing up in droves. And so, as you know, not our outlying areas got as much of a direct hit, but Houma was a direct hit, and they could say Category 4 all day long. It was a 5.
I agree with
I'm
you.
telling you, it was a 5. And it may think different in the insurance world, but I'm living through this world, it felt really strong.
It was a 5 plus. I mean, 180 mile an hour sustained winds for 6 or 7 hours, and y'all are hop, skip, and a jump away. And the higher the building, the more wind. So who knows what y'all were getting at Terrebonne General. I want to morph into this. We'll talk briefly about it, but obviously the award that y'all won this year, and we'll talk about why y'all won the award, but to be recognized by the entire community. Now that y'all have, I don't want to use the word settled down, nobody's ever settled down after Ida or COVID, but now that things maybe normalizing a little bit, y'all were honored with a big award. That had to touch you quite a bit.
Look, we were very, very excited about the opportunity. We're excited about the award because to me the award just signifies the hard work that all of our staff do each and every day and the dedication of, like I said, our medical community, the overall community. It is our job to care for this community and one we take very seriously. And, I haven't been there forever, but 20-something years. It has been entrusted to me to help, and it is a service I use and a hospital I use, and we are the largest healthcare provider for our community. And we will continue to be that and everything else. And we're very engaged in this community. And so we just want to say thanks to the community for voting that and recognizing what all we're able to do to give back.
Large Business of the Year. We'll take a short break. We'll talk about why they won this award. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We're talking with Miss Phyllis Peoples, the CEO and President of Terrebonne General Health Systems. And, they won the Large Business of the Year. But if we could come back to the frontal shot, may want to hold this up real quick to the camera, and we can morph into the picture y'all have in the studio. But Phyllis, there you are, featured on a magazine, and it's a big article. Tell me a little bit about this.
It was a surprise to me too, Martin. It was very much noted that they were looking at trusted leaders in healthcare, and they did an article, and then they informed us that we, Terrebonne General, does some unique and amazing things, and that we were going to be featured on the cover. So quite an honor and a surprise, but it was amazing.
It's always good to see people I went to school with, although you were a couple of years younger, but when I saw...
Many years younger.
Yeah, when I see everybody featured on these magazines, I'm going, hey, that's pretty good stuff. I've often heard different adjectives or way to announce people's abilities. Powerhouse would be one that I've heard, what y'all do for the community. A lot of people think Terrebonne General is just involved in health care. That's true. That's their #1 priority. But I always said it again. You got to keep the medical system in the community. Y'all are in the community everywhere. Everywhere you go, you see a donation of some sort, a tent, employees. It's a way of life for y'all now.
Very much. I think people still understand the adjectives of the past, that we are healthcare in a building, and we're not. It is our job to care for our community, and that's done in a variety of ways. And so that may be whether we're helping at a sporting event. It may be that we're helping in the school system. It may be that we help educate some of our teenagers for sudden impact or do concussion testing, or that we're in the school system for the STEM program, or we help the public schools or the private schools, the elementary schools. Those are our future of tomorrow. We need to invest in that. We're part of Fletcher, and we gave different donations to help educate, again, some of those leaders that we'll have tomorrow that want to be in healthcare. Nichols. We're all over the community because we don't want to just invest when you're sick. That's not what we do. We're called a health care facility. We capitalize on health, not illness. And we take care of you when you're sick, but if we can help prevent you getting sick, we will be moving forward on a wellness center that you can see the signs are up over there by the roundabout. That you can see there, and in the sports park, and several other initiatives that we'll be kind of moving forward with. But again, our community, our health, our people, and that's what we're trying to signify.
As we've got about 3 minutes left to the segment, you mentioned that it's not just in the building. Yes, that's a good way to describe it, because the tentacles are all over. So how do you get all those employees to embark on that? And when they're out there, there's an enthusiasm. So they have to buy into the program, but and really buy-in might be a bad thing because they're already that type of personality that sort of wants to do it, don't they?
They do, and again, I always tell them that Terrebonne General is not the bricks and mortar of the building, it's the people within it. And how you push who we are and what we are is exactly who they are and what they are. And so whether you're helping in the community, you're seen as their healthcare provider. And so when they come in, that's the trust they have. People are trusting us to take care of them at their most vulnerable time. And so they want to see a friendly face across from them. But they also want to see it when they feel good. They want to see your children. They want to see you at events. They know all of our employees or all of us all have children who are part of this community. And if you can't teach by example, meaning to our own families, how do you go ahead and take care of families? So it's a big part of who we are and what we do.
Well, I want to congratulate Terrebonne General on a big award, but I also want to close with this. A lot of you see Phyllis as the CEO, and she's a very good businesswoman, and she runs a major organization. But I got to tell you, she's got a good sense of humor. I remember that sense of humor all the way back to high school. Every now and then, now you can't show it every day when you're running I can't do it on the news desk every day, but when you get home, I guess every now and then, you probably like a good laugh, don't you?
You know, I was raised with people who knew my dad. That's all I can say.
Yeah. The Nook of the North.
Yeah, my dad was Oliver LeBlanc, and my maiden name was LeBlanc. And if you weren't raised with him, given a laugh every day, then you didn't know him. And so, yeah, we do. He blessed us with a very good sense of humor and sometimes a colorful one. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I remember him at the duck camp, and she is absolutely right. He nicknamed me Nook of the North. I'll never forget that.
And you still have it today.
I forget where it came from, but he was a very funny guy. But congratulations. Great job being honored. Great job being on the magazine. And I know you do a lot of forums and everything. And keep the spirit going, and wonderful job.
Thank you for having us, Martin. We appreciate it as always.
All right, there you go. Phyllis Peoples, the CEO and president of Terrebonne General Health Systems. And welcome back to Bayou Time. Very, very pleased to have with us the police chief of the Houma Police Department. Now, depending on when you view this, he's the retiring police chief. And Dana Coleman joins us now. And Chief, I got to say, what a joy it has been for a news organization to work with you. You've just been so transparent, so part of the community. I want to say you set new trends in the community. So almost 8 years now, and you decide to step aside. Before we talk about some of the monumental things you've done, was this something you thought about for a while, or was it always a plan?
Well, it's always a plan. Okay, when you take on, and you accomplish certain things in life, such as becoming the chief of police. I'm gonna just use that as in topic of conversation. You always try to plan your exit. I looked at the 3 chiefs prior to me. No disrespect to them at all. And we don't even have to get into the story, but the what occurred with the 3 chiefs prior to me, and I did not want that to happen. I felt that I was at the top of my game. I felt that I accomplished a lot. Not only did I accomplish them, but with the help of the men and women within our agency, we've accomplished a lot. And just some other stuff that was going on in my life. My wife getting a promotion with her job, my kids finishing college and going on, to work in the medical field. I just felt that it was time. My wife supported me for the entire 28 years that I was with the police department. So it's time for us to come together now.
You did a lot of first. First African-American police chief. Well, I bet that set a good trend in the black community. What happened once you became police chief? Did it show hope for some of the young people growing up? What were some of the reactions that you got?
The reactions were positive. They were positive. You know, within the community that I grew up in, you know, some of the elders within that community that watched me transition from a young boy into a man, they were excited, they were happy. But you also get that younger generation that really didn't know anything about Dana Coleman. The only thing they knew about Dana Coleman was that he donned the uniform. But, you know, throughout my tenure as police chief, one thing that I remember is there was this young kid who I was invited to a function at St. Lucie Daycare, and he was dressed just like I was, in a police uniform, and you know, he held this picture, and it was like career day or something, and he wanted to be Dana Coleman. Wow. And I mean, that hit me to the core, and I'm like, wow. I mean, if you can just impact one, you know, in your journey, then, you know, you've done an amazing job.
I always say nice guys finish last. Not in this case. You've been nice your whole life, and you've handled yourself with class. And I've asked you this before, but once again for the audience, where'd you get that from?
I got that from my parents. My mom and dad, they instilled some strong ethics, some strong morals, some strong values, and regardless of what circumstance that we had surrounding us in the neighborhood we grew up in, my parents always told us that we didn't have to be the topic of that environment. You know, don't let that environment define you. You know, you come out of that environment and you set your own legacy.
But you went in, you had a plan. It didn't take long for people to gain respect for you. It happened. I remember the first drug bust we went on with you guys. We're in the room, got the cameras rolling, and you gather everybody together, hold hands, and lead off with a prayer. I have never seen that in all my years at HTV, the police chief leading in a prayer with other police officers. You were naturally born to do that.
Well, once again, I give all glory and honor to God first. My parents instilled prayer in us at a young age. Sometimes when I do my talks, I tell people, you know, you look at me in this shiny uniform, you look at me with this prestige position, but I tell them, I say, I grew up on drugs. And they look at me like, drugs? I said, yeah, I was addicted to drugs. And they like, you're the police chief, how are you addicted to drugs? I say, my parents drugged me to church. They drugged me to Sunday school. Yeah. They drugged me to prayer service. They drugged me to piano lessons. They drugged me to football practice, basketball practice. They drugged me to all those different places, and their motto was, an idle mind was a devil's workshop. So if you had idle time to just sit idle, then you're going to probably get into something that's negative. So they believe to keep us active in all things. We gave glory to God. We prayed about it. And I actually didn't know how that was going to go whenever we had all those officers in that training room. But, you know, most of them knew that, you know, I'm a strong believer in my faith. So whenever I, you know, got them together and asked them to lead in prayer, to pray for their safety as well as those that we were going to look for, it came over great. It came over great. It made me feel great as well.
It was a touching moment. I got to say that. What I'm going to do, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk about his tenure, 7.5 years, and what he feels most proud that he accomplished as police chief of Houma. Take a short break. Don't go away. All right, we're back with Police Chief Dana Coleman. Now, depending on when you watch it, Tuesday, I think it's midnight, right? Is it midnight tonight or midnight tomorrow? When's the official?
The 28th. Once midnight comes in, which is Wednesday morning, then we'll pass the torch to the incoming chief.
All right, fantastic. So let me ask you. So many positive things. Every time we cover, look, it could have been the worst story, could have been, and you had some tragic stories, young children and everything else, but the way you handled yourself was unbelievable. We got to say that from a news perspective. The things that you've accomplished as police chief, let's talk about a few of them. I already know that you're not going to take credit, that you're going to give it to a lot of your officers, which a good leader does. But let's talk about what did the department do under your management?
The first thing coming in as police chief in 2015 that we accomplished was unity. Prior to me being appointed as police chief, I'm proud to say it, and I'm not ashamed to say it, that at one point in my career that I thought about resigning from the police department. Our department was in the news media often. There was tension within our agency. And at one point, I was in the process of typing up a resignation letter. And there was a young man within our department, and you all will meet him later, that came into my office and he saw me typing up this resignation letter. He was trying to have a conversation with me, and I wasn't paying him no attention at all. So he was like, "What are you doing?" Still didn't answer me. He came around and he saw that I was typing up a resignation letter, and he was like, "Oh no, this can't happen." He said, "Stop, you can't do this." He said, "Because we are looking for some new leadership within this department, and we believe you can take us to that next level." Right then I stopped, I looked at him, and not long after that, our police chief at the time, which was Chief Todd Duplantis, we went to active shooter training, and we learned that he was resigning. We didn't know anything about what led up to the resignation. Mm-hmm. And I mean, an abundance of men and women within our department, they came to me and they said, "We think you should be our next leader." Mm-hmm. And I was like, whew. I said, that's a lot. That's a lot to digest right now. At the time, I was a lieutenant over our detective bureau. But just to have the support of, several men and women within our agency at that point, I mean, that was great. So I would say unity was the first thing.
And I would agree with you, because I covered many stories. Some weren't so pretty with Houma Police over the years, but I've never had a scandalous story.
Yes, sir.
In 7.5 years. That's incredible.
Yes, sir.
But it's not just luck.
No, iron sharpens iron. Whenever you make a decision within a department, you don't make that decision just based off of your own thoughts, your own ideas. It's collective decisions, because when you're in a leadership position and you're making decisions, that just don't affect you. It affects everyone that wears that same uniform. Not only those that wear that uniform, but you have to be strategic on decisions you make, because those that wear different uniforms, those decisions can affect them as well. So you have to be strategic, you have to be precise, and it's okay to listen at the opinions of others.
Is there anyone, I see leaders sometimes who disagree and they're pretty boisterous about it. Is there anyone you can't get along with?
I try to get along with everybody. Now, I'm gonna just say the road hasn't been easy. Mm-hmm. I've been in some settings, not at the police department, but I've been in some settings to where there have been some disagreements. Mm-hmm. But I always try to encourage myself that even though I may have a disagreement with someone, that whenever we leave it at the table. Mm-hmm. You leave that disagreement at the table. And when you make that decision, you also make that decision for all. Mm-hmm. So I try to leave those disagreements at the table, because you're not going to agree on everything.
Right.
We don't live in a perfect world.
That's right. When you started the police force years ago, we were doing the beat, we were running into crack cocaine, marijuana, every now and then cocaine. Now it's morphed into heroin, fentanyl, death from all this. It's changed quite a bit, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It has changed quite a bit.
What kind of stress does that put on a department to have to deal with that every day?
We talked about marijuana. We talked about cocaine. Mm-hmm. We talked about other various drugs, heroin. But when you get into the fentanyl fentanyl is something that's extremely dangerous because we've seen events across America where officers themselves are conducting their daily operations and has accidental exposure to these to fentanyl, and it affects them where they can lose their lives. So you have officers that are carrying fentanyl not only for those who overdose, but in the event an officer gets an accidental exposure with fentanyl, they can actually render aid to that officer as well. So it's getting kind of scary, because normally you deal with your addicts with the narcotics, but you can also have an accidental exposure with one of your personnel too.
All right, what we'll do, we'll take one more short break. We'll come back with our last segment with the retiring police chief, and we'll wrap things up. What a great career. And I'm going to try to get out of him where he's going and what he's going to do. He's young, so I know he's not going to lay on the couch for sure. So we'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
As he closes this chapter in his life with the Houma Police Department, he will surely be greatly missed. Dana is a 1991 graduate of Ellendale Memorial High School, where after graduation he attended Southern University, graduating in 1995. Chief Coleman immediately started his career with the Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Department and transferred to the Houma Police Department after 2 years. So starting his career with the Houma Police Department, he worked in uniform patrol, narcotics, as a school resource officer, and his alma mater, Ellendale Memorial High School. Chief Coleman was then transferred into the Investigative Services Division, where he excelled as an investigator. Chief Coleman took pride in his work at the Houma Police Department, with his most memorable case being the Serial Killer Task Force. In 2015, Chief Coleman was appointed to the position of police chief and made his mark in history as the first African-American police chief in the history of the Houma Police Department. During his tenure as police chief, the department excelled, as he even served as the president of the Louisiana Police Chiefs Association. The accomplishments that were made while under his command as chief, Coleman will carry on for generations to come. During your time as chief, you were faced with many challenges, such as COVID and the most destructive hurricane ever to strike Terrebonne Parish. We had officers without homes, businesses that were destroyed, and portions of our agencies that were destroyed as well. Just as we felt that things could not get any worse, we were struck with the tragic death of Officer Austin Spencer Bush, who had a bright future ahead of him with our agency. We leaned on you for your support in our time of sorrow as the agency grieved the tragic loss. Your leadership and faith is what led us from the dark and into the light and back to where we are today. And we are grateful for that. These are just some of the many accomplishments of Chief Dana Tymone Coleman. But who is Dana Coleman? Dana Coleman is a man of God, a son, a husband, a father, a brother, a friend, a brother in blue, and a man of his word. I can assure you that as you celebrate this great achievement in life, your dad is smiling down upon you with pride as you have achieved so much. Dana, we would like to thank you for your 28 years of service and take pride in the next chapter of your life as you have earned it. You've always reminded us of the importance of prayer and left us embedded in us with the values of honor, pride, dedication, and unity. And we're thankful for that. On behalf of the Houma Police Association, I would like for you to come up and take this token of our appreciation. All right.
know I may have my opportunity to get up here and speak in a little bit, but I must say that this token from our agency is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a replica of the duty weapon that I carry for my career. It has on the front, Houma Police Department, first African American police chief. It has the engraving of our badge. And one thing that's really touching is it has my actual signature on here, and it says 28 years of dedicated service. So I want to be the first to say this. Thank you, Chief Terrio. Thank you to the men and women of our agency, and I'll address you in a few minutes. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize one of our out-of-town visitors who'd like to come up and say a few words, City Marshal Calvin Cooks.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say it's a pleasure to be here today. When I received the phone call to come, I didn't think twice because Dana is a personal friend of mine. I met him many, many years ago. He was a young officer with the Houma Police Department, and I was a young officer with the Thibodeau Police Department. I had an opportunity to move up in the ranks, and so did he. And it looks like he made a move, I made a move. You know, I was chief of detectives, he became chief of detectives. You know, I became assistant chief of police, he became the police chief over here in Houma. But I can tell you, if I needed something in Houma, Dana Coleman was the person that I called. If he needed something in Thibodeau, he called me. And listen, I gave him a name, he knew right off the bat who it was. And sometimes had him in custody before I got to Houma to come interview the guy. It's never easy being a police officer in the same community that you have to police. Me and Dana had that conversation many, many times. That you're in the same grocery store with the people, sometimes you live in the same neighborhood, you go to the same church. You know, you get the side eye, you get people that's upset with you because you may have put their child in jail. So it's been a struggle for many, many years. And again, we personal friends, so we talk a lot. You know, so this opportunity that Dana has is a great opportunity right now. It feels good. He was there for me in 2020 when I retired from the Thibodeau Police Department. And guess what? I'm here today. I had something else scheduled, but I canceled my plans to be here today. So on behalf of the Thibodeau City Marshal's Office and myself, I want to say congratulations to you and good luck in your future endeavors. And also, today I met your mother for the first time, and I heard she makes some good sweet potato pie. So I put my order in, and then I'm gonna call you, I'm gonna send you a text message, okay? Because I wanna taste those sweet potato pies. I got some good reviews on them. Thank y'all.
All right, I think next I would like to speak is our City Marshal, Herbert Fitch.
Good afternoon. I had the pleasure of working with Dana at the Sheriff's Office. We worked in the jail together. And I can tell you, personally, when I needed backup, he was there. I worked in the transportation department. We transported many prisoners, some of the baddest ones around. And if I needed somebody, I'd pull him out of jail and take him with me, because I didn't have to worry about my back. Got to work with his brother Bruce, side by side. Same thing. You're more family than you were a police officer. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and coming out of those neighborhoods, we tried to take the youngsters and show them that you could achieve something. And you came a long ways. I'm very proud of you. Not only as a police officer, but as my brother. Same thing goes for you, big guy. We got in a bad situation, his brother and I, one night, and when he came to the end, we were both standing side by side, giving each other a hug. That's family. And Calvin, you're going to wait for them sweet potato pies because we in Houma. Right, Mama? We in Houma. We come first. But Dana, I'm very proud of you. Very, very proud. And like I said, I'm proud to call you my brother. Good luck in your future. And you know, we're always here for you.
Councilman Harding, I believe, has a few words he'd like to share.
Good evening, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in the presence of all of you guys here. Yeah, and it seems as if that y'all have a special cologne, gunpowder. But to say something on behalf of Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government and a special feeling I have within my heart for Dana, and to piggyback on something Calvin had said, was the fact that it's rather difficult, I found, even such as me who's not in law enforcement, to appreciate the fine line that Dana had to walk and actually have everyone within this room respect as a man as a whole. He had a speech yesterday, Sunday, and I often hear people say that Dana is the first African-American police chief in the city of Houma. And I think a representative of Mechanicsville and Waterproof and the Colemans and the Ruffins and all of those people that actually had something to do with this young man right here. I know his name. His speech was to know his name, his quality for who he is, not for being the first of one particular race, but for the man that he is, the man for who he has been to all of you guys in here. And I hope that you, in your endeavors as you proceed in your career and whatever God has for you, on behalf of Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government, as a unit, as members that you, of society that you protected, and you've led all these men, and I'm pretty sure you've been a great leader, so we appreciate you and God bless you.
Next up will be, I believe, Chief Todd Duplantis has something he wants to say.
Just testing. Just bear with me. I've been out for 8 years. I've been retired for 8 years. Just a little story. A lot of people come up to me and ask me, you know, what you've been doing for 8 years. Kind of hanging around the house doing this, doing that, and I had a guy that told me he works for Zapp's Potato Chips, and they needed a delivery person. So I was thinking of doing that, delivering Zapp's Potato Chips. Went home, told my wife, hey, I'm gonna deliver Zapp's Potato Chips. She said, you crazy? But to talk about Dana, I can't talk about his tenure as police chief because I kind of stayed away. I knew he could do what he needed to be done at the police department. I kind of kept up with the media and you know, of course, read things, and I knew he was doing a good job. And watching Chief Terrio speech just now kind of brought tears to my eyes because I see, Dana, you did a great job, you know, taking over the position that I left. Dana, my family goes back many years before the police department. Dana's father was involved in horses. My family's been involved in horses all life. I remember as a young boy going to the horse shows, and I remember seeing Dana's daddy, and I'd see him at the horse shows, didn't know much about him. And I asked my dad about Dana's daddy, and I said, can you tell me what you know about Dana's daddy. And he said, Todd, the only thing I can tell you is he's a good man. A year after I retired, maybe not quite a year, I met Dana's mother. She's here. I met her at Walmart in the checkout line, and she walked up to me. We conversated. I don't remember our conversation. She said, "Can you hug me?" And I hugged your mama. That was, right after you were appointed police chief, and that kind of sent me a message more of Dana Coleman as a man. And I was proud that when I retired, the parish president came to me and he asked me who did I believe would be the right man for the to lead the department, and I told him Dana Coleman. The Ronald Dominique case, you've all probably heard about that. I was the PIO at HPD at that time. Pat Boudreaux was police chief. I did probably the first 10 news releases on that case. I was communicating with Dana. I would put the news releases together. And I know things came out after that case that such and such solved it, this person solved it, that person solved it. The Attorney General's office took it over, and they will work. As soon as they took it over, I mean, we'd heard nothing about the case. But I do know Dana Coleman is the reason that case was solved, the Ronald Dominique case. And that was his communicating on the street. Dana Coleman at a street level solved the Ronald Dominique case. I do know that. Dana was chief of detectives during my tenure as police chief. Many times things would happen. Police department, we went through Hurricane Gustav. We had some serious things. I didn't have to go through an officer passing within the police department. Thank God for that. So if you went through that, I'm sure I can about imagine how hard that was. But Dana Coleman was the guy that when I was police chief, incidents would happen, serious shootings, whatever. He was the guy I could go to and say, Dana, we would communicate on it. Hey, can you handle it? He could handle a press release. He could handle, Dana just, he had it all. I mean, and from seeing Chief Terrio's speech up here, I'm confident I made the right decision in giving to the parish president at the time that Dana was the right man for the job. Dana, you need any more hay? His calls, Dad, hey, they come get hay, you're welcome anytime. I hear you have another job, so good luck with that. If you need anything, I'm here, and congratulations.
And I think Lieutenant Wendell Miles would like to share a few words.
I know exactly how you feel. Dana, I just want to say thank you for everything that you have done, and that I can only say that you are the greatest. You are the greatest. And I just wanted to present you with a little something. Please forgive me. I've been doing other stuff and I kind of forgot about the whole thing, but I remember I had it in my car. It's not wrapped. I forgot to wrap it. The guys on the shift, C platoon, they were sitting in my office, and it was like, we have to do something, and we kind of brainstormed, and Officer Terrio came up with a good idea. So he was like, can you take care of it? I was like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. So we got you a little something from Platoon C.
They work boots.
We heard you had that job, so we wanted to make sure that you was going to get there and do it right.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Thank you.
We got the largest size they had.
That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's going to match that hat that you got yesterday, huh?
No.
Is that the picture with the hat on?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, match those boots, huh?
All right, I'd now like to recognize our parish president, Mr. Gordon Dove.
You know, when I took office in 2016, the Chief Coleman was interim chief of police, and after meeting him and dealing with him for quite short while, his position was going to be unclassified in April of 16, and so I got with our legal Jules Aban. We got with Chief Coleman and got with the civil service and was able to turn around and appoint him as chief of police, which is well deserving. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with him. You know, when Chief Coleman first got in there, me and him met. I said, look, I'll make you a deal. You don't tell me how to do my job, I won't tell you how to do your job. The day a parish president starts telling a professional law enforcement officer how to do his job is where there can be failure. With Chief Coleman, there was, when he had something to discuss, we had things to discuss, but it was he ran the police department. He ran it with his guys, and I think they well respected him. And it was one thing that we had no problems with under my administration with Chief Coleman, and I thank you for that, because, you know, we have a lot of other areas out there, and, you know, and the chief was committed to, you know, for chasing drugs and doing what he can for help the community, and he's done that, and it's been my honor and privilege to serve with him. And like I said, I've never told him how to run the police department, and he never told me how to run the parish, and we made a good team. And with that, Chief Coleman, God bless you and your family, and I have a plaque to give you on behalf of the grateful people and president of the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government. Let me put it. Proclamation, whereas Dana Timon Coleman, son of Will Coleman Jr. and Valerie C. Coleman, was born and raised in the city of Houma, where he grew up on the east side. He married LaTanya and has two daughters, Kristen and Kira. He's a 1991 graduate of Ellender High School, 1995 graduate of Southern University, where he was a participant in Southern University Marching Band, which is known worldwide as the Human Jukebox. Where he started his law enforcement career in Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Office, where he worked as a correctional officer for 2 years. In 1995, upon completing a stint in patrol, Dana Coleman had the opportunity to broaden his law enforcement experience by working in narcotics as a school resource as a school resource officer and investigative services, where he found his passion. As detective, his career skyrocketed, where he was appointed as the department's public information officer, where he worked on some of the most serious crimes in the city of Houma, including his representation of the Houma Police Department on the Bayou Region Serial Task Force, where Ronald Dominique was arrested for the homicide of 23 men. And in 2017, Coleman became president of the Louisiana Association of Chiefs of Police and serves as an advisor to the newly appointed police chiefs within the state of Louisiana. Whereas Chief Coleman has a total of 30 years of law enforcement experience, including 28 years with the Houma Police Department, with 8 years as chief of police. Chief Coleman knows wholeheartedly that his success as chief is a result of teamwork and dedication of the department in protecting the citizens of Terrebonne Parish. Whereas the parish president and the parish council, along with all of those with whom he has served long and well, wish to extend their heartfelt appreciation to Chief Coleman for his dedication to the Terrebonne's most vulnerable citizens and the many sacrifices of his personal time and effort he has made throughout the past years. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by Parish President Gordon E. Dove on behalf of the Terrebonne Parish Council and the entire Terrebonne Parish government that the extraordinary service of Chief Dana Timon Coleman to the people of Houma Terrebonne is hereby publicly acknowledged, and that he has extended the sincere best wishes upon his retirement with the key to the city. Thank you, Chief. I give you Chief Coleman.
All right, good afternoon. This is definitely a joyous occasion for me to see so many of you assembled here for this event. But before I get started, I know we, gave accolades to myself and we talked about a wonderful career that I had, but I cannot go any further without us pausing for a moment of silence for someone who lost their life during Ida, but they will forever be embedded in my heart, and that is Patrolman, Officer Spencer Bush, badge number 438, that we will forever remember as 438. So let's pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. I come humble, giving honor to my Heavenly Father, because without Him, none of this would have been possible. Parish President Dove, the many assembled within parish government, my loving family, friends, colleagues, assembled here, but last but not least, the men and women of the Houma Police Department. Before I begin to speak, I want to remind you of a passage of scripture. You all know that I'm deep and rooted in my faith. And that scripture comes in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, and when you get home, you ought to read it. Verses 1 through 8, where it says, "There is a time for everything, and a time for every activity under the heavens." If you keep reading through those verses, I'm going to paraphrase right here for those verses 1 through 8. And I'm going to just tell you, in those verses, it talks about a beginning and an ending. When you look at beginnings and you look at endings, there's an abundance of things, an abundance of occurrences, an abundance of activity that takes place between a beginning and an end. When you look at beginning and endings, relationships are formed. Some are fractured. Lifestyles change. The concept of learning continues. Careers elevate. Careers come crashing down. But in the midst of it all, that time, that season in the beginning and at the end tells you a lot about an individual. Ladies and gentlemen, the time I've shared with each of you as a person, as a friend, as a mentor, as a colleague, as your police chief, has been nothing but amazing. To my administration, my clerical staff, thank you for your sincere dedication. Words cannot express my love for each of you as we ponder decisions on a daily basis only to make HPD better. To my detectives, you are the elite of the elite. Thank you for your sincere dedication. Words cannot express my love for each of you as you came to conclusions to assist many families shattered as the result of tragedy. To the true first responders, who are my communications personnel, remain steadfast and unmovable, always abounding in God's work. The people whom you come in contact with are in crisis, and always remember that you're that voice that gives them peace in the midst of a storm. To our specialized divisions, narcotics, K9, SROs, SWAT members, continue to be mentally focused as you carry out your tour of duties, coming in contact with the uttermost vulnerable of our community. To our patrol division, you are the boots on the ground. You're that initial face that the public sees, and I applaud you for remaining in public service in the midst of the challenges we face daily. To Chief Travis Terrio, this is my message to you as I pass the torch to you, your administration, and the personnel within the Houma Police Department. If you can come stand right here. I want to leave this with you. When you're up against a trouble, meet it squarely face to face. Lift your chin, set your shoulders, plant your feet and take a brace. When it's vain to try to dodge it, do the best that you can do. You may fail, but you may conquer. See it through. Black may be the clouds about you, and your future may seem grim. But don't let your nerves desert you. Keep yourself in fighting trim. If the worst is bound to happen, in spite of all that you can do, running from it will not save you. See it through. Even hope may seem but futile when with trouble you're beset. But remember, you are facing just what other men have met. You may fail, but fall still fighting. Don't give up, whatever you do. Eyes front, head high to the finish. See it through. As I close, to you, the citizens of Houma Terrebonne, the memories we've created will be forever, forever, and I'll say that again, forever embedded in my heart. Your strength and your encouragement will be carried to my next chapter, to my family, my friends. Thank you for your constant uplift as we progress through this next chapter with the Attorney General's office, as we collectively see it through. May God bless each of you is my prayer, and thank you for your continuous support. God bless you. PD1 headquarters.
PD1 global traffic, sir.
PD1 headquarters. 28 years of service. Coming to an end, not by death or destruction. A successful career and a happy retirement. Thank you to the men and women of HPD, and may God bless you as you continue your journey in this law enforcement career. PD1 headquarters is 10-7.
10-4, PD1. Thank you for your years of dedication, service. Baby brother, I love you with everything in me. For the longest, I was the teacher and you was the student. But you became the professor, and I was like a sponge soaking it all up. I love you. Keep going and cowboy up.
And welcome to Bayou Time. I'm Martin Falls. Very pleased to have the new chief of police right here in Houma, Travis Terrio. And Chief, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me.
I've seen you so many times on this news desk. Throughout the years, I've seen you while we were on the beat. I've seen you at news stores. I've seen you at press conferences. I've seen you through this transformation. And, you know, I just thought it would be nice for the viewing audience to sort of know a little bit about you coming up, because you've always been a grassroots kind of person, and your family is well known. When I saw your dad and your mom and your family and your wife and all that at Chief Coleman's lunch the other day, they were beaming. They were so proud. And I guess the first thing I'd like to sort of address is you were one of several that applied. We had a lot of qualified people for that job.
It was we had a lot of great candidates that applied. You know, I love all those guys. We're all friends. We all work great together. I think the town was very fortunate to have everybody that applied that did.
Yeah, no doubt. And like you said, it's always good to see the camaraderie, but when there's competition on the line, of course everybody wants to be the chief, let's be honest, but chiefs come and go, they serve their time, some of them want to retire, so somebody else will have the chance one day to be the chief, but now you're the chief, so congratulations.
Thank you.
What was it like when Mr. Dove made that call to you and said, Lieutenant Terrio, I guess it's soon to be Chief Terrio? Take me back to that.
You know when he called me, and pretty much gave me the news that he was going to pick me, it was pretty much, my heart sank. It's like everything you work for, everything you dreamed of, your dreams coming true, of everything you ever wanted since you started at the police department. And I've done nothing more at the department. I love everybody I work with, the town as a whole, and it's just the things that we can do moving forward. That's going to be nice, and it's just it was exciting.
Yeah, and of course that's a tough decision for the parish president too. Whenever they make that call, what I know about Chief Travis Terrio, and I want to make sure you and the public know this about him. Great sense of humor, for one. Great cook, can make a mean jambalaya and do a lot of things. Works on generators. So I guess what I'm trying to say is blue collar to the core, but a lot of managerial skills to go with it. You've handled a lot of things with the police department. You did the public information duties on this desk many times. You've covered many investigations, chief of detectives, so you got to be pretty savvy in that realm. And I guess we'll start off, where did you get and I know who you can attribute it to, but I'll give you the chance to, the blue collar mentality?
Oh, it's definitely has to go all the way back to when I was a child. with my dad and my grandfather. You know, one thing my dad instilled in me and my brother and my sister was, you know, hard work, and always at the end of the day knowing that you gave your best and able to look yourself in the mirror and know that you did the best job possible and made the decisions for the right reasons at the end of the day. You know, as a child growing up, you know, deeply involved in the community in Bayou de Large, which I was proudly born and raised. Absolutely love that community to this day. Mm-hmm. And my dad was involved in the church. He was involved with the Knights of Columbus. He was, elected constable at an early age. My mom actually worked for the sheriff's department growing up. And I went to St. Gregory from kindergarten to 7th. And in the afternoons, rather than going home, I would actually go and sit in the courtrooms with my mom until she got off of work. I would sit in the back of the courtroom doing my homework until we went home in the afternoon. And it's just, you know, everything has to go back to my parents, you know, of how I was raised. And it was really great. You know, my grandfather, we fished, we hunted, we did everything together. You know, he taught me how to work on tractors. My dad taught me how to do carpentry work. Mm-hmm. You know, growing up was awesome. But, you know, after I graduated from Terrebonne High School, I married my wife at the age of 19, and she's been my rock ever since. Mm-hmm. You know,
I've seen you, and just to let you know, during these hurricanes, I forget what hurricane it was, but it might have been a conversation with the parish president. The generator went out at the Civic Center, and I don't know if it was Gordy or somebody saying, well, who's fixing it? And somebody said, it's fixed. Well, who fixed it? Travis Terrio and a group of guys got in there. I mean, is that an accurate story? What happened there?
No. So I was working for NRE Power Systems.
Yeah, NREC.
When I first got out of school. So I still had friends in the industry, and to tackle something like what the Civic Center was, we reached out to them. And did I help? Yeah, I had to go back to my mechanical days to help get it done. But, you know, truly,
but you were
the community.
Involved,
I was involved, but, you know, to claim fixing it, no, it was definitely the businessmen.
So
and
Brian Chess on that.
Brian Chess on that.
And they do
right.
a great job.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, we've been knowing them for a long time. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a break here, and we're going to talk some more. We've got 2 more segments coming with the police chief, the new police chief of Houma. We'll talk a little bit more about what are some of the things he loves about the department that don't need fixing. We know we've got a pretty good department, but every new chief has a few new ideas. We'll talk about that when we come back. Don't go away. The new police chief of Houma, Chief Travis Terrio. All right, welcome back to Bayou Town. We're with the new police chief, Travis Terrio. And I'm so used to calling you lieutenant all these years, and I'm just going to say, I know you still have the lieutenant badge because the new one's on order, okay? Well, mate, total transparency. But, you know, and what was Amy going through, your wife? Because you always talk about Amy, but what was happening when she found out my husband's going to be the police chief?
So I called her, and whenever I told her what was going on, and I just received the phone call, she pretty much started crying. She was so excited. But, you know, family is really important to me, and, you know, I can't say enough about my wife, Amy, and my 2 boys, Brandon and Cameron, and my youngest, Abby, who just got engaged, by the way. And I was able to work and be part of the team at the police department and not worry about things at home because my wife was home taking care of the kids and making sure our household stayed together. And it was, you know, just that security blanket of knowing that I had what I had to come home to is, you know, is a lot of the reasons why I was able to devote so much to the police department through my career.
One thing about Chief that I know is that you were always loyal to your superiors. Since the day I met you, and I don't know, I was trying to recall the first day I met you. I don't know if it was on the beat. I don't know if it was through a mutual friend, Kyle Falk, who was on the police department. That all eludes me, but I do know one thing. Whoever was police chief at the time, you served that police chief.
Yes,
up until Chief Coleman, and you were totally loyal to that cause. The other thing I know for sure, we.
Right.
And whenever you come to a news story, even if you the one that broke the case, that was important.
Yeah, it's extremely important, you know, because there's so many different aspects to law enforcement, but it's all one big team. Mm-hmm. And everybody working together is what makes a great agency. It doesn't come down to one man. It never does. It comes down to a group of people working together that make things great.
Yeah, because somebody's going to have a lead, which leads to somebody else thinking about that comment that they made, which leads to somebody else. And at the end of the day, as long as the job gets done.
That's right.
That's the important part. So through what I'll use the word humbleness, and there's also a competitiveness that you want to crack every case. And I've seen that in you too. You can get intense when it comes to, we have to find the culprit of this. Where'd you get that from?
You know, it's pretty much what drives a person with that competitiveness really isn't a competitiveness so much as you want closure for that family. You know, you want to be able to provide them with the ability to move on and have answers as to what happened to their loved one. Mm-hmm. You know, and if it, depending on the case, if it's you know, sexual predators or different things, you need, or the team needs to do what they have to make the community safe or to make the community feel safe. And that's really your driving force. Not so much the competitiveness as just the ability to allow people to move on, whether it's the ability to move on and feel safe or for closure.
The other thing I've always admired about our relationship with you on the desk here when you bring us news is you didn't care what their status was, if it was what it was. You came here, sort of told it like it is what it is. So you have an ability just to stay on the railroad track and not go off, which is hard to do when you're a jovial guy with a good heart and everything. Sometimes that's probably the most difficult thing to do.
It is, but look, as long as you treat everyone the same, you have no issues. Mm-hmm. Your department will have no issues. You know, everyone is just treated equal.
So what are you going to bring? Have you addressed the entire police department together yet?
No, we haven't. We're going to evaluate. We have a few moves that have to be made just to accommodate some promotions because of retirements and things like that. But really, you know, moving on from this point forward, you know, it's not like Chief Coleman left us with a bunch of problems. This is really a great department, right. You know. Things are going good. And what changes, I'm not going to use the word changes, but we're going to use the word additions, you know, such as finding ways to reach out to the youth at a young age and maybe getting more involved with civic organizations, with different fundraisers and things like that, and trying to get out there and just work with the public a little more. And really just, I really want to see us get involved with the youth and see if we can't change a couple mindsets. If we can change one person, maybe all worth it.
Well, you used a perfect word, additions. Because whenever you take the place of somebody, like I said, you were here in the studio when I said it, when I was interviewing Chief Coleman, I said in 7.5 years, I've never had to talk about a scandal with Chief Coleman. And I would think through the administration of the new chief, it'll be much the same. You never know what your police officers or what situations they'll be in, but it was pretty clean. So I love the way you said additions. What we'll do, we'll take a short break. We'll come back with our final segment with the new chief here in Houma, Travis Terrio. All right, welcome back. We're talking with the new police chief of Houma, Travis Terrio. And by the way, Travis has hobbies. And we're going to talk about some of those hobbies because I see you passing behind my house occasionally. And I do know one time you told me, Martin, if you want to catch catfish, there was a Kool-Aid formula you had.
So that's an ancient recipe. If I was to release that on the air, my friends would not be too happy.
Well, you don't have to. You're the police chief.
But I absolutely love the outdoors in South Louisiana. I love fishing. If you find me with some downtime, you'll probably find me. If I'm not at home, you'll probably find me in a boat with a fishing pole in my hand, enjoying the area. But taking my boys out and they do a little fishing every now and then, and my wife actually loves it too. And it's just all about family time.
Where did I meet you, Bowmanton? Was that at Kyle Foxdale? What was that again?
That was at Kyle's house when he was probably 3 years old at the time. Now he's 22 and works for the sheriff's department.
Time flies, huh?
Yeah.
But the organizations you're into, there's quite a few.
Oh, yeah. So I've been a member of the Knights of Columbus through St. Eloi since I was 18. Been volunteering at that festival. My parents actually started it since, I want to say now 30 years strong. Then I'm also part of Fuzzbait, and been doing that for the last, I think, 15 years. Crime Stoppers for the last, I think probably 11, 12 years now. And then the latest one is the First Responders of Terrebonne, which is a festival that we're going to be doing between the police department, sheriff's department, fire departments, Acadian Ambulance. That's going to be at the Civic Center in September. And that's going to be a fundraiser to raise money for first responders that are ill and various things, and just anything we can do to help out.
We have to say, I know I mentioned it earlier, but one of your biggest hobbies is cooking.
Yeah.
And you could cook. What don't you cook?
Well, I don't do too good with salads. I don't make look, Cajun cooking, that's really what I love. I love cooking in black iron pots and cooking for people.
Yeah.
You know, I just love helping out any way we can.
So let me ask you, moving forward back to police work. Chief Dana Coleman did a fantastic job. He was mainly focused on trying to do certain things, but what are you going to focus on? You said additions. Do you know one or two additions you would add?
So the additions would be really just programs that somehow we can reach out to the youth and getting more involved in the schools, and maybe reaching out to these kids at a younger age, and you know, just finding different ways to help out and change the narrative of where a lot of these kids are headed. You know, try and change their minds, the ones that are headed down these rough roads that they're taking. But, you know, and a lot of that's easier said than done. You know, will we be successful in it? I don't know, but unless we try, we'll never know. But it's to get with our officers and have them involved in it and have them buy into it, and everybody take part in the plan moving forward to reach out to these kids at a young age.
And let me ask you this, because with about a couple of minutes left, I think you make a good point. I think the kids today are much smarter than we were. They're so subjected to so many things that can change them, but they're growing up too fast. So I know a lot of times when we were kids and the police chief came in, we were, oh, there's the police chief. And oh, as the lieutenant. And now they're so smart, they sort of advance, they're almost talking to you like an adult. But it's important that they don't miss their childhood too.
Right. You know, and they are growing up quick. And a lot of it's what they're exposed to. You know, look, social media, television, it's all different. You go back to what we watched when we were kids, they're probably not watching it today. They're not watching Andy Griffith's show or anything like that.
There's no more Mayberry.
No, Mayberry's gone.
Mayberry's absolutely gone. But I really look forward to working with you and maybe helping out media-wise with some things, because I know your heart's in it. I know you love to do this. I know you're going to love the position and do it some justice. And I always love seeing a new person get new things kicked off. Everybody wants to sort of leave their legacy. So, but are we still going to see you doing some of the news stories up here too?
I'll be up here as much as I can, as much as possible.
Because I know you have other duties now.
Right. But I'll be up here.
All right. Chief, congratulations. Great job, and proud of you. You've earned it for sure.
Thank you.
All right. Once again, the new chief of Houma, Travis Terrio, and we'll certainly keep you posted on his tenure as chief. We'll be back with more right here on Bayou Time. All right, welcome back to Bayou Time. And if you haven't heard, if you live in Lafourche, there's a tax proposition coming up. So we thought we'd explain it to you. And who better to have on here than the superintendent and the parish president of Lafourche Parish. Our guest, there you see it, far away from you, way down the line, Jared Martin. Good to see you, Mr. Superintendent. How are you?
Absolutely, thank you. Very good.
All right, and of course, Archie Chesson, been on the show many times, and of course, I haven't seen him in a while, but you doing okay?
Yeah, Martin, thanks for having us.
Good. All right, so let's, whenever we talk about taxes, it can become complicated. So I always try to tell the guest, talking to the public, simplify this for me, and for me too. So who wants to take the floor first?
Yeah, Martin, so I will say that this is something that's been about 3 years in the making, right? The superintendent and I got together. When I first took office, he was fresh in the superintendent spot. We knew we had a toxic tax structure in Lafourche, right? Our assessor has talked about it. We've had 2 different blue ribbon committees in Lafourche over the last 30 years who have talked about it. And it was something that we talked about during the campaign and something we wanted to tackle. So we brought in Dr. Jim Richardson from LSU, who's a state economist, has worked with the legislature for probably 40 years on the state's revenue estimating conference. Create a steering committee with the superintendent, the sheriff, the assessor, some small business owners, some council members, the mayors. And so let's see if we can take a crack at this. So over the course of the last 3 years, working with Dr. Richardson through COVID and the hurricanes and everything else that's been thrown at us, we kind of came up with the options of, let's take a very small bite at the apple. We have 64 boards and commissions in Lafourche, half of which have some sort of taxing authority. So let's look at what's easily grabbable, right? Which for us is really roads and bridges and garbage collection, for the lack of a better term. And then about part of the way through this, the superintendent came in and said, well, if we're rolling back some taxes, if we're going to streamline some stuff, is there an opportunity for the school board to pick up what you guys are letting off, and let's do some meaningful pay raises for our teachers and really invest in our public education system? So we said, sure, let's figure out how to rope that in. The key goal in all of this is to reduce your property taxes, to reduce your sales taxes, while simultaneously being able to give teachers those pay raises. And I think this plan accomplishes that.
Yeah, it's sort of unusual when you think about it. As I was looking through it, I was saying, well, I think Mr. Martin's trying to get, what, 4,000 a teacher?
That is correct. So we're trying to give our teachers a $4,000 a year annual increase in their salary.
So y'all were looking at all this, and of course, when the public hears tax increase for teachers, a tax increase for anything, they go. But y'all have structured this where you're letting things dissolve, and you're restructuring, for lack of a better word. Is that a good word?
That's right, Martin. Mm-hmm. And I had a discussion with a small business owner in Thibodaux today on the drive over here, and you've seen signs pop up and down Lafourche Parish that say, no new taxes, right? None of this stuff is new, right? All we're doing is reallocating and rededicating some stuff. And in a lot of cases, when you look at roads, bridges, and drainage, for example, right? How we pay the salaries of the men and women who cut your grass and fix your pothole and dig your ditches. We collect 5 different millages depending on where you live in Lafourche Parish. So what we're trying to do is streamline streamline those 5 millages into one new proposition that will, in some cases, take people's property taxes for roads and bridges and drainage and cut it in half. So depending on where you live in Lafourche, you're paying anywhere between 14 mills of property tax down to a little over 9. We're going to streamline and structure it down to where it's 8 mills. So the average person off the gate saves between about $50 to $150 a year in property taxes. And then when you look at the sales tax side of the house for us, how we actually do capital construction, right? Those 2 road sales tax districts we have in Lafourche, consolidating those 2 and running a half a penny sales tax across the parish. Depending on where you shop, what your monthly income is, we'll take your sales tax and we'll save you between $25 and $400 a month, depending on where you shop and what your
to offset the $16
to offset the $16.
Because people are seeing the $16, but you're going to offset that by $25 to $40. I say so.
The $192 a year you're going to pay for garbage service is going to be completely offset. Now, look, there is a very small portion of the population that is going to be homestead exempt, right? They're going to have a low monthly disposable income, so it may cost them a couple dollars, right? But that's a very small portion of the population. But we did a town hall last week down in Cutoff and had a local business owner stand up and say, and something we never thought about through this whole process was that a lot of businesses factor in their property taxes as a cost of doing business, right? So that lawnmower at Mr. Neal's Small Engines place may have just become $50 cheaper because now we've saved him $5,000 a year on his property tax between his businesses. So even though you might not see it year to year on your property tax bill, you're paying for it across the scope of your businesses when you get your lawnmower worked on, or you buy a refrigerator, or you buy a truck, or you pay that car note every month, something like that. So it's going to be a very streamlined and efficient process where we can not double tax people in a lot of cases, or in the case of solid waste, when you're talking about that sales tax that we pay right now for solid waste, unlike Terrebonne, which is a user fee, right? We're either overtaxing you, like we have the last couple of years because of the hurricane, and we end up with a $10 million fund balance in that solid waste fund. And in some cases, if you remember back to 2018, when the parish actually tried to raise sales taxes to cover the garbage because the economy was a little sluggish, we're never going to have to worry about that anymore. We're going to break even every year at a much lower cost to the consumer.
So I think the confusing part for me when I first saw it, I've read up on it, so I'm a little better, but just for the average person that's looking at it, they got to vote on 6 different propositions.
So the only 2 that are connected are what we call Propositions 4 and 5, right? Which is the reduction of the solid waste sales tax on the parish side, and the on-ramping, as Mr. Martin calls it, of the solid waste tax on the school board side. So we're rolling back 4/10 of a penny. The school board is going to pick up 4/10 of a penny. Those are the only 2 that are connected. The rest of them can pass or fail as they want, and it'll play out the way it will.
I'm glad you said it, because the rumors out there is that if they all fail, I mean, if one of them fails, they all fail. That's not correct.
No. And look, at the end of the day, Martin, the easiest way to explain this is that all 6 of these are going to pass. You're going to see lower property taxes on your bill every December when you get that nice Christmas present in from the sheriff's office. You're going to see lower sales taxes every time you go to the grocery store or Rouse's or whatever you go to. And then you're going to see teacher pay raises, which is a meaningful investment. Mr. Martin does a really better job than I do talking about that. But we're going to see meaningful investments in our public education system to keep our teachers here, to be able to recruit and retain them.
Yeah, let's switch to Mr. Martin, because obviously y'all got some pretty good competition not far away, because all the plants out there, they get a lot of tax income, which goes to pretty good pay, starter pay for teachers. So if you don't compete, you don't get the creme de la creme, do you?
And not only the creme de la creme, you don't get anything. And that's what we're getting right now. So there's a nationwide teacher shortage. The way that's impacting us is that these river parishes that we happen to border are seeing that shortage as well. So what do? They increase teacher pay. St. Charles Parish increased teacher salaries by 10% in this most recent fiscal year, and they have the capital to do that because of what you said. There's a Mississippi River that runs through their parish. They've got tremendous tax base because of these industries, and they are levying larger taxes in those parishes that have this large tax base. So understand that 3% of sales taxes are dedicated to public education in St. Charles Parish, and 55 mills, both of which represent about a 30% increase in the tax base, not because of the value of the parish, but because that community has invested in its public education system at a greater rate than we are in Lafourche. This initiative would bring our rate to 2.4. to their 3%, but it would allow us to generate revenue desperately needed for teacher pay increases, because as the national teacher shortage strikes all of these areas, they're going to keep recruiting, and instead of going to the universities, unfortunately, they're taking veteran teachers from the classrooms in Lafourche Parish, and we cannot afford to lose them.
And I know some of the critics will say, well, Archie, you're trying to play the superintendent, or Mr. Martin, you're trying to get involved with the parish president, but I see the marriage. I mean, it's obvious to me, but instead of levying or going to them twice, you get together and go to them once. There's a lot at stake in there.
No doubt, and I'm the first to admit, and I say this a lot, and when we do these presentations out in the public, that this is a very weird relationship, right? Typically, and you've been covering Lafourche politics for a very long time.
I don't know
right?
if I've ever seen this.
Typically, we're not used to this in Lafourche Parish. We're not used to government entities working together, right? And Jared is not only a friend, but he's a colleague. And you finally have a group of officials in Lafourche that are willing to tackle stuff like this. And one of the rumor slides we do in our presentation talks about a councilman saying in a public meeting that the school board doesn't dig ditches for Lafourche Parish, let them worry about their own budgets. And in that slide, we have a picture of several of our employees. Because when you come to work for Lafourche Parish, what do you need? You need a high school diploma. So Mr. Martin and the teachers in the school system and all of the staff there are educating the people who are actually taking care of us day to day, whether it's the guys in Public Works or the people in OEP who take care of us during storms, or the people who give you your permit to build your new house. And not only that, if we're going to do our best to be able to grow our businesses here in Lafourche, right, this is a huge step towards streamlining our tax structure. So if we're going to recruit and retain businesses, we have to be able to produce quality students. And if I don't work together with him on this, then we all lose.
Yeah. Can you all explain the propositions? Maybe we could sort of break them down and have a little cheat. Can we talk about all six?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's start with Proposition 1.
Yeah. So there's 6 propositions. 4 of those are the parishes. 2 of them are the school boards. And Proposition number 1 is just a straight up reduction. We collect a consolidated millage that has to do with drainage, public health, and libraries. Because we are keeping the libraries and the public health units funding the same, that proposition has to be voted on separately. But that one is just an overall reduction from 5 mills down to 3, because we're removing the drainage component, and that'll be in Proposition number 2. That's taking that consolidated millage for drainage along with 4 other drainage millages and road millages and combining them into one brand new.
And let me ask you before we get to 2, why do you have to do it? Because they were voted on individually, you have to vote them out individually?
That's right. So in 2004, Ms. Randolph did some rededications because she came into an overwhelming surplus because of the Council 5-4 days where we didn't have a budget for several years. So because of that, drainage, public health, and libraries were all lumped in for whatever reason, I think to save space on the ballot. So we have to remove drainage alone by itself from that first proposition.
Y'all had 5-4 days?
We did.
I tend to remember it a little bit. Too. Proposition 2.
So Proposition 2 takes the 2 independent drainage districts we have left in Lafourche, Drainage District number 1, Drainage District number 5, as well as 3 other parish-wide millages for roads and drainage, and combines them into one 8-mill pocket. So we're taking you from, again, anywhere from 14 mills of property tax, or the low point down to 10.8, or 9.8, excuse me, depending on where you live in Lafourche Parish, and we're reducing that overall property tax down to 8 mills. A majority of the savings comes from the streamlining of those 2 drainage districts, which are really good people. They have great boards that have operated them for years, but they were created for political reasons back in the day. In a lot of cases, we're double taxing people because we're doing some of the same work they're doing. So we can efficiently take that in and lower people's property tax and still provide the same level, if not better, service.
Oh, you're getting a lot of interference from a lot of times. In my coverage over the years, when somebody's used to getting that millage and that money, they don't ever want to let it go.
Yeah, so we've met with both of the drainage districts. Mr. Martin and I sat with Drainage District number 5 a couple of weeks ago, and they're worried about some local control issues and not having the ability to have a constant focus on that. And I'm going out on a limb, right? I'm asking them to trust me as the government that we're going to continue to take care of them. And at the end of the day, we have to, right? Because I wouldn't be a very good politician if I didn't, and needed those votes at the end of the day. But just overall, we're doing this to better Lafourche, and I'm not going to end up with egg on our face as the administration or the council for going forward with this and not taking care of people.
So to make a long story short, where they were administrating some of their needs, you'll administrate.
Absolutely.
Okay, right. Proposition 3.
So Proposition 3 is the consolidation of the 2 road sales tax districts. So we have a road sales tax district that runs from Valentine North and then one that runs from Valentine South. You collect a full penny in Upper Lafourche, a half a penny in South Lafourche. This consolidates both of those, so we have one complete road district now, and then creates a half a penny sales tax across the parish.
Okay. So one of them gets a half a cent drop.
That's right.
And the other one stays the same.
We'll be saving money up the bayou.
All right. Proposition number 4.
So that's the one where the school board begins to fit into the puzzle. That's creating or taking our solid waste district, which is garbage collection and our nuisance cases, the derelict houses, the tall grass. Anytime you buy anything in the parish, you pay 7/10 of a penny for that garbage collection. We're going to roll that back to 3/10 of a penny. That'll still give us enough money to handle the nuisance problems that we see across the parish. We'll move the $16 a month garbage collection fee to a user fee on your water bill or some other billing structure. And then the 5th proposition, which begins the school board's input in this, is the on-ramping of that 0.4 sales tax. And like I mentioned earlier, those are the only 2 that are connected. And look, Martin, we've heard some concerns about the $16 a month water bill. And when you look at Terrebonne, when you look at just about any other parish in Lafourche or in Louisiana, you collect it on our user fee, right? Because again, you don't have to worry about fluctuations in sales tax and overpaying or underpaying anything. And as well, businesses factor that in. So your truck driver coming from Lafayette to Fouchon with a load of pipe is going to inherently stop at a truck stop in Lafourche and buy a snack or something to eat. And he's paying a solid waste sales tax that he never gets to use because he's going to throw that garbage away at that business. And guess what? They have a dumpster because we don't pick up their garbage for them. So not only are we streamlining government and passing some money on to the school board, but we're lowering the cost of businesses for a lot of people because they're not having to charge that sales tax.
From the southern part of Lafourche to Thibodeau and other parts where they look at it differently.
That's right. And it's a little weird, right? And again, this is people are so used to seeing, not seeing a garbage fee, right? Because you don't notice that 7/10 of a penny every time you go to the grocery store, right? But as the cost of commodities go up, right? Eggs cost more now, bread costs more now, milk costs more now. So guess what? You're actually paying more in sales tax every time you go to the store than if you just paid the $16 a month on your water bill, right? So we're actually going to save you money on that aspect as well.
You're right. It is different when you see 2 heads of big departments getting together to make it work. But, I sort of want to let the audience know that what he said earlier is sort of grave to me when you think about if you don't do something, and I hate to be the naysayer here, but if you don't do something, what is the school system going to look like?
Well, I think it's going to look a lot like the way we look now and potentially worse. And the way we look now is not good. I've got 14 teacher vacancies that I cannot fill across the district. We've got students in high schools today that are having to take their classes through a computer and a software program because the teachers don't exist. We have hired over 100 folks with college degrees, and we need them desperately because they have a passion for education and they want to become certified teachers. But in that period between being hired because you have a college degree and becoming a full certified, well-developed teacher that understands how to develop lesson plans, assessments, classroom management plans, you're not as effective as the effective certified teachers that have been doing this 5 or 6 years, because the folks that are leaving Lafourche Parish to go and teach in other parishes, oftentimes they are not our struggling teachers, they are our senior, veteran, phenomenal teachers. And so the expense to the community is huge, the expense to our children is huge, and this much needed increase in revenue would go a long way to shoring that up. So while we're not faced with dire consequences in terms of cuts and rifts and other nightmares if this doesn't pass, without investing heavily in public education, I fear that we are going to continue to stagnate and fall behind, and that's just not a reality that I'm willing to face, and I don't think the people of Lafourche Parish want to face it either.
The next question, I guess, would be, is the 4,000 sufficient enough to steady the ship, so to speak?
We believe it is. It makes us competitive, absolutely. It doesn't put us above the starting pay or even average pay of St. Charles or St. James Parish.
50-some, 53, 54?
So St. Charles is the highest paying district in the state. Their first year teachers are starting at 54. My 20-year veterans are at 49, right? So they go from 54 on up to 68, 69,000 a year. We're not going to surpass that in 1 or 2 years. But if we can make it where it's competitive, where it's not life-altering salary differences simply by driving 20 minutes to the east, we believe that it's going to go a long way. Lafourche Parish teachers are frankly used to paying or getting paid less than St. Charles Parish. This is not new that these river parishes are able to do this. It's being exacerbated by the national and statewide teacher shortage, and the gap has just gotten larger. It used to be a $4,000 or $5,000 a year gap. Now it's grown to a $14,000, $15,000, sometimes $18,000.
I guess the bottom line is they don't want to leave. They're dedicated, but they just want to be appreciated a little bit.
That's right. Well, and not only the appreciation, like all of us, that there are eggs to buy.
Right.
There are mouths to feed, and there are cars to buy. And so when they're trying to navigate life, if they can continue to do the thing that they want to do and love to do and have a calling to do, which is teach, whether it's third grade or high school American history, and they can do that thing in a neighboring parish and get paid $18,000 more a year, balancing the checkbook will cause one to really strongly consider where they're going to do that.
Are we at Proposition 5 now?
We are, and that's where the Lafourche schools pick up, right? So that is the Lafourche Parish School District proposition. It is the singular proposition that is tied to another. Proposition number 5 is tied to proposition number 4, because we cannot stand up the 0.4 cent sales tax increase, which is what we're asking for, unless the parish removes that 0.4 cent sales tax from its collections. And right now that money is of course going for solid waste. And then proposition number 6 is also the school districts. It is probably the easiest because it is a simple rededication and some repurposing. So some years ago, the people of Lafourche Parish supported a school initiative, which was some safe schools projects. What we have done with the 4 mills that's levied with the safe schools is we have hardened our facilities. We've added fencing, we've added single point of entry, we've added ballistic rated doors where you've got to be checked into the school to make sure that our buildings are, frankly, fortresses. That was a multi-million-dollar, multi-year investment to make sure that our schools are safe. We also use this money for school resource officers, the police officers that are on our campuses, cameras, and all things to keep our schools safe. We want to continue all of those endeavors with this money. However, the major construction projects associated with our safety initiative are complete. So rather than continue to spend millions of dollars to continue to upgrade these facilities, we've run out of facilities to upgrade. They are upgraded. And so in years that we have a surplus, the rededication on Proposition 6 would allow us to use any additional funds also for salaries and benefits. And I'd like to add that in the call, in the language of both propositions, the changes do specify that the money must be used for salaries and benefits of employees of the Lafourche Parish School District. And as the superintendent, I do not qualify as an employee. I'm a contracted superintendent. The superintendent's office will not be impacted by proposition number 5 at all, and the money generated by both of these propositions is dedicated to the employees. Who are the employees? The cafeteria workers, the custodians, the teachers, the principals, the bus drivers, the rank and file school employees. That's who the money has to go to.
Because you'll still go, the board will decide.
The board determines my fate contractually, as you've covered, for many, many years.
Yeah. Let me ask you, Archie, obviously when you do these things, there's always one or two that are, and look, we'll bring you on if you got a good argument. We'll bring you on. But have y'all met with the people that move and shake in the community? And just what's their overall sense at this point?
Yeah, so Martin, when we went into this, Mr. Martin and I realized that, when the school board tried a tax election a few years ago, it didn't go very well, right? Lost by some 19 votes. The parish tried some tax reform years ago when we tried to build a new jail back in 2013, 2014, and everybody remembers the books, not crook signs everywhere as we tried to take library money and build a new jail. So we didn't want to do that again, which is why we created the steering committee, why we created, why we brought Dr. Richardson in, because I didn't want to just be the politician up here saying, hey, I'm going to do what's right with your money, and we end up with the lottery scheme where none of that money went to education, right? And then we hit the road. Mr. Martin and I have visited every school and talked to the faculty members. We've done the chambers, the Rotaries, the Kiwanis, businesses. We joke that if you make a pot of coffee on a Sunday afternoon, we're coming to your house because we're going to explain this to you. And I'm very proud to say that both chambers, both Lafourche and the Lafourche Chamber and the City of Thibodaux Chamber have endorsed the plan. The Bayou Industrial Group, which is a huge business group for us in Lafourche Parish, has endorsed the plan. We have mom and pop businesses up and down the Bayou that, and as well as big businesses, including some of the major shipbuilders and vessel owners in Lafourche that have backed this plan because they see a tax break too. In Lafourche, we tax vessels just like we tax your house. So we save vessel owners some $54 million over the next 5 years with this plan. So they've been very receptive to it, been very open to it. Of course, the teachers are on board because there's a little piece of the carrot in there for them as well, and they work hard and they deserve that, which is why we included them in this plan. So it's been very well. It's been very receptive. We have seen the naysayers, right? We've had a councilman who's been very vocal, and again, because in 1986 and 1996, when a lot of these taxes were created, he was on the council and he created them. So we're kind of digging in his sandbox a little bit, and he doesn't like it. But again, I'm asking the public to trust not only me, but Mr. Martin and the school board and our council who voted to put this on the ballot, that we're going to put us on the right direction and that this is going to lead to a brighter day in Lafourche.
Well, I think Mr. Martin just answered it. A lot of people, when a tax comes up, they want to say, well, they didn't quite word this. It's a little vague. Where's the money going? But I think he just answered. He doesn't get a raise.
Yeah, neither do I. So, okay. And that's the thing, Martin, and we've joked about this. We sat in the room with probably 4 different tax attorneys over the course of a day, working them through the process, everything the steering committee had done, where we wanted to reallocate the money, what we wanted to consolidate, what we wanted to leave alone. And about a week later, they sent us the actual ballot language, which you're going to see when you go in the voting booth. And we were confused. So for the average person out there, which is why, and you're seeing it, you're holding it now, is the simplified version of those propositions. Right. We've had some small business owners and some residents step up and create a political action committee working on Lafourche's future. So you can find any of this information, videos of the town halls we've done. We're doing another town hall tonight at 6 p.m. at the Matthews Government Complex to reach out to more members of the public to really explain this going into the March 25th election. Early voting is going on now, so you can go vote anytime this week. So we're looking forward to seeing this through and creating a brighter day.
Are you sensing that when y'all go to some meetings, I can't tell you how many tax proposals we've covered since '84. And some of them with your dad, when he was superintendent in Terrebonne. And people get confused because what I find is people don't take the time to read it. They don't print it out, they don't read it, they go to the coffee shop. Somebody tells them, I'm voting against that for this reason. They walk out and they go, hell, I'm against it. Joe or Jane just told me. I urge them, educate yourself, get a pencil and a paper, and write down, if I'm being billed $16, but he's saving me $40 on this end, what am I going to save in my household or my business? And to me, that's how you say yay and nay.
Yeah.
And don't do it by one person at the coffee shop.
Yeah, we worked very hard with, other media outlets like the Gazette down in Lafourche to actually Casey and Addie put together a nice article and did a very fair and balanced thing. Yeah. I talked to the naysayers in the room as well, but again, just something that we think we're on the right track, and something I think is gonna pay dividends out into the future.
But in the final scheme of things, it comes down to trust. If they trust you and they think you've been doing a good job, and if they trust Mr. Martin, it's a trust issue, and if they vote yes, at the end of the day, you have to deliver.
No doubt.
Mr. Martin, one last pitch. How are you, when you met with the teachers, obviously, I would assume they were all excited. Am I right or wrong?
Not just the teachers.
Everybody.
Bus drivers,
workers,
custodians, cafeteria workers, they're all excited. And they're very optimistic. And listen, if I was sitting right here selling the community that Lafourche Parish needed to increase sales taxes by 1/2 penny or 1 penny to support public education, I think that's a great argument, and I can support it. What we're asking the people of Lafourche Parish to do is to not support a 1 penny, not support a 1/2 penny, support 0.4 increase in sales tax collections while off-ramping 0.4 for solid waste, while lowering property taxes, while lowering sales taxes for road sales tax collections in half the parish. I can't imagine a better deal. When we're asking for an increase in revenue for public schools, yet for many families this is going to be either a cost neutral or even a potential savings, I can't bring a better plan to the people to support public education. So I'm very proud of the work that we've done. And if you have questions, I would encourage anybody, reach out to my office, reach out to Mr. Archie's office, reach out to the Working on Lafourche's Future Facebook page or web page or YouTube, because the facts are pretty clear and pretty stark to me. I believe that we're underfunding public education in Lafourche Parish. I believe that we must invest heavily in public education in Lafourche Parish because it's one of the primary driving forces behind economic development. And this is a way to do it while being very sensitive to both the taxpayer and the business community as we navigate this post-IDA world.
Mr. Chesson, we'll give you the last word.
You know, I appreciate the time and letting us take some time on the show to get this out there. Again, Mr. Martin said it over and over. This is something that we've worked really hard on, something that we're proud of, and something that not only going to help the business community, but help our teachers. And look, as a parent of two little girls in the public school system in Lafourche, and hopefully one day a grandparent of some kids in the public school system in Lafourche, it's something that we need to do, and it's time that we take that leap of faith.
Checking on the kids and seeing how they're doing. It's always good to go to the man who helps make those decisions and takes care of our kids in the school system. Mr. Bubba Orgeron, welcome back to the program.
Right, thank you, Keith.
All right, Superintendent of Terrebonne Parish Schools, and boy, it's been an interesting first year, huh?
Yes, right, it has been, and it's going so rapidly.
Right.
Things are moving so quickly. We're already in the fourth 9 weeks of school. You know, it seems so quick to me anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
It just kind of flies by, especially when there's so much to do. But y'all have been very busy. Y'all have been working really hard.
Yes, sir.
In our processes and getting things together and some new things even.
Yep. Yeah, and you know, so I've been asked, you know, lately, you know, for updates on progress with our schools. You know, we've spent a lot of time this year kind of getting a lot of that work done. So what I'd like to show the public this evening is on our website where they can go look and find all the school information about repair work, design, timelines. Everything is on this form that we'll see in a minute is live, updated, and just very detailed as to what part of the construction phase is about to happen. So, and you're going to see on this chart when we look at it that things are about to start really happening. We have a lot of bids that are going to be awarded soon, and shortly after bids are awarded, construction phases start. So all of that is going to be on this chart that we're going to look at in just a minute.
And so this brand new Terrebonne Parish School web page is live.
It's on our main web page, and it's a link on the main web page. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And we'll go through it step by step as we do that.
That's what I'd like to do.
I appreciate that. So let's go ahead and roll that in. So Bubba, tell us what we're looking at
so
here.
what we're looking at here is our main page. So if you go to tpsd.org or just search Terrebonne Parish Schools, it'll take you straight to this page here. And if you look on this little title bar across the top, all the way to the right, you can see the red box scrolling over. All the way to the right, it says Hurricane Ida Recovery or Hurricane Recovery. Right. Then right underneath that, it's a little hard for me to see, but you can. It says Hurricane Ida Recovery. You click on that, and that link will take you right here, and then it says Master Recovery Schedule. Click there, and then there's going to be a list of all of our schools and a live progress update of where we're at. So, when people have questions about any particular school, you come to this side and you see exactly where we're at with this. This process. Now, what we're doing here, we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. You see, it's very color-coded and very detailed.
It tells you all of the different options for what's happening, right? And those colors mean different things.
And those colors at the bottom, we have a key. So the key, in particular, I can't read it from here, but I like to focus in on the blue and the green. The blue is the bid phase.
Okay.
So typically the bid phase is about a month when the bids go out. Right. The architects put out the bids for their projects that they've did all the design work for.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of repair work or a lot of design that goes into repair work. Rather.
Sure.
You know,
it's got to be.
Yes, especially when you're dealing with FEMA, right? There's a lot of T's to cross, I's to dot, and things like that, and we have to be very methodical. So architects. It's a back and forth with our FEMA consultants. So architects give design specs, they hand it over to our FEMA consultants. The FEMA consultants review it, send it back to architects. with what they call comments. We need more detail here.
Right.
Or let's
right.
not include
Yeah.
this phase.
Right.
You know, so
Tell me what
that
you're gonna
goes
do
back
here.
and forth for weeks.
Sure.
Sometimes even months.
Right.
So once we get it all done, it's submitted to FEMA, then we send it to the bid process, and that's typically a month, if not longer. We award the bid at the next available board meeting. So sometimes we're waiting for meetings to occur. You know?
Right.
Now, we've been calling special meetings to kind of expedite some of these bids, but sometimes we need to kind of slow down a little bit and wait for the next available board meeting.
Right.
So that might take a month's process, and maybe
Right. You may
last
finish
2
on
months,
the Friday after a board meeting.
That's exactly
and
right.
So now we got to wait for that next board meeting a month
So
later.
that's kind of happening. We're getting caught like that, but it is what it is.
Sure.
So once we award bids, and that's on that chart, if we can go back to the chart.
And we'll look at the blue.
See,
and
that's
now
all the
green,
blue. So
right?
the dates on those bid awards and bid openings are very, very precise. The person who actually does all the work, she's inputting all the data on this chart. Then we get into that part. The next thing, once it's awarded, it goes to the construction phase. And I want to make this comment about construction. So it doesn't necessarily mean the next day they're swinging hammers, right?
Right.
Or you know, boots on the ground. It means, as it says there, there's a lot of procurement of materials. And sometimes that can last for months, right?
Right, because we're still having that supply chain issue.
Yes.
And the cost in addition to the supply chain
all
issue.
that.
Right.
That's exactly right. So if you see on our chart the green phase and you say, well, there's no work being done. And if you could go to the South Down category, South Down Elementary School, and that's a very, you know, visible school. It's right on the main thoroughfare.
Sure.
So you see South Down Elementary, it's in the green. I
Right.
think the green actually started in December. But
right.
you're looking at South Down, you see all these panels, they're still missing. So if it started in December, why is it not done in March? It's because they're waiting on materials to come in. They were awarded the contract, so the contractor's waiting. Now they're on the clock.
Right.
Their time has started. So I just wanted to kind of really emphasize why it may be green on our chart, but nothing's being done or visibly being done.
Right.
There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, getting crews and all of those things. So that's kind of a description of our chart.
What a great overview, though, and it prevents from hundreds, maybe thousands of phone calls to you
Hopefully
and your
so, right?
staff
Yes.
about where are we, and this is a great explanation about that. I'm really excited that we've got a lot more time to talk about this.
Okay, sure.
Because the formation of it obviously took a great deal of time, and your team is working tirelessly, even minute by minute, to add stuff, which is
That's
really
right.
nice.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll take a break. And Bubba's going to stay with us. You do the same. We'll be right back, right here on Bayou Time. Hello and welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. Again, your host, Keith Whiteside, licensed clinical social worker. So glad you're joining us. Very glad to be joined by Superintendent of Terrebonne Parish Schools, Bubba Orgeron. Bubba, welcome back.
Thank you.
And so I got to tell you, there are so many apps and so many programs and web pages that are not very user-friendly, that you struggle kind of seeing this. This one is not one of those.
Okay, thank you.
This is so very simple, and I love how picturesque it is, because it says this color means this color means this.
That's right, yes,
and
right.
it gives us just an idea. And so it's one of those things where we were just kind of thinking about, you know, the colors and where things start. All of those colors are about approvals.
Yes, that's right.
And we're looking for the option for those things to begin as those steps go.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
So, and South Down was a great example. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We mentioned South Down, right? Yeah, that was a perfect example of it being in the green phase. Right. But visibly there's no work happening.
Right.
But that simply means if it's in green, again, just to reiterate that they're procuring materials. Right. Work crews are being assembled, and it's going to start pretty soon.
Right. There's construction approval.
And sometimes it's the procurement of materials is just you can't find stuff.
That is correct.
Still some of that stuff going on, right? So we still have some supply chain issues. It's improved tremendously, but we still have certain materials that are hard to come by.
And just so people can understand a little bit, I'll just tell you a real life example. It took 4 months for me to get a window in, one single window to replace in the upstairs part of my home.
Yeah.
That window was not ordered correctly, and it was not the right size.
Oh, brother.
So we had to reorder it. That took 2 more months. And so I can only imagine as we're getting, because some of these schools have some pretty specific materials, right?
That's exactly right.
Because look how beautiful, especially Southdown. It was designed very well, but it's not something that's just made every day like windows are for a home.
That's right.
Mine were easier to come in. That's why when a construction phase has been approved, they're working on getting those materials. They know what they need, just being able to get them in.
Right, exactly. That's where we're at.
So what a great web page to kind of give us some direction in our parish about where the recovery is for a lot of these schools.
Yeah, and you know, if any parent or community member has a question specifically about a school, they're welcome to call us and we could kind of walk them through kind of even more specifics on the construction phase or the bid process.
Right.
But the schools have a lot of information as well, you know, and there's probably a little bit better relationship or connection with the schools from parents.
Right.
So we're encouraging parents to kind of get with the schools to ask questions.
Sure.
Like, please ask questions. Don't assume that everything is, you know, or we shouldn't assume that everything is as clear as we might think it is.
Right.
So if there are questions, please ask, so we can kind of give them information.
And much like everything that we've experienced through COVID, through the hurricane, through the recovery, your staff and each of those people at the different schools are engaged.
Yes.
They're so, and they're wanting to say, hey, this is what's next.
Right.
Because they're kind of watching that recovery as well.
Yes, that's right.
Hands-on.
That's right.
You know, at their schools.
Yep.
That they take so much ownership in.
And you know, if we could look at the chart one more time, you can see that the dates on a lot of the blues and greens, like a lot of things are imminent. You know, we're getting ready to kind of get extra busy. We're at that point in this whole phase.
Right.
You know, it's taken a while to get to this point, but pretty soon there are a lot of roof jobs that are going to get done, a lot of interior works that are going to get done.
Wow.
And there's just a lot of schools. You can look at Houma Junior High, for instance. That's one I think that would be worthy of looking at.
Yeah, let's scroll up to Houma Junior High.
Houma Junior High. So methodically, the way this typically works, and it's pretty common sense, the green is the roof, that roof repair. So before the building repairs happen, you have to do the roof repairs.
Right.
You know, typically, I mean, you don't want the interior still getting potentially wet with new floors, new walls, new ceilings.
Right.
So you get the roof, then you jump into the next phase, which will happen pretty quick at a school like Houma Junior High. So soon after the roof's done, which is in progress. There are boots on the ground there.
Yes.
Materials there. You know, they have the lifts and all the safety precautions on the roof, and it's happening. So once that's done, then we jump into the other parts of the building that need repair. So that's pretty much the process we're working with. You know, even like a gym like at H.L. Bourgeois, right? So there's a gym floor that needs to be replaced.
Okay.
Well, we could have replaced it, but why replace it if there's still a leaking roof? So, you know, you just have to logically approach these things, you know, and use common sense. So that's all going to come once roofs get done.
Yeah.
And Bourgeois one, it's a big roof job.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Big roof job, and there is some seepage still, right? So we've got to, you know, be very precautionary before we get too far ahead of ourselves.
Right. And that process is also much more expensive now than it was when Ida hit.
Yes.
And so we're having to sometimes go, oh, wait a minute, we thought it was going to cost this, now it's going to cost this, and now we got to get approval for that, right?
Yeah.
And again, that's just, it's frustrating, but that's just kind of the reality.
Even new construction from, you know, schools, you know, building a new school, we were looking, you know, a couple years ago at $250 a square foot, which is kind of the high end.
Right.
We're $350, $400 a square foot, you know, now. So it just causes a cost of a new building to just really
that inflation.
be really inflated. Yeah.
You and I spent some time talking on the program and really kind of doing a shout out about a lot of the things that are needed in our area. We knew that busing and transportation was one of those.
That's right.
I'd love for you to stick around and maybe give us some updates and let us know where we are with that process. That would be fantastic.
Right,
Brother, thank you for all the updates and again for helping us understand a very simple web page, but how people can access that. So we appreciate it.
Arrests that were made, you said you're still looking for one of them.
Absolutely. So in this particular case, when the patrol division got there, they were able to do a tremendous job in preserving the integrity of the scene. They did observe that the house appeared to be ransacked, and it was later determined that some electronic devices from within the house were stolen. As detectives were called in, of course, they did their due diligence with what they do, and they do an amazing job at it, but they were able to determine that there was some video surveillance footage associated with that residence. So they captured that video surveillance footage, and of course it led to the identity of a couple suspects involved in this case.
And they did that through linking vehicles, too.
Absolutely. There was a vehicle that was linked, which ultimately just kept the investigation going.
And we have some pictures up. Let's start from the beginning again, Jen, if we can. And there's your suspects that were, I guess, were they all arrested?
They were. Now, Mr. Rainey was the only one that was, so far, has been linked to the burglary investigation. We were able to determine through evidence and video surveillance footage that he was present at the scene at the time, which ultimately led us to a residence that he occupies on Henderson Street. So once we were able to obtain that information, of course, detectives secured a search warrant for that particular house. And again, once that was done, detectives as well as our SWAT team was called to assist with that investigation due to the background of Mr. Rainey. As we approached the residence, there was a vehicle that was attempting to depart the location. When detectives and SWAT members stopped that particular vehicle, the three suspects that you see photographed are the ones that were occupying the vehicle at the time.
And there was a lot more than just them at the location. Wasn't a lot of drugs and all.
There was. You know, again, once they were taken into custody, of course, they were all brought to our sheriff's office to be questioned. There was no additional persons found within the house. But as they began to do the search warrant, they began to notice a large amount of things other than just electronic devices.
Some of the things they had, multiple pieces of electronic equipment, over 7 ounces of methamphetamines, more than 41 grams of heroin, approximately 4 ounces of marijuana, close to 3 grams of MDMA, over $2,200 in cash, and 5 weapons. Y'all determined that one of the weapons was listed as stolen during an unrelated case, and detectives, y'all continue to review electronic devices to determine if there's a link, right?
That's correct.
All right, so that's you know, I guess when you see this many weapons, it's quite telling, isn't it?
It is, it is. And, you know, it's my understanding that Mr. Rainey has a background related to these types of activities. So, you know, it was better for us to err on the side of caution and deal with this. But, of course, you know, these investigations like this could lead to a multitude of things that could happen down the line.
When I used to ride with you guys way back, it was low marijuana. Crack cocaine was just starting to come out, and it exploded. It's so different out there now.
It is. And, you know, it's been a minute since I've worked on the road in a patrol capacity, but even as detectives, you know, you go and you get called to a scene, and the infusion of cameras and cell phones and things of that nature, I mean, it's taken our job to a whole different level, which is good, and it can also be bad.
Everybody back in the, well, nobody really back in the day, just a few people who could afford it, had security cameras on their home. Everybody can pretty much afford it.
It's pretty commonplace now. And, you know, again, we would love to go in the neighborhoods and see cameras on every single house. You know, we wish there was some sort of government funding to be able to do that sort of thing, you know, but it aids in our investigations, and we got lucky on this one, and it was a great score for us.
If anybody's watching that knows any more information, how can they get in touch with you guys?
Of course, we ask them to call the Sheriff's Office Investigative Division. They can reach us at 985-876-2500 and just ask for the Detective Bureau. or they can simply contact Crime Stoppers Bayou Region at 1-800-743-7433. And they also have an app that you can anonymously report information, and, of course, we pay for that type of information if an arrest is made.
And let me just quote the sheriff. One of the press release said, "I'm very proud of the quality work completed by our deputies, detectives, and SWAT team members. These men and women do an unbelievable job of dealing with very difficult circumstances, which is vital to bringing offenders to justice." So just those words from the sheriff of Terrebonne Parish. Lieutenant, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your hard work.
Thanks for having me.
Now, it's one thing to turn 100 years old, and we've covered many of those, but it's another thing to turn 105. And certainly that happened this weekend. On Saturday at the Homestead Assisted Living Facility, family and friends of Miss Frances Parr celebrated her 105th birthday. If you recall, Miss Parr has been a guest of mine on 101, and we covered her 104th birthday last year, along with a couple of birthdays before that. This year, we asked Miss Parr about turning 105.
Oh, all the bones ache. But I'm walking very slowly and do it as well as I can. I've lived at home all my life. And I never had a car, so I walked the streets of Houma and knew a lot of people that had long gone. Finished college and taught at Terrebonne High for 6 years. But in the summertime, I had summertime jobs. The most interesting one was it was in Washington, D.C., when I worked for the Department of the Treasury. I went into service, and I was in Europe for 2 years during the war. When I went into the service, I did office work, mostly writing articles that came back to the States about people that were in the same area where I was. And after that, I went to work for an insurance company downtown Houma until I had to retire when I began to lose my sight. I think it was nice of them to take time out of their busy lives and to come. And they've done that 3 times now. That's enough. The 100 and 103 wasn't, and this one. That's enough. People are going to get tired of seeing my face. I even got a gift from a lady I don't know and who doesn't know me, but she saw me on Facebook. I thought it was very nice of her to send me something when she didn't even know me.
We also spoke to the family and friends of Miss Parr about this great celebration.
I'm Donna. I am her niece, and she's taken care of us all our lives. She's always done good things for us, so now we're taking care of her. And she's 105 now, so she'll make it to 110, I'm sure.
This is Jamie Parr and my dad, Jimmy Parr, who's 95 years old, at his sister Frances Marie's 105th birthday. The youngest of the 6 siblings, and Miss Frances is the oldest of the 6. Proud to have her as an aunt. I read a article recently where she mentioned bringing all of her nieces and nephews on trips, and I'm one of those benefactors. She brought me to Disney World, and she brought a cousin and I on a cruise. We love her very much and want to wish her a great 105th birthday.
Just glad she's still living. 106. Not many people get there.
My name's Derek Bovelin. That's my wife, Emily. Miss Mimi, to me, is 105 years old. I am her great nephew. I hope I have that gene to live 105 years old. I think it's great. One of my fondest memories is, I think when I was out of school, my mom and dad used to send me to her house because she didn't have any kids. So I would go to her house and watch The Price is Right during the day and eat lean cuisines. She was always great to me, sent me to Washington, D.C. for close-up. So I appreciate her very much. She's a very smart lady, traveled the world. She has a memory like no other.
My name is Robert Parr. I'm a nephew of Mimi. And back in the early 70s, she took my cousin and I to Mexico. We got to go to Mexico City, Guadalajara, and Acapulco. and that's a trip that I would have never gotten to go on if it hadn't been for her. She seemed to have made it a mission to take my cousins one or two at a time on different trips around the world. I know my brother got to go to Europe, and she took my sister to France, and different cousins got to go to different places around the world, and it's all because of her, all because of Mimi.
I'm Barbara, and I'm a cousin of Frances Marie's, and we have been friends and cousins and insurance agent, and I visit her often, and she has a lot of great stories to tell.
I am Lisa Parr Miranda. I am Frances Parr's niece, and we have grown up with her. She was a great babysitter to us, taking care of us for many years, telling us wonderful stories about World War II and all of the travels that she did. The air raids when she was in London, having to take baths in pith helmets, and how much she learned to love to travel from that trip. She still tells wonderful stories, and we're very thankful that she's still with us. She credits her long life to never being married and never having children, but longevity does run in our family. My father turned 95 this year.
Miss Farr is just an amazing woman. Every day I'm here, I take time out to sit and visit with Miss Frances, and she is just amazing. And if ever she forgets something, she's very upset about it. So I have to tell all the time, don't be upset about it. I never know where my phone or my keys are. And she laughs, and we have a meeting almost every day that I'm here. And I learn so much from her, and I feel so blessed to have known her.
Let me sit right here real quick. Okay, ready, y'all? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Frances. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Congratulations, Miss Parr. Happy birthday.
Shortly before noon, our units initiated a traffic stop near Grand Caille Road and Tunnel Boulevard. Vehicle initially stopped, and the driver of the vehicle decided to take off, led officers on a vehicle pursuit that led us to West Side Boulevard near Alma Street, and the suspect, who was identified as Dontrell Howard, barricaded himself within the apartment complex. The Sheriff's Department was contacted for assistance, and they responded to that location, where our two tactical teams and negotiations teams worked diligently together to resolve this situation peacefully. As the day went on, we quickly learned that he had some outstanding felony warrants for his arrest, and it appears that's probably the reason that he fled.
Well, once it led into the entire area, once West Side Boulevard, then we activated a SWAT team because it was a barricaded situation. My guys communicated very closely with Houma Police Department, where basically negotiations took place, and it was a long-standing negotiation. He had some priors, we've learned he had priors, and there was a lot of things like that, I think, weighing on his mind, and it took us a while to finally talk him down with his family. Helped. We had community leaders that helped, and we were able to get a peaceful resolution here today.
Look, a lot of it goes back to training and the relationships we have with our community leaders that also stepped up and helped out in talking to this individual, because at the end of the day, we all have the same goal, and that's for everyone, including the person that we're looking for, to go home safely to their family. We couldn't be happier with the way everything turned out. Suspect was taken into custody without injuries to himself, no injuries to officers, and just a great working relationship between two agencies and the citizens of Terrebonne Parish.
Fresh off the election victory is Councilman Brian Pledger, and he won Council District 1. Congratulations, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin.
Good to see you. And Jessica, as usual, welcome aboard. Good to see you.
Thanks. Good to see you again.
We got a lot happening in the parish. We had all kind of events happening this weekend. We had the Haven, which they raised a super amount of money
Yes.
this year. It's good that Terrebonne Parish is back, and we're all looking for things to do, and everybody's getting out the house and doing things again. So can we start off on a positive note?
Yes, absolutely. So we had the Haven event. I was thinking about that. Do you remember we did the telethon here during the pandemic?
During COVID.
That was so much fun. But yeah, so we had the Haven event, which, you know, they do so many wonderful things for our community and for women and children who are in abusive situations. So it's definitely good to support them. Bayou Terrebonne Distilleries had their annual boucherie, which was wonderful. The weather, it was a little hot, but it was, the weather held out, and so they had a great event. There was one other event, I can't remember what it was. Oh, the Easter egg hunt.
Yeah,
So we had the Easter egg hunt for the Terrebonne Parish Consolidated Government Easter egg hunt. We had some races. Yeah, so it's spring in Terrebonne Parish, and there's always so much to do.
Didn't we have an election?
I think we had an election. You know, I think we did, but yeah. So it was a really good day.
All right, before we get to the actual agenda and we talk about local council business, and I appreciate our councilwoman, our chairwoman, bringing the newly elected councilman on the set. So, Mr. Pleasure, just for our audience, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself and let the audience, especially District 1 seems to know, but other districts, give us a little information about yourself.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to be here, first of all, first and foremost, very excited. I was born and raised here in Terrebonne Parish, my younger days, and my mom and dad raised 4 boys, and they gave us the options out of high school. They said, you're either going to college or you're going to the military. I was number 3. I chose to go off into the U.S. Navy, served there, loved every minute of it, war veteran at this point now, and had a great career doing that. It was challenging at the time when I was young, but as I got older, I was more appreciative of those things that I was able to achieve while there. After that, I started working for a major pipeline company here in the U.S., and initially I was in New Haven, Connecticut, went over to Minneapolis, Minnesota, then went back down to Texas, and my wife, after 15 years of that, my wife says, you know, let's go back home. So we came back here to Houma and decided to plant root, and I asked my wife, hey, where are we going to move, where are we going to live? She says, well, you grew up right here in the Mechanicville area, why don't you build me my dream house right here? And that's what I did.
Fantastic.
And here I am now as the councilman for District 1.
And let the audience know where you're working and what you do.
I work at Barker Honda.
Right.
I'm top sales guy over there, sell many Hondas, love working with Mr. Mike and the rest of those guys over there.
Good people.
Very, very good people, family oriented. I love the Honda brand, and I just love doing that. And it's garnered me an opportunity to meet a lot of great people during my tenure there.
So when the councilwoman here called you and said, Brian, I know you're fresh off the victory, but you're coming on the show today. No rest for the weary, right?
None, zero.
But isn't that a good thing? She's reaching out, and that's the way it ought to be, huh?
It is. I signed up for it, and this is what the expectation is, and that's what I need to do.
What do you want to see? Because I know I've asked that to Jessica many times, and she's given me great answers, but what do you want to see the parish? What direction do you want to see it going?
Well, part of the reason I chose to run, Martin, was the gap needs to be bridged. And what I mean by that is I had some instances when I was building my new home for my wife, just general things within the community that I wasn't aware of. And going back to what I want to see, the most important thing, I want to see the gap bridged with the community and government. More so, I want to be a facilitator to bridge that gap, teaching the folks in my community how to get things done on their own. You know, where
transparency is a big word. We use it a lot, but sometimes we don't implement it. I know Jessica's been trying to do that quite a bit, so just being transparent with the public is a good thing, isn't it?
It is. It is. If you show them, there's a lot of folks out there that want to learn. And I think being a community like Terrebonne Parish, so close-knit the way it is, they should want to learn that, you know, how to deal with the government.
So let me ask the councilwoman with a council chair with about a minute left on this segment. You got a new face on board, and what do y'all have, an orientation? How does that work?
Well, not really an orientation. It's just kind of they throw you to the fire and say, figure it out. But you know, Brian and I have talked a lot about, you know, what he needs to do, what are the next steps, where he needs to go, who does he need to schedule meetings with, who are the important key players in our government that he needs to really kind of get to know now. You know, he's stepping into Dr. John Navy's position, and who had been there for a very long time. He was there for 12 years. And so, you know, what projects were happening, where is it that we need to go with things. But we're happy to have Brian. We're very excited to have him on board. I'm very excited to have you on board, Brian. I think you're going to be a really good fit with us.
All right, and Brian, as we go to the break, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And I like that Navy. My dad was a Navy man, so.
Great guy.
All right, there you go. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
We are compelled to never forget that while we enjoy our daily pleasures, there are those who have endured and may still be enduring the agonies of pain, deprivation, and imprisonment. Before we began our ceremony, we paused to recognize our POWs and MIAs. We call your attention to this small table up front, which occupies a place of dignity and honor. It is set for one, symbolizing the fact that members of our armed forces are missing from our ranks. They are referred to as POWs and MIAs. We call them comrades. They are unable to be with their loved ones and families, so we join to pay humble tribute to them and to bear witness to their continued absence.
Parish of Terrebonne, a proclamation. Whereas each March 29th, we acknowledge and celebrate those veterans who served the Vietnam War, recognizing their bravery and highlighting their courageousness in service to others. And whereas on this 50th anniversary of the ending of the United States involvement in the Vietnam War, we are reminded of the great cost paid by many Americans during the war and of the struggles experienced by those who served following the war.
As we see our country as it evolves, the sacrifices that have been made, the commitments that have been made by our country, our citizens to freedom, should never be forgotten. As you look around, we started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge. But you know, it's me individually, just like each one of you, pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. See, that flag tells you something. United States of America. We're together. If we get divided, we lose. So we pledge allegiance. And every person, every veteran who has taken the oath of office, I do solemnly swear to support the United States of America and the Constitution against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. Yes, there are those within us who would take us down in a heartbeat, and the heartbeat is ours. They take it away from us. You know, every veteran in here has a story and is where they are today because of some of their experiences, some of the things they have experienced and taken back. Lessons learned. We learn from history. But you know, we all have some humorous experiences, and I thought I'd kind of leave on a high note. I was on one of those one-man missions. Anyone who's been in the service know every now and then you get one of those. And I was in another country, and after just seeing how their military has to live off the land, I was very much impressed and thankful we had MREs. And when I first went in the Army, 1967, so I'm dating myself, I was eating World War II sea rations, sea rats. They had a supply left from World War II. We were still eating them. And you know how they heated them? In a garbage can with a burner under it. And they'd throw the tin cans in there. I gotta tell you, you ate it. Because if you didn't, you didn't get fed. And then that same trash can with the boiling water was how they made the coffee. The cook in the field would take his dirty apron from the day before and hold it over the trash can. They'd open the cans of coffee grinds. Now I'm talking cans. There was no label on it, so you know it was sold by the low bidder, and probably from World War II. And they dumped the grinds on that apron, and that old chef, cook, I mean, I call him a chef, would hold it, and they'd pour boiling water. And it would go in. Then when it's finished, he'd take that off, and everything got thrown away. And then you'd walk by with your canteen cup, and they'd dip you your coffee. Now, you know you had good coffee when there was a sheen on it like an oil. And I can tell by the laughs, we've all had it. You never needed a laxative after you had that coffee. But on that one mission, being with that other country and in the jungle, they were so excited that they saw an American soldier. They had never seen an American soldier, much less an officer. And they said, "Sir, we heard you were coming. We prepared something special for you." Now remember, they are living off the land. "Sir, we have fresh monkey." I have a vision of what that fresh monkey looked like as they're turning it on a spit in an open pit fire with a little smoke in a combat zone.
Congratulations on a great event. Glad HTV could be there, and we urge everyone to always support the Regional Military Museum. What a great day here in Terrebonne Parish, right in the heart of Houma. And you may say, what's so big about it? Well, in case you haven't heard, the fifth bishop of the Diocese of Houma-Thibodaux was named Bishop Mario Dorsenville. He likes the pronunciation on the last part of his name, and he was named by the Pope to come here to Houma, Louisiana from Washington, D.C., and certainly that's a big change. But he looks like he's up to the task. He's a jovial bishop. He's a people person. He loves to minister to people in need. So certainly as St. Francis, as the students are out in the front and they're orchestrating all of the traffic that will be coming in, this is a star-studded lineup. Not since 1972, when we saw presidents and vice presidents and majority leaders and senators and representatives here for the funeral of Senator Alan J. Ellender, do we see such a, excuse my pun, but a star-studded event in the Catholic Church. We're going to have the nuncio for the Catholic Church of the United States here today. We're going to have 2 cardinals, many archbishops, and many bishops, including the bishops that served here in the past in the diocese, and an Archbishop, Shelton Fobb, who will be here, and he was a star in his own right also. But it all started as all of them drove up in buses, and the parking lot got real full, real fast. Overcast skies here in Terrebonne Parish, but certainly the firepower of the Catholic Church just really evident today, Terrebonne Parish, and it all started with the knock on the door.
Yeah, you can come in. You can knock on the door.
going to take a short break. We're going to be right back here on Bayou Time to show you some more highlights of today's installation. And certainly, if you want to watch the entire installation, go to HTV 10 Facebook or YouTube, and you can see the entire ceremony. We'll be right back. And welcome back as we continue to cover the installation of our new bishop in the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau, Bishop Mario D'Orsonville. And of course, what would an installation be without the Archbishop of New Orleans, Gregory Amen, who was the celebrant of today's installation? We now show you some of what happened in the cathedral today.
My sisters and brothers, good afternoon. Today we gather with great joy for the installation of Bishop Mario D'Orsonville as the 5th Bishop of Houma Thibodeau. It is my privilege this afternoon to welcome His Excellency Archbishop Christophe Pierre, Apostolic Nuncio to the United States, the personal representative of our Holy Father, Pope Francis. Archbishop Pierre, it is an honor to welcome you and to have you join us for this installation Mass.
It is a joy for me to represent the Holy Father as we celebrate the installation of Mario D'Orsonville. I think maybe in this past he has some Cajun ancestry, you know. D'Orsonville. As the 5th Bishop of Houma Thibodeau, from Colombia, where he was born, to Washington, D.C., where he has served since the 90s, and where I've gotten to know him, Bishop D'Orsonville has now found a new home in Houma. Bishop D'Orsonville, I know that you will make her home there, here, because you will find in this diocese many opportunities to continue your ministry as shepherd. You will reach out to people in need, as you have done in your work with the Spanish Catholic Center, Catholic Charities, and more recently with Migration and Refugee Service as a bishop. You will continue to listen to the laity, who have many gifts and much love for the Church. You will welcome the collaboration of deacons and consecrated religious. To your priest, you will be both a brother and a father. With your background as a spiritual director for seminarians and mentor for young priests, you will nurture priestly vocations. And in all of this, you will follow a synodal way, working together with the people of God on a shared journey of faith. Being close to the people is always a good way of being a bishop. It is the way that Jesus was, with his disciples, with those who supported his ministry, and with the many people in all their needs. Here in Bayou country, there is another good reason to stay close to your people. They can protect you from the alligators. Do not be afraid, Bishop D'Orsonville. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to the people of this diocese. With much joy, I will now read the papal decree appointing you as Bishop of Houma Thibodeau. This is a translation in English. The original in Latin will be shown to you by the bishop himself. Francis, Bishop, servant of the servants of God, to our venerable brother, Mario Eduardo D'Orsonville Rodriguez. You have to learn all these names. Until now, titular Bishop of Kearney and auxiliary of the Archdiocese of Washington, appointed Bishop of Houma Thibodeau, greetings and apostolic blessing. United together in the intimate bond of faith and charity, let us wisely and prudently shepherd the Church, which has been established for such a commendable purpose, so that, we may grow in the knowledge of Christ, preaching the message of the cross, which is foolishness to those who are perishing, but the power of God to those who are being saved. Having given ourselves over to this important mission of proclaiming the gospel, it is with paternal love that we turn our attention to the spiritual needs of the ecclesial community of Houma Thibodeau, which currently vacant owing to the transfer of its former ordinary, our venerable brother Shelton Joseph Fabre, to the Archdiocese of Louisville, awaits its own chief shepherd and moderator of diocesan life. Accordingly, we have thought of you, venerable brother, who in the exercise of your pastoral duties, in our judgment, are endowed with the spiritual and human qualities as well as the practical experience, which render you suitable for carrying out this new office. Most Reverend Mario d'Orsonville, you have heard the letter of His Holiness Pope Francis. You are called by the Holy Spirit to serve Almighty God and the people of the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau in faith and in love as their shepherd. Having already accepted the appointment of the Holy Father, are you willing to serve the people of this diocese in the tradition of the apostolic faith of the Church?
With faith in our Lord Jesus Christ and with the love of God in my heart, I do accept the pastoral care of the people of God in the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. I resolve to serve faithfully the spiritual needs of this local church.
And we'll be right back. A few words from the new bishop himself right here in the cathedral in downtown Houma. All right, we're back in front of the St. Francis Cathedral once again. A lot of activity. Students moving around, they're making room because today they had a lot of things happening in front of the cathedral. The fifth bishop of the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau, and I'm sure you want to hear from the bishop inside of the church. The bishop had a few things to say. Let's listen in.
Your Eminences, dear brother bishops, dear brother priests, deacons, religious, brothers and sisters. I am so grateful for the kindness in welcoming me to this great state of Louisiana, which is your home and now mine too. Allow me to express my gratitude to our Holy Father, Pope Francis, for appointing me to be the shepherd of this Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. I am very grateful to Archbishop Greg Amon and Archbishop Christopher Pierre, the Apostolic Nuncio to the United States, for the guidance in this process. As well as I am so grateful to His Eminence, Cardinal Wilton Gregory, who has kept up with me for the last 4 years. Not an easy job. Thank you for everything you have taught me. As well as to His Eminence, Cardinal Donald Werrell. How grateful I am with you as well, Your Eminence, and how happy I am that you were the one who ordained me almost 8 years ago bishop for United States and for the Catholic Church. Archbishop Fab, a very special gratitude to you. Thank you for everything you have done to give into my hands and to trust this beautiful diocese of Houma Thibodeau. And finally, but not last, I also express a special thanks to Father PJ. Father PJ Madden, who everyone knows for his faithful service as an apostolic administrator since April 2022. You don't have idea how much fun we have been having together. Amazing. As well, a voice of profound gratitude to my brother priests who have journeyed from Washington to Houma to pray with us on this special occasion, and my dear family friends who today are here present. When I learned that the Holy Father had named me Bishop of the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau, I realized that a new chapter of my life had begun, knowing that the book gets better as the chapters go on. I don't have any doubt. Therefore, I put my trust in Jesus Christ, because whenever He gives us a mission, He also gives us the strength and the wisdom to carry it out. The Gospel of John presents to us the image of Jesus, the Good Shepherd. As the Good Shepherd, He serves and lays down His life for His people. This might be one intention that I would like to put into your prayers, that in my words, actions, and deeds from now on, you don't recognize my voice, but a faithful instrument of Jesus Christ. Hence, we learn through prayer that Jesus did not come to be served, but to serve, and to lay down His life for us. When we recognize Him in the Eucharistic celebration, we come to know the voice of Jesus, the Good Shepherd. We can follow Him because we know He loves us, since He cares for us, guides us, and leads us to salvation. In His hands, in His heart, we are safe.
And there you have it. I know a little shorter version of what you wanted to see on Bayou Time, but if you want to watch the entire installation, go to HTV10 Facebook or HTV10 YouTube. We'll show you the entire installation again, and you can enjoy it for yourself. What a day here in Terrebonne Parish. What a day for the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. Thank you for joining us. Good luck to our new bishop, and we look forward to spending much time with him on HTV as he shepherds the people of our area. And what a bonus round is. We're out here in front of the cathedral a few moments ago. Bishop Michael Jarrell, who of course was a bishop here in the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau and Bishop Emeritus in the Diocese of Lafayette, was strolling around, and I got to walk up, give him a great big hug, and talk with him about his days here, and he was certainly a well-loved bishop here in the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. look who we caught up with while we're doing stand-ups in the front of the cathedral. And Bishop Michael Jarrell, who is bishop here for the Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau, but Bishop Emeritus of the Diocese of Lafayette, we caught up with him. And Bishop, it is so good to see you today.
Well, it's very good to be back on familiar ground. I tell you, it's been a while since I visited Houma, and it's nice to be back.
And you look great. So tell me, another big day in Houma. You did the installation quite a few years back, but it's going to be a big day for the people around here.
It certainly is. There'll be new leadership, and he'll have to get to know Houma. What I'm told is that he's afraid of alligators, so I think the people of Houma will fix that for him. But new leadership is always exciting.
And he's allergic to shellfish.
Oh, that's a pity.
So anyway, you had a chance to mingle and see all the bishops. There's 2 cardinals here today, the nuncio's here, and a lot of archbishops. Have you had a chance to mingle yet?
Yes, last night we had a dinner. I was reacquainted with Cardinal Wuerl. He and I were classmates in college in Washington, D.C., and some of the others, but there's more to come in today, so it'll be a big house.
Yeah, and just for the people who want to know, because they remember you well, you were well loved here. How's it going now? How's life for you, Bishop?
I live in Scott in one of the St. Peter and Paul Parish, and I help the pastor. I don't go to meetings, so life is good in Scott.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I know you have a busy schedule. I appreciate you giving us a little time, and always good to see you, Bishop.
Thank you, Martin. God bless you, and God bless all the people of the Houma-Thibodeau Diocese.
Right, there you have it. Great man here, and I'm glad he stopped and chatted with us. I know Mom watching at home will love that because she's sitting home watching the whole event. So there you have it. One of our great bishops who has helped pave the way here for the Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau. It's a star-studded event. We told you that. We have Bishop Sam Jacobs, Bishop Emeritus here, Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau, and saw you're walking fast somewhere. Where are you going right now? It's a lot to do today, right?
Yeah, big day for the Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau. Meeting with the bishops right now to have lunch with the bishops at Milano's, and then we'll have the installation at 2 o'clock.
This is a big deal. I was talking about the funeral of Senator Alan Ellender. That was a politically big event. Today we're going to have the nuncio, we're going to have cardinals, we're going to have archbishops and many bishops, and it's a big deal, isn't it?
It's always a big deal. When the diocese has a new shepherd, it's always a big deal. It's a time of celebration, and it's a time of beginning a new moment in the history of the diocese.
Does it make you reflect when a day like this comes to when you were installed in, more than one location, but does it bring back memories for you?
A lot of good memories, a lot of positive good memories, a lot of people who are part of the celebration who make it happen, and it's a time of great joy, and a time of saying, I want to begin something new and build on what has been laid, the foundation, but continue to build on it. And I think that's what Bishop Mario would do.
What's on the menu today for lunch?
I don't know.
Bishop, always good seeing you, and it'll be a big celebration. Thanks for stopping and chatting with us.
Thank you. God bless you.
All right, there you go. Bishop Sam Jacobs. We'll throw it back to you guys. Going to lunch right now. In that vehicle is one of the cardinals and also the Archbishop of the Diocese of New Orleans. And there you see Father P.J. Madden was making sure they all were taken care of. He's still working hard. He took care of the diocese for a long time, and certainly he's still taking care of the diocese. And as you can tell, a lot of visiting priests coming in from all over the country, a lot from Washington, D.C. also. So there'll be a lot of visitors in St. Francis Cathedral today for the very important installation. And it's always a big deal when a new bishop is installed in any area. And right here in the Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau, certainly we're no exception. All right, and we are live in front of the St. Francis Cathedral for the installation of the newly named bishop of the Diocese of Houma-Thibodeau, Bishop Mario Dorsonville. Now he says Dorsonville. That's how he wants it pronounced. So we're used to saying Dorsonville. He wants to say Dorsonville. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to step out the shop. We're going to be with you for about a half hour here in front of the church and in front of the cathedral, as a lot of people are already inside of the cathedral. So I know my mom's watching. She was telling me at breakfast, I wonder where they're going to park all of those vehicles. They've been having shuttle buses coming back and forth from the Civic Center. So there you see one of the buses as they come in. But this is such a big, big deal here at the cathedral, because if we go back to 1972, and before we do that, see the sheriff of Terrebonne Parish is making his way into the cathedral. And there you see Sheriff Tim Saunier. Sheriff, good to see you. All right. And in 1972, if you can recall, when Senator Allen Ellender had his funeral here at St. Francis, the amount of people and dignitaries that came into the cathedral was astonishing. And we had presidents, vice presidents, we had the majority speakers, the minority speakers, we had the local legislation, we had the hierarchy of the Catholic Church, we had others representing other denominations inside of this church. And throughout the years, we have also seen, especially when Bishop Fobb was installed here at the cathedral, or ordained, we also had a lot of the spiritual hierarchy from the Catholic Church come to Houma, Louisiana. Well, today, and we're going to be joined in a little bit by Lonnie Thibodeau, who is a communications director. They moved him to that spot. He'll be handling Bishop Mario's personal endeavors, and we'll get to that hierarchy in a little bit. But once again, we're going to have two cardinals that are going to be here today. We're going to have the nuncio for the Catholic Church from the United States. He'll be here today. We have 7 archbishops who will be in attendance. One of them, Archbishop Shelton Fobb, he'll be in attendance. And we're going to also have many, many bishops in the house, as well as over 100 priests that are in the church, along with many others. The church is nearing capacity inside. So when we get Lonnie out here, he'll talk about another plan that will go into effect to where if there's an overflow, people could watch from another area. But this is certainly, when you see the amount of hierarchy here from the Catholic Church. We saw earlier the cardinals driving up. We saw Archbishop Amon from New Orleans as he came and he got out the vehicle. They were all going downtown to catch a bite to eat. We saw the nuncio coming in. And if I could step back in, because I see Lonnie Thibodeau had just walked out the cathedral. He's a busy man today, folks. He's a busy man. And Lonnie, I was telling him about the funeral in '72 and also the installations and ordinations we've had. Mm-hmm. Today, they got a lot of hierarchy of the Catholic Church here.
Yeah, it really is. In fact, I was just in the back in the sacristy with Father PJ and Father Glenn, kind of last-minute preparations, and I heard a voice, and I turned around, and it was Archbishop Amon and Archbishop Hughes from New Orleans right behind me, and I was like, okay. It just got ramped up a little bit once you start getting those guys, and walking out right before them was Cardinal Wuerl, who's the bishop, the Archbishop, or Cardinal, I'm sorry, the Cardinal Emeritus of Washington, D.C. So, yeah, we've got, put it this way, about half the priesthood of Washington, D.C. is here today, not including the 2 cardinals, their auxiliary bishops, and then I think we have probably close to 50 priests just from Washington, D.C. here. I mean, it's really impressive.
It was good to see. We ran into Bishop Jarrell, who was walking through. We ran into Bishop Jacobs. Mm-hmm. I didn't see Archbishop Fobb yet, but I know he's going to be here because you saw him yesterday at the diocese. What is the overflow situation? Because the cathedral is getting pretty packed, And I know y'all have made contingency plans to deal with that.
Right. What we're going to do, Martin, is, again, we've got a situation where the capacity, if you've ever been, I think I said it on Bayou Time with you that night, the capacity of this cathedral is 700. Right now, just clergy alone is over 150. So the reserve, when you add the clergy plus everyone else that's reserved, it's probably 2/3 of the entire capacity of the cathedral. I'm not making that up. It's just that's how many dignitaries and such we have. So the overflow, this is the way it's going to work. And again, this decision, I'm not saying this decision is going to be made, but if the decision has to be made in the next, say, 15, 20, 30 minutes, is the Houma Civic Center, the Barry Balvalan Civic Center. We're encouraging people to park there anyway, which a lot of people are doing, and if you see buses pulling up, that's because they're bringing people from the Civic Center. But we're going to encourage people. We have a big TV set up and everything, so people can watch it there at the Civic Center.
Can I ask you a question real quick? We have a lot of men in uniform. Is this the Knights?
Right, we've got some of the Knights, and we're going to have both Knights of Peter Claver and the Knights of Columbus, both that are going to be.
Okay, Steve wanted a cameo.
Deacon Steve. I see Bishop David Toops from the Bishop of Beaumont, who's from Houma, Louisiana, about to walk up. He's going to be right to your right, Jason, in just a minute.
Coming right behind you, Jason, right on your right.
The one with the glasses to the left.
Yeah.
So we're about to catch. This is Bishop, and again, he grew up here in Houma, but his family moved to Florida, and.
Good to see you.
And he's saying hello to you, Mart. How about that? There you go. But again, Bishop David Toops from Houma, Louisiana, and so again, what's happening is all the bishops were at a separate location for their brunch, and are now they're vesting, and you can tell they're vested for Mass now. So they're all kind of getting here now. So probably any minute, Martin, we're going to see the bus come up from behind us, right in front of the cathedral. Some of the bishops are straggling a little bit because they drove in themselves, but the rest will be pulling up in a bus in just a minute, including Bishop Dorsonville. Yeah.
Let me just try to describe to you, because I spent a lot of my life as an older boy here at St. Francis, and me and Harry McCullough and Mike Barker, we could go down a line, Jimmy Watkins, I could go down a line. And when a dignitary, somebody high up in the church, even a bishop for confirmation or something, would come to the church, that was pretty serious stuff. Today there's an air of really serious stuff. When you get cardinals coming in and the nuncio, it ramps up, doesn't it?
It really does. And that's not to include Parish President Gordy Dove way over our shoulder. I'm just looking back over there. But no, it does. I mean, it's not, because the question was asked to us, well, what did y'all do at the last one for the cardinals? Meaning the previous bishop installation. We're like, we don't think we had a cardinal. We're not used to having cardinals here. So that certainly caught us not by surprise. Keep in mind where Bishop Dorsonville's coming from. Yeah. He's coming from Washington, where you have cardinals as his boss. He's an auxiliary bishop, and of course, it's not just a bishop. It's not an archbishop. It's a cardinal. It's at that level. So again, we're excited. We're very honored to have him. I haven't seen Cardinal Gregory yet, who is the current cardinal in Washington, but he should be walking up any minute. But I saw Cardinal Worrell. In our world, it's Bishop Emeritus or Archbishop Emeritus, or when you're like Jarrell and Jacobs are both Bishop Emeritus.
One here and one in Lafayette.
Yeah, right. So it's really, really exciting to have. Like I said, we're going to have that moment, and I think you'll be able to capture it, hopefully in about 10 minutes, when we take the big group picture of all the bishops together. But then we're going to break out those four guys, Dorsonville, Jacobs, Jarrell, and Fobb, which has never happened. We have never had, like you and I talked about, where we've had four Houma Thibodeau bishops in one place at one time standing next to each other. Right. So that'd be exciting,
And once again, I know Mom's watching. Mom was so worried where they're going to park everybody. Yeah. And we talked about the shuttle buses and things of that nature. So they tried to keep everybody out of the square here and did a pretty good job.
They did. In fact, I'm sure Jason probably got a shot whenever he panned right a little bit, but the or left for him is the only vehicles that are parked in this courtyard are bishops that drove in themselves, like Bishop David Toops, who just drove in from Beaumont. That's only bishops who drove in themselves. No one else is allowed to park here. All the other bishops, like I said, will be on a bus in a few minutes coming in. They're all staying at a local hotel. We have a bus pulling up. This is not the bishops behind us. This is another group of people who parked at the Civic Center who we're bringing in.
Look, while you're here, if we could bring in the parish president real quick. We want to bring in we're live, folks, so we're going to just pull people in. We want to bring in the parish president because, speaking of Lonnie, Gordy, I mean, you've been to the churches before, and I know you remember when Senator Alan Ellender, his funeral was here, and all the dignitaries that came in. But the dignitaries today from the Catholic hierarchy, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Very impressive. In fact, I was a young boy when I lived on Leveron Street when Richard Nixon pulled right up here and for Senator Allen's funeral. So what a great day for Terrebonne Parish and great occasion.
What does it mean to you as a parish president when, I mean, let's face it, Bishop Mario's coming from Washington, D.C. That's a pretty big town. It's a pretty big deal. And he humbly accepts from the Pope to come to Houma, Louisiana. That's a pretty big deal when we get a bishop coming in from Washington.
Yeah, you know, Mark, St. Francis is such an iconic, beautiful church, and it is a big deal. It's huge for Terrebonne Parish, and especially the people that worship here at St. Francis and all over the parish, and in the different parishes, Lafourche Parish and other parishes.
Well, this is a good day. I know the parish president is going to go get seated. We appreciate you joining. So we're starting to get some activity in the front, so I assume everybody's starting to get ready.
Right. Now, what's going to happen, what you're going to see, this will probably be another 10 to 15 minutes when this happens, is they're going to do the lineup, and what's going to happen, and remember, we've got to process in. Now, people go to a Catholic Mass, and they know the procession, when the priest walks in at the beginning, takes a minute and a half. This will probably take 15 to 20 minutes just to get all the priests in. Now remember, over 100 priests, and that is not including the cardinals, the archbishops, and the bishops. So again, this is what you're seeing right to the side of us right now, Martin, is the beginning of the procession. So this will be incredibly impressive in about 15 minutes. Once you've got them all lined up all the way to the road behind us of mostly clergy.
Now, let me make this point, because I saw Pastor Dwayne Bland and his wife Rachel walking in from Thibodeau Family Church. And that's not unusual, because I want you to explain that to the people.
Yeah, that is really awesome, and we're really glad to have them. And they were hand-selected to be here. And the reason is there's a moment in the installation rite that, what I'm going to announce in about 8 minutes, when I have to get up to the mic up there, is tell people in the cathedral that one of the moment that they're supposed to applaud, if they're curious, okay, when's the big exciting part? The exciting part will be the moment that the bishop sits in his chair the first time. Now, that's not at the beginning of the Mass, because he's not the bishop yet. Right. What's going to happen is they're going to escort him over to sit in what's called the cathedra, the chair. When he sits in that chair, that's the moment that everybody will applaud. Well, right after that happens, we have some dignity, including Gordy, Archie Chesson from Lafourche is supposed to be here. So a few dignitaries will go up and just congratulate him. Well, you always have a representative of another faith. And we picked Thibodeau Family Church. We picked them to come here and do that. And so we're excited. We're excited. They were just asking me as I was walking out here, what time we have to go up there? What do we have to do? And I kind of explained it to them. So we're excited. We're honored that they would accept our invitation. And what a great selection. I think.
They're great people, and they're very humble, and they want to stay connected religiously through the air, which is always a good thing. You don't want competition in the denominations. That's a good thing.
No, ecumenical, I think, is the magic word. And they try to do a bunch of things during the year, to keep all the faith communities. And look, we all get along well. We really, really do. That's not just mere words, Martin. We get together, get along fine, and we certainly want to. And again, something like this, I suspect there are other faiths that are here that are represented, other ministers, and right now it's hard to pick out the crowd because there's just so many. But anyway, I'm gonna have to go up there in about 3 minutes and go start the thing. But like I said, we're starting at 1:30 for anybody who's watching you. The actual live stream, I've now been told, by the way, I can tell you this live on the air, is now gonna start more like 1:20 instead of 1:30. So y'all decide what time y'all want to pick up the live stream. But I think we're gonna actually start rolling kind of a test at 1:20.
Just to let my crew know, we'll pick it up right before. We'll let him do the knock on our camera and then switch over to the live stream. So we'll capture the knock on our camera and switch over just to let them know. But hey, good seeing you.
I'm going to catch up to you in a little while. I'm going to be sitting by you, so I'll see y'all. Thank y'all.
All right, I'll walk off camera. I want to capture some of the events as they go on, because it's going to start getting pretty fast and furious. But just to give you a little bit information on Bishop Mario Dorsonville. He was born in 1960 in Bogota, Colombia. He's the only child of Leonor M. Rodriguez and Carlos Dorsonville. He attended the major seminary of the Archdiocese of Bogota, and he received a bachelor's degree in philosophy in 1981 and a bachelor's degree in sacred theology in 1985. He was ordained to the priesthood on November 23rd, 1985 in Bogota. And following ordination, he served as the parochial vicar of Immaculate Heart of Mary Parish in Bogota, 1986. And as we continue just to peruse the parking lot of the cathedral, I'll just give you some more information. Pastor of San Jose Parish, Bogota, 1987 to 1991. Associate chaplain, 1988 to 1991. And professor of business ethics, 1990 to 91 at the National University of Colombia, Bogota. He is just such a fun guy. I met him one time. I met him at the announcement, when they had the announcement at the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. Fun guy. Came right out and said he really doesn't like alligators. He is allergic to shellfish. So those were two things that are pretty synonymous with the new Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. So we are very excited to have him here and teach him a little bit of culture as it's all going down here in Houma, Louisiana. But we're going to be going a little bit to the live stream from the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. And so we're waiting some of the buses that will be coming. Let me just go on a little bit. And I want to talk about our newly named Bishop Dorsonville. His first appointment within the Archdiocese of Washington was at parochial vicar of Our Lady of Lourdes Parish in Maryland. That was Bethesda, Maryland, 1997 to 2004. He also served as the parochial vicar of St. Mark the Evangelist Parish in Hyattsville, Maryland, 2004-2005. Bishop Dorsonville served as Vice President of Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington and Director of the Spanish Catholic Center from 2005 to 2015. He was named Auxiliary Bishop for the Archdiocese of Washington by Pope Francis on March 20th, 2015, and ordained on April 20th, 2015. He has served as Vicar General for the Archdiocese of Washington since 2015. He has been a member of the Council of Priests for the Archdiocese of Washington since 2006 and a member of the College of Consultors for the Archdiocese of Washington since 2011. Bishop Dorsonville was the chairman for the Migration and Refugee Services Committee for the USCCB 2019 to 2022. Currently, he serves as a member of the Committee on Domestic Justice and Human Development, Committee on Migration and Refugees, Committee on Religious Liberty, and the Ad Hoc Committee Against Racism. So once again, we are at St. Francis Cathedral, and we are awaiting one of the large buses are arriving here, and I'm sure we will start seeing a lot of the hierarchy of the Catholic Church in those. The Episcopal installation of the Most Reverend Mario E. Dorsonville as 5th Bishop of the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau, and that will be by the Most Reverend Gregory M. Amon, the Archbishop of New Orleans, in the presence of the Most Reverend Christophe Pierre, the Apostolic Nuncio to the United States. And of course, this is a big day on the 29th day of March 2023. And it's going to be a pretty good afternoon for the citizens of Terrebonne Parish and Lafourche Parish, St. Mary, all the dioceses of Houma Thibodeau. And of course, His Holiness Pope Francis makes that call, and His Excellency, the Nuncio, the Apostolic Nuncio of the United States, is here representing the Catholic Church. So, I would assume in talking to, bless you, somebody just had a big sneeze. If you talk to members of the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau, Bishop Mario, probably a little bit nervous at this point, I would assume. I mean, it's a human behavior to have this much of the hierarchy around you and celebrating what you're about to be installed as. And of course, he was a bishop before, so that's not new to him, but it's a new area, a new culture. And because he has a lot of, I guess, experience in multiple cultures, he probably would fit in well with the people in this area. As you could tell, okay, this was a bus that came in with just, I guess, more people from the Civic Center. We have another bus flanking the rectory here at St. Francis Cathedral, where I see some of the, well, we have some of the bishops coming, and we're going to keep an eye on that one. If we could just get Jay, maybe we could get you to scoot over a little bit so we get a shot. We're doing this live, folks, and we'll keep an eye out, because this is, it looks to me like we have the cardinals and the archbishops and the bishops starting to arrive here at the cathedral. And there, certainly, that is the case. So you can definitely see this is what a lot of people certainly came into St. Francis Cathedral anticipating. It's an aura, and I see Archbishop Fobb, as we're talking about just good people that have been in the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau. He was Bishop Fobb here. He was promoted in the Catholic ranks to Archbishop, and he was such a good leader. And I also had a chance to see the other bishops. I hadn't seen Bishop Fobb today. It's the first time I see him, but certainly some of the other bishops, Michael Jarrell we talked to earlier, and you'll see that on Facebook and YouTube. Bishop Sam Jacobs, we talked to him also. And of course, Bishop Boudreaux, the first bishop of the Diocese of Houma Thibodeau, is buried in this cathedral. If you go to if you're looking at the altar to the left, he is buried in the cathedral itself. So there you can absolutely see the nuncio and some of the cardinals and some of the bishops as they gather here in front of St. Francis. You know, I was talking about the aura. You know, you could feel the aura. It's something that's definitely in the air. I guess it's like, you know, if you compare it when you go to a Super Bowl and you're getting pumped up before the event and you feel it, and it's just going through your body and it's giving you a little adrenaline. In the Catholic faith, and they have other faiths represented in the church as well, it's a pretty big deal when you see all of these in the hierarchy get together and have a procession going through your church. And, you know, certainly you've heard me mention my mom several times. I know she's watching. And, you know, my mom having 3 of her sisters that were nuns in the Catholic faith, and Sister Bertha, Sister Lucy, and Sister Ann. Sister Ann is still with us, and she may be watching too. It just represents the Catholic faith very well, and it is something that, and if we pan a little bit left, we have a lot of the priests, and we have a lot of the who will lead the procession, and over 100 priests are going to be in the congregation today. And so They're starting to line up. Eventually, we'll see our new bishop, and he will knock on that door in front of the St. Francis Cathedral, and that is part of the ceremony. And as soon as we film the knock on our camera here, we will switch to a live stream of what's going on inside the church. So, quite a moment. I see a lot of photographers walking around capturing the moment, which is going to be very, very important. And I just wish Archbishop Fabre would walk a little closer to the camera. We've interviewed him so many times before, but he's probably just following instructions to stay on that side with the bishops, archbishops, and the cardinals and the nuncio. You know, it's also good to see when all these guys get together that a lot of them are very comical. You know, we think because they've reached this high loft in the Catholic Church that they may not have a personality, but trust me, folks, so when you talk to these bishops and you get them one-on-one, they are human to the core, and they crack jokes, they cut up, they're fun. You see them over there. It's a fraternity, and it's definitely something that you really want to see. They're getting the incense burner ready. His altar boys way back in St. Francis. You know, we used to, and there's Justice Weimer, Chief Justice John Weimer. Like I said, it's a star-studded event here at the cathedral. I'm getting back to the incense. We used to all sort of fight us altar boys to do that. That was pretty cool when you could you get the incense burner and you were the one that did that. So there you see, it's I'm sure it's pretty well attended inside, pretty packed as we continue to come to you. I'm trying to see, I'm perusing the audience. I don't see if Bishop D'Orsainville has come. Lonnie, have you seen our new bishop yet?
No, I have not seen him yet. I had to do my talk inside just now, but he is probably here. I see, of course, the two in red. It's always easy to spot the cardinals because they're the two in red. That type of vestment they're wearing is called in choir, like you're singing in the choir. It's called in choir when they're in red. He is there. I know he was in a rectory vesting, and it could be that he's in front the group and we just can't see them yet. But I'm looking and I don't see him yet. You better be here.
You know, I don't know if I ever recall seeing that cardinal red here in front of the cathedral. And I was joking a while ago. I said 2 E.D. White students walked in their red. They got to be pumped up that the cardinals are here.
Yeah, you got two cardinals to match up with the two cardinals. I mean, it's very rare, and I'm sure that's the shot Jason is getting right now. Now, what's very interesting, you see a guy wearing what looks like a crown kind of thing. He is an Eastern Rite Archbishop. His name is Boris Gudansky, and he's from Philadelphia. Because in the Catholic Church, you have the Eastern Rite Catholic Church, which is a little bit different. Oh, there's Bishop D'Orsainville also in red.
Bishop D'Orsainville coming right here in red. You see him. He just came around the corner.
Right. So they're going to take a picture real quick, and I think I've got to go help them take the picture in a couple minutes. They're going to give me the sign. Oh, in fact, they give me the sign now. So let me go run over there real quick.
You go do that as we get the shot here live for you. There you see our new bishop with the two cardinals flanked to his left and right, and I think they're moving positions. They might have taken the picture, and maybe they'll get in the procession, and possibly, I'm sure, they'll meet a lot of people. So, hey, we're learning as it goes too, folks, so we're going to try to just tell you what's happening as it goes down here in front of St. Francis Cathedral. Once again, we have over 37 of the hierarchy here at the cathedral. 7 archbishops, 2 cardinals, the nuncio, a whole bunch of bishops, and a whole lot of Catholic priests are here today to witness this installation. And the reason it's an installation because Bishop Mario is already a bishop. So he's not being ordained a bishop, he's being installed as a bishop at St. Francis Cathedral. Great moment. You see the photographers up on the balcony. They're getting perched so they could get a great shot of this. And you see Mr. Chatinier up there taking maybe one of his final pictures as a photographer for the Bayou Catholic. I think he's up for retirement maybe Thursday or Friday. So I think we ought to congratulate him on a great career. All right, in short order, we will see the procession. We will see the knock on the door, and just to the crew at home base, just a little directing on the fly here. As soon as we see the knock on the door, they will go to the live feed so that you can see what's going on inside the church. So we're gonna all right, so they're telling me the stream hadn't started yet, but we're going to go to it as soon as they get it on. Here's our new bishop as he's making his way. I know we're getting blocked by some in the procession, but we're going to try to sneak through every now and get you a shot of him. Like I said, a very pleasant guy. Look at him. And I wish we could hear, but he's got them all laughing. All right, y'all listen in, listen in. I don't know if we'll be able to hear it, but I'm gonna put the mic up and then we're gonna.
Good, good. The door's locked. The door's locked, so if you just come over here and wait a second, you'll be able to go in a minute.
All right, here we go, here we go.
You're the only one who can unlock the door right now. Yeah, you can come in. You can unlock the door and they can come in.
And we're live with HTV at the Houma Terrebonne Civic Center for the Haven's annual Spring Gala. I'm Debbie Cox-Donova, joined today by Keith Weisheit.
And we are so very excited. I got to tell you, we've been looking forward to this, Debbie, for so long. The Haven has been looking forward to this for so long. This is their big event. And you know, it just has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And as we come in this year, so very excited to have the Cane Breakers. We're going to turn it over to them in a little bit. You know, the Cane Breakers have like 400 years of experience.
It's incredible.
How do you have that much lineage musically? But listen, they've got people that have played with some huge bands over the years. Yeah, when you got the Doobie Brothers and you got some guys that have played with some huge bands, and these guys know how to play. The music's always good, and that's just a small piece of how wonderful it's going to be tonight. Look how beautiful it is here
gorgeous.
In the Civic Center.
Yes, and great auction items. It's going to be a fantastic event.
Johnny Taylor's still my favorite. Bobby Bland sang the blues. $5 you got to pay. Just a jukebox and no DJ.
No
DJ.
Smaller club, bigger party.
Something about
this room.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Smaller club, bigger party.
And the dance floor, you can't hardly move.
You can hardly move.
Waitress, please clean my table. Beer cans everywhere. The music loud and everybody's dancing, yeah. There's a hell of a party going up in here.
There's a hell of a party in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Smaller club, bigger party.
Something about
this room.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Smaller club,
can hardly move.
You can hardly
Take it
move.
away, Frank.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, we got some very, very important guests, and so very excited that we're here at the Civic Center. Very excited about celebrating the Spring Gala for the Haven. And we have Miss Ray Boudreaux with us, who is the president of the Haven, right? The Haven Board. And we're so very excited. And so thank you for joining us tonight.
How long have you been with Haven, and what was your vision for the event this year?
I've been on the board for 7 years and the president for 3. My vision tonight was to bring the community together to support this absolutely amazing cause.
And look, we know you guys work all year long. Y'all are going to start working on this tomorrow, I know, for next year. And it's amazing to see the things that you've brought together. Let's talk about some of these food vendors that are just fantastic.
Absolutely. Everyone in the community has come together to create these great dishes to serve everyone here. We have everyone from Chick-fil-A to Cafe Milano, Terrebonne General, Thibodeau Regional Hospital, Cajun Meat Market. We're all here to support this wonderful, wonderful cause.
Well, Ray, we're really glad that you're here, but there's some really important things, Debbie, I want you to share with everybody about what they can do right now to go and find a way to help sponsor this event.
That's right. If you're watching from home right now, you can help donate, or you can bid on 130 plus items in our silent auction by clicking on the QR code on your screen. And we have some fantastic items tonight. It's too bad we can't go over all of them, but we'll go over a few of them.
Yeah, give us a few highlights,
Yeah,
Debbie.
absolutely. So you get flowers for a year. Monthly fresh flower arrangements by Nick Abear, Interior and Event Designs. Aged whiskey baskets. Beautiful jewelry, including a Kate Stark bracelet set.
Yeah, we also have so many other things. We've got some flowers for a year that you can have. You can do that. Monthly fresh flower arrangement by Nick Abear Interior. Really good. I know Nick, good guy. Authentic autographed Drew Brees jersey. Who doesn't want a Drew Brees jersey? I can tell you everybody should check out one of those. We've got s'mores galore. There's a solo stove and s'mores kit with all the fixings. Raking in the cash. They got lottery tickets on a rake. I mean, come on, guys. Everybody's really excited about those things. And we've got a lot of other things that people can get. We got gourmet to go. Debbie, give us a few more of those at the bottom, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. You have Easter cookies, Taste of the Town, an 8-course private dinner for 12 guests in your home, prepared by Chef Brandon LeBlanc. That's a $1,000 value.
Yeah, and so listen, guys, there's so many different things that you want to do and consider. Ray and their team, her being as the board president with the Haven, they're going to get a lot of the value that comes out of this. They're going to provide that for the community because it's so very important for us to be able to do that. And they work really tirelessly all year to be able to do those things. Again, you can go to that QR code on your screen right now. I got to tell you, technology is awfully amazing. We can just go to a QR screen and make a donation. Help us raise the $150,000 goal that we have to be able to raise this money. Very, very exciting for what we need to do. So Ray, I want to come back to you and talk to you a little bit about, as a business owner in our community, how important it is to bring these people together and really celebrate this night.
It really is. All of our domestic violence victims and sexual assault victims, we do so much wonderful work at the Haven. Our rapid rehousing program, we're just continuously growing with group therapy and educational seminars, and having the community awareness is just so big.
And you know, Julie was mentioning earlier, again, Julie Pellegrin, the CEO, and very, very helpful for all the things that she does as executive director of the Haven, talking about the fact that in $5,000 increments, every time we get $5,000 more dollars, we are making a bigger difference in helping people, these women and children who are in bad or difficult situations, that y'all are providing that. So every $5,000 creates more help. 30 days of being able to be safe, and that's one of the things that you just can't put a price on. And so, guys, if you're checking out and seeing how beautiful this shot is of all the people here, we want you to know that we're so very excited to bring to you such a wonderful event here at the Civic Center. So very glad for people on the board like Ray Boudreaux, who does so much. So very glad to my co-host here, Debbie, as we bring to you all of these wonderful events that are taking place right here in Houma, downtown, as we are at the Civic Center celebrating the Spring Gala. All of the proceeds go to the Haven.